Welcome, crafters. We're so happy to have you join Scrapbook.com for our September 2024 SBC Fest.
We're excited to bring you a fantastic lineup of instructors with both new and familiar faces, and the best part is, this is all free.
It's free! Can you believe this is our 5th SBC Fest already? It's incredible to see how Jill's dream of free education and inspiration has grown into this amazing community.
And speaking of community, let's talk about how Scrapbook.com has your back with our happiness guarantee.
That's right. From carefully packing your orders with care to quickly getting them out the door, we're committed to making your crafting journey smooth sailing.
And if you ever need any help, we've got caring humans who love crafting just as much as you do, ready to help you out.
Now, let's go to the studio and give you a quick rundown of how this SBC Fest works. Are you ready?
I am.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Yeah, so let's tell you how SBC Fest works. Each day we'll be showcasing pre-recorded classes from our awesome instructors. If you're watching live, you can chat with them in real time.
And don't worry if you miss anything, because the replay will always be available. After the stream ends, we'll have timestamps ready so you can jump back into the specific classes.
And we want to see your creations. Share your projects on social media with hashtag SBCFest, and don't forget to upload them to our gallery too. Yeah. When you add to the gallery, be sure to use the category tag, hashtag SBCFest.
And for those of you watching live, snap a pic of your crafty workspace and tag Scrapbook.com in your stories. We would love to see.
It's always so fun.
Yes.
If you want to create your own SBC Fest shirt, we have a free SVG file for you to download so that you can make your own merch.
Yes.
T-shirt, a mug.
A mug, a cup, a tumbler, anything. That'd be so fun. And take photos of that and share with us too.
Yeah.
All right, now let's talk about our golden rule, keeping it positive. We're all about lifting each other up in this community.
Yeah, and the positivity in the past SBC Fest has been outstanding.
Amazing.
And we're hoping to keep that vibe going strong this SBC Fest too.
That's right, Cody. All right, if you have any questions, check out the FAQ on our SBC Fest page. And if you're eyeing any products used in the classes, you'll find them all listed under the instructor.
All right, I think it's time for everyone's favorite part of SBC Fest, besides the inspiration.
The classes, the instructors, it's
giveaways! Stay tuned after the classes for your chance to win some crafty goodies.
Okay, speaking of which, let's kick things off with our first giveaway. Cody?
Okay.
Let's fish him out. Come on. Okay, look at what he got.
It is the Rose Quartz Scout Machine by Spellbinders, and this is only available here at Scrapbook.com.
That's amazing. That's a good giveaway.
But not only that, you get the slim magic mount with it.
That's awesome, and it fits perfectly in the machine. We've tested it out. It works great. So you're getting the new slim magic mount plus the new Spellbinders Scrapbook.com Scout Machine. Okay, Cody?
Yes. So what do they have to do?
To enter, just drop a comment telling us how many SBC Fests you've attended or what you're most excited about this time around.
Yeah. And what else do we have?
So while you're commenting, don't miss out on today's special freebie. Sorry, freebie. We have a
free bear.
Free bear. I was trying to say the bear. All right, this is our bear shaker die. Add it to your cart now. Cody, do you have stuff over there? I think I have stuff over here. Ready? Oh, look at this on our overhead camera. We've got our new bear shaker cart. It comes with 6 pieces and it is free. Free right now, so make sure you add that to your cart. We've got some examples here made. We've got some tags. We've made it into a Halloween bear. Lots of cute different shaker ideas. If you didn't want to do shaker, you could leave it plain. But let's show some close-up on this. Look at the detail on this bear. Around the bear, it has a stitched line, plus the little scarf has some lines in it as well. And you can create the most cutest bears.
Yeah.
You want to show some there?
I made some shaker versions too, sans shaker bits, but you get the idea. Yes. And then just a plain...
I love his red scarf. So cute. Did you ink blend that?
Yes, I did. I wanted him to match us today.
Yes, and then we've got a brown bear here. We've got a polar bear. So if you wanted to create a polar bear, let's see. We made a Halloween bear. This is a card I created quickly using the bear with some of our glitter paper for the scarf. You can see that glitter there with the new web die. just because Halloween's coming up, I wanted to create a cute little Halloween card, some other pink bears. Look at that
Oh, that would
stitching.
be perfect for like a newborn baby or something.
Oh my gosh, yes. And then I love that you could take the inside that pops out from your other shaker bit and create another bear. So you've got like a 2-for-1. When you cut this die out, you've got a lot of different pieces to create lots of different kinds of bears. There he is, close up. Okay. This is our new bear shaker for free. So make sure you're adding this guy to your cart.
And if you are shopping today for any supplies, be sure to pick up this and then use the promo code SBC Fest 5 at checkout to save.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
Okay, so let's choose a winner.
Yes.
So we're going to choose a winner and put that in the comments right now. So
Which
congratulations, you're winning the new Scout machine. Let's grab that over here. Move our bears. Scout machine with the Magic Mat. Congratulations to the winner. It's in the chat right now.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I think it's
time.
time. It's time for our first classes.
Okay, so let's put our seatbelts on.
Yes.
We're getting in the airplane and we are heading to
Simon Hurley's house, and then following Simon, we're going to be taught by Laura Evangeline.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be a big, exciting first start of our SBC Fest. So let's head on over to Simon's. Ready?
Let's go.
All right.
Hey friends, it's Simon Hurley and welcome to another SBC Fest. I'm so excited to be a part of SBC Fest this time around. It's always so amazing because I love that Scrapbook.com offers these classes for free to all of you, and we get to sit in the chat and I'm going to be commenting live with you guys. So if you have any questions, leave them in the chat and I'll be able to answer them there. But this part is going to be a class, so you can craft along with me if you have the supplies along with the class. If you don't have the supplies, you'll learn all new techniques that you can take to your craft room, which is so exciting as well. And hopefully you walk away with a little bit more knowledge of new crafting techniques that you can try. That's always the goal with these classes, and I think it's going to be tons of fun crafting together today. If you don't know me yet, I thought I would take a couple minutes to introduce myself at the beginning here so we can get to know each other a little bit more. My name is Simon Hurley, and I've been crafting ever since I was 12 years old. When I was really young, I absolutely loved doing all different types of arts and crafts. I would go to the craft store and just be enthralled by all of the amazing supplies in the aisles. I used to do polymer clay charms. I would make my mom like paper beads and make her earrings and necklaces. Then I started crocheting, and I would make my own crocheted stuffed animals, which was always so cool because I could create whatever stuffed animal I wanted to. Now, all of those I got a little bit bored of, and one day when I was at the craft store, I found alcohol inks, and I was immediately hooked on them. I would make background after background using the different alcohol inks, and you've got a big pile of backgrounds once you're done with them, and I didn't necessarily know what to do with them. So I looked up online what to do with the alcohol ink backgrounds, and I stumbled upon lots of different tutorials of how to make cards and turn those backgrounds into card making projects. I instantly fell in love with card making because it wasn't boring, it wasn't super repetitive like the other ones because each individual card is its own canvas. So you can create whatever you want on one card, and the next card you can create would be totally different than anything you've done before. And I really love that you have the option to experiment as much as you want on these cards. And if you don't like what you created, you can always throw it away because it's just a piece of cardstock at the end of the day. So this hobby was so much fun for me, and I started making cards with some different basic supplies. Then I was really hooked on the community aspect of it as well. Us together right here is really amazing, and many other art communities didn't have that, or at least I didn't find it. And so with this card making community, I loved that I had an online community that I could go chat with, and we had very similar interests coming from all walks of lives, but it's so cool that we're all able to relate over a certain hobby and be friends and talk to each other online because of our love for crafting, which I think is amazing. Now, when I was 13, 14, and 15, I was making online videos, sharing my projects with all of you guys. I absolutely loved YouTube at the time, so this was really cool for me that I was always learning craft projects on YouTube, and now I could take my knowledge and share it with the rest of the world. Now, these videos at first were not good at all. Don't be fooled by the setup I have today because these videos were absolutely terrible, but I always say if I wasn't about to start then, I could always find some reason why I shouldn't make it or why my videos weren't good enough. But as I made videos, I slowly improved upon it. I loved the art of creating these videos and sort of improving on every single one, and that sort of became a hobby in itself for me as well. I love that aspect of it. Now, when I was 13 or 14, Scrapbook.com actually reached out to me and we did some card making classes together. And again, those are free on the Scrapbook.com website. So after this, if you're interested in learning even more about card making or seeing more classes from me, I recommend going to the Scrapbook.com site, clicking on their classes tab, and I think there's 4 card making classes from me, maybe even 5 at this point, with tons of knowledge of how to get started, but also in-depth techniques for crafting and using my product line, which is really awesome. So Scrapbook.com and me have been working together for quite some time, ever since I was little, and I sort of grew up with them. I'm very thankful for that opportunity at the very beginning though, because they sort of got me in here, and I really love working with them ever since. They've always been so sweet and supportive of my crafting. So then when I was 16, I got brought to the industry trade show called Creativation. This was so fun for me because I was able to demonstrate what I absolutely loved using a company's products. At that time, I was working with Tonic Studios, and it was so much fun to have that face-to-face interaction with people because I hadn't had that before this. And so I was able to teach people all about the crafting products that I loved and see them face-to-face, which was super cool. And that was sort of my first introduction into like a trade show or really getting in behind the scenes on the industry. Now, while all of this was going on, I was actually still in school. It was totally fine when I was making videos in middle school because I was at a very small school and everyone sort of knew me and knew what I was doing. So I didn't really get too made fun of back then. But when we transitioned into high school, which was around 14, 15, and 16, things got a little bit more rocky because before I even knew anyone in high school, they all kind of knew me because I was sharing my life online with anyone to see. And of course, one quick Google search of my name would bring up everything that I've done online, which led to lots of judgment and kind of skepticism of people before I even got to meet them, which was kind of a bummer. I didn't really love that, but I did have a very tight-knit group of friends and also my close family that was around too to help encourage me and support me, even though some people were making fun of it and I didn't necessarily feel the best, but those tight-knit group of friends and my family really helped me get through that all. It wasn't the best high school experience, but I guess nobody has the perfect high school experience. I would say if anyone is struggling out there, just keep pushing through it. I think my biggest piece of advice I could give to anyone, young or old, is push through for the things that you absolutely love and continue them. You're going to get ridiculed or sometimes bullied for things that are a little bit different or unique, and that usually means that you're kind of pushing ahead of the boundaries or kind of pushing outside of the box or doing things that other people might want to do but they're a little bit too nervous to. Sometimes they kind of bully you or cast that negative light on you because they want to participate in something, or maybe they're scared to do something that they want to do. But just know that people kind of come and go in your lives, and you can't do something to please other people. You have to do whatever pleases you, because at the end of the day, you're left with whatever you've been doing, and hopefully that's something that you absolutely love. So I continued to push through it. I absolutely loved card making and this whole community online. And it was so cool too, because I might have felt bullied at school, but I sort of turned to the online community once I got home. And it was such a positive place where we all got to encourage each other that it really overweighed all of the bullying that came from sort of doing this hobby at a young age. I do have to say though, after being out of high school for several years now, sort of rekindling friendships with some of these people who might have bullied me, it really just goes to show that in high school, you're kind of all trying to figure it out. You're all trying to be the most popular or the most cool person. And that can sometimes lead to pulling people down or bullying them. And just know that sometimes if you're in that situation, it's not necessarily because of you. It could just be because of how other people are feeling as well, because high school is not a nice place for anyone. Everyone's really just trying to figure it out. So all of it to say, I've definitely rekindled some of those relationships, and I don't really hold grudges because we were all at that sort of time in our life where it was really about just growing up and figuring yourself out. At age 16, I reached out to Ranger with an idea for a product line, and they offered me a position as a signature designer, which was so cool for me because using their alcohol inks at age 12 and now being able to use their inks in my own product line was such a cool kind of roundabout experience. They were able to come full circle and work with the company that you absolutely love. I fell in love with Ranger's inks and their techniques and stuff, and the fact that they make all their inks in the US right here in New Jersey in-house, and all of their formulas are their own, so they're very unique to anything else that's on the market. At first I came out with a line of inks and stamps, and we've since expanded it to many more things in the product line that are perfect for card making. Some things that we're best known for are our stamping foam and also our lunar paste, solar paste, and now the newest Astro paste, which we'll be using in today's class. Those pastes have been a really integral part of my career, mainly because they can do so many things in card making and really outside of card making as well. They're really great for mixed media, but they're sort of a paint, a texture paste, and you can apply them with your finger, which I'm going to be showing you a lot of those techniques in today's class, but they really are just so versatile, and I think that's why they've been a staple in many crafting collections. Then at the end of 2022, I also partnered with Spellbinders. They're an amazing die cutting company, and I partnered with them to make coordinating dies for all of my stamp sets at Ranger. So now usually when we come out with a clear stamp set, there's also coordinating die set to go along with it, which is amazing to save time when you're crafting, to be able to cut out your images super easily with the pass of a die cutting machine. I also have a line with Spellbinders that's individual dies that sort of stand alone. Of course, you could mix them in with other products too from any product line, but what I love about these dies is they create sort of like 3D layered looks. They also have better press and a hot foil system as well that I make products for. So you can buy any of my Spellbinders product here at Scrapbook.com as well, which is so exciting, and I love both of those product lines and how the companies are able to work together to create products that coordinate beautifully together. And ever since then, I've also been making videos online. So you can see lots of inspiration over at my YouTube channel too once SBC Fest is over, and see even more videos on how I use my product line in my crafting projects. So that's my story. Maybe it was a little bit long-winded, but I wanted to introduce myself before we get right into crafting, so at least you can get to know me a little bit more and know kind of my crafting journey, because I know we all have some sort of unique journey on how we got into the crafting world, and it's kind of fun to hear some behind the scenes of people's journeys into crafting. All right, now let's dive into the supplies that we're using for today's class. Now there will be some extra supplies as well, but if you purchase the class kit, this is what's going to come along in it. There is this stamp set, which is a 4x6 clear photopolymer stamp set called In the Garden. And it's kind of this really cool vintagey looking stamp set that has some really beautiful and ornate floral images inside of it. I mean, check out all of that insane detail that's in that big floral down there. Then you have a couple little insects. You have bee, dragonfly, a couple of different butterflies in different positions. And then you have another floral bloom up here, which I think is just gorgeous. You have some really great sentiments to go along with it, like congratulations, believe in yourself, spread your wings and fly, thank you, and hello. And I love that beautiful script font that those are written in. Now there's also this image up here, which is a little section of some sort of handwritten font. Now it's not legible, you really can't read any of the words that are inside of here, but this is going to be really cool for adding texture onto your projects, and I'll be showing how to use it in today's class. But I love this little chunk of that text, so you can really use it to add tons of texture and stamping in your backgrounds. And I do also have to say, this In the Garden stamp set is an exclusive to Scrapbook.com. So if you're really into this stamp set, you can of course buy it in my SBC Fest kit, even after the class is done, because this class will be available forever, so you can keep watching it over and over if you need to. So if you want to participate later on and purchase this kit, you totally can. But you can also buy this stamp set individually. In case if you have some of the other supplies that are already in this kit, this In the Garden stamp set is available individual too on the Scrapbook.com website. But it's only available at Scrapbook.com as an exclusive, so definitely pick it up if you're interested. Next, we have this layering stencil that's inside of here. This is a 3-piece layering stencil. It has large florals, a medium-sized floral, and a small one. And these are going to all layer on top of each other to create a beautiful sort of 3D looking floral effect on your background, just like this. Now, the awesome part about this stencil set also, which I'll be sharing throughout today's class, is that you can use each one of these layers individually as well, which creates really beautiful backgrounds. So I love this stencil set and all of the amazing different things you're able to do with it. Then we have these word dies. This one is called Hugs and Love You, and it's got these really great bubbly fonted love you dies as well as hugs. And they have some shadow dies too, so you can put together the words to look like this using 3 different colors of cardstock. I think that look looks so beautiful, and I can't wait to use these on my card projects today. Then you also have 2 different types of Astro paste, and I'll be walking you through what Astro paste is today, as well as comparing it between some of our lunar and solar pastes, so you can really get an idea of how Astro paste is going to fit in your card making projects. Inside of this kit, you get Slippery When Wet, which is this beautiful yellow golden color, and you also get Frostbite, which is a clear glitter that has a little bit more of a chunkiness to it. And both of these are really beautiful, and I can't wait to show you just how to use these on your projects. So this is the main card making kit of all the supplies that come along in it, but of course we're going to be using some other basics as well, and you can kind of swap in supplies for other things. I'll be sure to let you know what I'm using, but also what you could sort of substitute it for in case if you have something in your collection that will work just as well for these techniques. Now I want to first start off by showing you these are all the Astro pastes that are currently out. There is 9 colors of Astro paste. This is what that slippery and wet color looks like. So it's that really beautiful yellow golden color, and it's absolutely stunning. I love it so much when you tilt it in the light. You can really see all the individual flecks of glitter on there. And then we have Frostbite, which is a little bit unique. You can see it more on that black cardstock. It's kind of this chunky glitter, and it sort of sparkles a little bit in the light. It's not holographic, it's just a clear chunky glitter. So when you put it over top of something, it gives it sort of a vintage kind of crystallized look, or like the look of snow if you're using it on holiday projects. And it's really cool to apply over inks as well, because you'll see all of the gorgeous color that's underneath it. But again, there's many other colors that you can shop on Scrapbook.com. So if you end up loving the Astro paste, definitely check out the rest of the colors. They are so stunning. And the awesome part that I love about these glitter pastes so much is once they're dry, none of that glitter is wiping off on your hands, which I think is really important for me. I love all that sparkle and shine, but I'm gonna be completely honest, I hate glitter. So this is amazing for me because once you send it out to your recipient, it's not like they're opening a card and getting glitter all over themselves. They get a really nice clean experience, but they still get all of that amazing sparkle and shine from the beautiful glitter, which I think is amazing. Now, Lunar Paste is another paste that's in my product line. This paste is a little bit different than Astro Paste because it's a lot smoother, but it's still got all of that amazing metallic pearlescent shine in it. What's awesome about Lunar Paste is each one of these individual pastes is colored in with a different color mica powder. So you can see when it shines in the light, it's not just shining white, like if you dyed a white pearl powder with re-inker, it would just shine kind of a white haze. Each one of these is that individual color, and they're all super bold and opaque. So check that out with all the different colors that we have in Lunar Paste, and you can see them on white cardstock. They're just as bold and not affected whether they're applied to white or black, which I think is amazing that they stand out on both colored cardstocks. Now there's also a paste called Solar Paste, and this comes in 6 different colors in the line. I thought I would show you Golden Hour, which is that yellow paste, which is up in this top corner here. Now you can see on white cardstock, Solar Paste doesn't look like a ton, but you still get a little bit of that shifting shine to it. But on black cardstock, that color really stands out a little bit more. It's more of kind of like a pastel looking colored paste, but what's really awesome about these pastes is you get more of a subtle effect. So when you apply these onto your white cardstock, you get all that texture and a little bit of color. But what I love so much is with just that little bit of color and shine, you can make your focal point really stand out on your card without taking away from the background. Sometimes I find that Lunar Paste might be a little bit too bold, so Solar Paste is kind of a step below that, where you still get a little bit of color and shine, but you can have it more secretive on your background and just apply it for texture and just a slight bit of color while still making your focal point stand out beautifully. You can also tint the Solar Paste different colors with re-inkers. There's lots of things you could do with Solar Paste and mix things in to give it special effects and make it look really stunning on your card project as well. Now I thought I would also just share how these pastes feel, so let's start off by going into Lunar Paste. I'm gonna grab my palette from my paste tool set, and you can see these are really creamy texture pastes. They've got a nice smooth consistency to them. What I like about that is it's not super thick in consistency, so it still spreads through a stencil beautifully and gives you all of that amazing design and texture that you need through a stencil. Now what's awesome about the Lunar Paste too is it's still thick enough that it will take all of that texture and hold it in place. So it will dry with all of that texture and dimension inside of this paste. Now one of my most favorite parts about these texture pastes is you're also able to apply them down with your finger, and you can apply them a lot thinner like this. Now that opacity doesn't go away when you apply it with your finger. It's still that gorgeous golden shine and color, which I think is amazing. But this is really helpful to apply it like this if you want it to dry a lot quicker through a stencil, or if you want to kind of smooth it over an embossing folder and just highlight some of the amazing texture that the folder has. Then you can go in with a paper towel, wipe off any of the excess, and it cleans off your finger pretty easily. And you can also go in with your palette knife and wipe this off. Now let's also go into the Solar Paste, which is that Golden Hour color. And I just wanted to show this paste is still that amazing creamy consistency as the Lunar Paste. So we didn't change anything about the base formula of the paste. The only thing that's changed is the mica powder that's inside it, which I think is awesome. So if you're used to the Lunar Paste, you're going to absolutely love the creamy texture of that Solar Paste as well. And again, you can still apply it with your finger, nice and smooth. to get a much thinner effect as well. And now last but not least, I want to show you what Astro Paste is going to look like on your projects as well. Now it's still the same base consistency as the lunar and solar paste, which I think is so awesome. My biggest thing is that I went to the chemist and I was like, this has to be the same exact feeling, because you guys loved the first formulas of lunar and solar paste, so I didn't want to ruin it. I didn't want to make it any thinner or thicker, so I really worked hard to make this paste the exact same with the chemist at Ranger, and I think it turned out amazing. So we'll get a little bit on our palette knife like this. The only thing that's changed about this texture paste is it might be slightly grittier when you're applying it through a stencil because of all of that intense glitter that's in there. Now this doesn't look like much right now. It looks a little bit cloudy, maybe a little bit dirty, and you really can't see much of the sparkle that's in there. But that's a-okay, because once all these paste dries, they're gonna look a lot different. These two are gonna have a lot more shine to them, and this one is going to go completely clear, and you're going to be able to see all of that amazing glitter that's inside of there. Just like on this example, this paste is going to look like this color right here. So you can see it looks totally different when it's dry. So maybe you want to keep a swatch sheet to the side of your work surface so you know what the colors are going to look like once they're completely dry in your projects. Now what I also love about this paste too is you're still able to apply it thin with your finger. Now when I do it with my finger with these pastes, I sort of like to tap them onto the surface like this because you'll get that glittery effect, but you're able to apply it thinner. So this sort of effect is really cool to do over top of ink because you get just a little bit of sparkle, but you're still able to see the base surface underneath because the actual paste itself is clear. So you're just applying a thin coat of glitter and it's not gonna come off in your hands once it's completely dry. Now if you wanna clean these pastes, one thing that's super helpful is to spray them with water before they dry, and you're easily able to go in and wipe them off your finger. And once it's nice and clean, your finger is nice and clean. And again, those clean off with water while they're still wet. While they're dry, they're a little bit harder to clean off, so you do want to clean it while it's all wet off of your tools and surfaces. All right, let's jump into the first card. For this one, I thought I would show how this layering stencil is intended to layer on top of each other. So let's go in here and open this up. There is 3 pieces inside of the stencil. And like I said, it's a large floral, this medium floral, and the small one. And we'll use them separately throughout today's video, but I also wanted to share how they are actually designed to layer on top of each other to create a beautiful 3D effect. Now to do our stencil layering, I'm gonna go in with a sticky mat. This one is the large sticky mat from Altenew. You don't have to use a sticky mat, but I tend to love them for my stenciling. And to do this, I'm just going to peel off the plastic backer sheet from the sticky mat. Nice and gently. And then it should look like this. Now with the Altenew sticky mats, I love the bottom has a grid on it. So this makes it so that when you set it onto your surface, it's still making great contact and it's not gonna move, but there's no air bubbles and it's easier to pick up once you're done working, which is really nice. And I've been loving this large version of the sticky mat because it makes for a nice large work surface that you have when you're doing your stenciling. All right, I'm gonna go in with my piece of Simon Hurley Stark White cardstock and place it right down into my sticky mat. If you don't have a sticky mat, you can always use tape, so don't worry, mint tape is a great option to hold things down as well. Now then I'm going to go in with my first layering stencil. Now when it comes to the Simon Hurley stencils, if you are using a sticky mat along with it, you're going to want to use the glossy side facing towards the sticky mat. You'll notice there is a matte side on the back and a more glossy side. So take the glossy side and face it down towards the sticky mat. This is because this mat is super sticky and there's a coating on this matte side. So if you applied the matte side to the surface, it might kind of peel up some of the coating. It doesn't affect your stencil, but it makes it look a little bit less pretty. So that's why I always recommend to put the glossy side facing towards the sticky mat. Then I'll line it up with my project and I'm going to stick down the edges of the stencil into the mat to hold it in place. But like I said, if you don't have a sticky mat, you can always use tape to hold this down. Now for my blending today, I want a rainbow blend. And to do this, I'm gonna use 3 colors of my Simon Hurley ink pads. This is Prom Queen, Shooting Star, and Clear Skies. The red and the yellow are going to create a nice orange in between, and the yellow and blue are gonna create a nice green in between. So this makes it so it looks like you have 5 colors of the rainbow, when really you're only using 3 inks to do so. To start off, I'm gonna go in with a blending brush. This is the large blending brush from Altenew. I really love these brushes, and I have one for each sort of color family so that I don't contaminate them and you don't have to clean as much in between them. Now I also love the sticky mat because I'm able to place my ink pad right down into it, and my ink pad isn't going to move as I do my blending. So I don't need to hold it in place because the sticky mat sort of grabs onto it to do my blending, which is awesome. So you can sort of do this more one-handed. Then I'm going to take my blending tool and start blending down onto the surface here. Now I'm going to go with a little bit of a lighter pressure on this first layer because I'm also going to show you a trick to make your inks last a little bit longer when doing layered stencils, to not have to use as many inks to layer things up. So I'm just going to go in here nice and soft and blend down on my background. Now I'm going a little bit further than you think you might need to because we're going to overlap the colors in the end here. So just gently blend this pink color on, and I'm doing it sort of like halfway into the background. Then once I'm done with my pink, I can set this off to the side, lift my ink pad off of that sticky surface, and then we'll go into Shooting Star, which is this really great, bold and vibrant yellow color, and I'll go in with my yellow colored blending brush. Then I'm going to ink this up, and now I'm going to take this and go right onto that surface and sort of blend overlapping with that pink color. Now the awesome part about this is that these are translucent dye-based inks. So when it comes to translucent inks, when you layer it over top of each other, like I said, you're gonna get a beautiful orange shade in between. How cool is that? And these inks blend so beautifully. That's one thing that I love about my Simon Hurley Create inks. When I went in to formulate them with the chemist, I was like, you gotta make these blend so smooth and spectacular with very minimal effort. So I love that it doesn't give any harsh marks and the blending is absolutely superb. It looks beautiful and so smooth. All right, then I'm going to lift this off of that sticky surface, and then we'll go in using Clear Skies, and we'll use my blue blending brush to finish things off here. Now the reason why I'm using blending brushes with this stencil, you could of course use blending foams if you have them, but because there's so many points and rigid edges, sometimes I find the blending foam doesn't get into all those details, whereas the blending brush has so many little tiny bristles, this gets into all those little details and makes it really nice and crisp and sharp. So you can definitely try using whatever blending tool you have, but if you're struggling to get as much crisp detail as maybe you would like, definitely try using a blending tool. Now again, on this layer, I'm going nice and light, so I'm not going as dark as you might think you want to with these inks, because we're gonna go a little bit darker on the second layer here. Now once we're done with this, we can lift our stencil off of that sticky mat and check out that first beautiful layer of blending. I love the colors so much, and like I said, this was only 3 colors, which is mind-blowing, and you get a beautiful orange in between and this gorgeous green color in between too. So that is what's so cool about using translucent dye-based inks, is you get many more colors by just overlapping them on your project. All right, then I'm going to go in with the second layering stencil. Now again, I'm going to take this and flip it so that the matte side is facing towards me and that glossy side is facing down towards the sticky mat. Then I'm going to line this up. And to line up the stencil, you're going to want it so the petals go in between the other petals that you just stenciled down. It lines up pretty nicely, centered in between the other petals. And you'll just make sure it's centered all the way around before placing your stencil down into that sticky mat and press it in to hold it in place. All right, now once we're done with that, we're going to go in and blend our second layer. And now with this layer, we're going to go more heavy-handed to get a darker effect. So I'm going right back into that Clear Skies color, and I'm going to blend this with a much heavier hand up with that same section that I did the last blending in. So I'm just going back in with the blue, staying in that same area that I used the blue last time. Then I'll go in and use a little bit of Shooting Star. And again, we're going to stick in the same area that we did with the last time with this yellow color, but this time we're going much heavier handed. I'm applying a lot more ink on my blending tool, and then I'll go in and blend this out. A lot darker than I did last time. And with those translucent dye-based inks, when you layer the ink up like this, you can get a much darker color because each layer that builds is going to make it look darker and darker because the ink is sitting on top of itself. Then last but not least, we'll go into a little bit of Prom Queen and blend this little stripe of pink at the top. And again, make sure to overlap with the yellow there though, because that'll create that gorgeous orange color right in between. Now this is so cool, and you'll see it in a second when we lift it off, but I love that you don't have to have a million different colors of ink in order to get this gorgeous blended effect and use a layering stencil. You can literally use the same exact colors on top of each other like this by just building them up a little bit more, and you'll get a much more intense look. So you can see on that second layer, there is a much darker, more intense look with that ink. It looks like a completely different shade of that pink and the blue and the yellow there, but it's just the same exact ink that we applied a little bit with more of a heavier hand this time. I think that is so cool, and it looks absolutely stunning. The stencil really gives such a 3D effect when it comes to layering up those florals beautifully. All right, now when it comes to cleaning off our mat, I'm gonna go in with just a little bit of water. The awesome part about my Simon Hurley Create inks is they clean off seamlessly with water, and they don't stain. So I'm just going in with a piece of paper towel here, and I'm just going to wipe off the surface. Now, if you used a different brand of ink and it might be staining, you could always use like a stamp cleaner on here, but just know that some ink brands are going to stain a little bit, and that's totally okay, because a used stamp is a love stamp, and this is that same photopolymer surface that you're used to working with stamps. All right, so we'll lift this off of our desk and we'll move it off to the side. And now with this last layer, I'm going to go in with mint tape to hold down my cardstock. The reason why I'm not going in on that sticky mat is because you don't want to use glitter on sticky mats like that, because the glitter sort of sticks down to that mat and doesn't want to clean off. So I find that keeping it off the sticky mat and just taping it down to my craft sheet is a lot easier to clean once I'm done. Then I'm going to go in with the third layer of that bloom stencil, and because I've been flipping it to the matte side, I'm going to do the same thing this time to make sure that it lines up really nice and perfectly. And I'm just going to line it up in the center over top of the last petals, and it should line up in between each one of those petals. All right, that looks great. And then we're going to go in with some mint tape to hold everything down on our surface here. And now when I'm using my mint tape for stenciling, especially with pastes, I like to use a little bit more than you might think. And I go around all four edges when I'm taping it down. I find that it holds the stencil down a little bit better towards the surface of your cardstock, so you won't have any lifting or any paste going underneath the stencil. But I also find it's much easier to clean, as well as the paste doesn't go kind of over and underneath to get underneath your cardstock and sort of ruin it with the back side there. So I just like to tape everything into place. You might think this is excessive, and you could definitely use less if you want to, but for me, I find that it helps quite a bit when I'm doing my stenciling. Then we're going to bring in our Astro paste. And for this project, I'm going to use Slippery When Wet, which is going to give a gold shine over top of the whole thing. But if you want to use the clear color, you totally could use Frostbite as well. I just think that Slippery When Wet is gonna have more of an impact in this case scenario. And I think the gold is gonna look gorgeous on top of all these colors. So I'll go in with my palette knife from the paste tool set, and I'm just going to apply lots of paste up at the top here. You can definitely use more than you think that you need, and in fact, using more than you think is definitely going to be helpful in this case, because it makes it less of a struggle to smooth the paste down the background. So we'll apply lots up at the top here. And then once it's all applied, I'm going to go in with the scraper tool. This comes in the paste tool set as well, and this makes it really easy to scrape down the background and make sure that paste is nice and smooth across the whole surface of the project. Now, if you're struggling to sort of spread your paste throughout the whole project like this and you keep going and nothing's moving, you might not have enough paste. But if you turn this over and see you still have a lot of paste left here, you're going to want to push your tool down like this, which is going to deposit more paste on the surface. You can see much more came out there, and then you're able to spread it down your project. But if you just keep at the same angle the whole time, it's not gonna deposit any more paste. To put more paste down, you go at more of a downward angle, and to lift and scrape the paste off, you go at more of an upward angle, and that will smooth it out and scrape any of the excess off the surface. So I hope that was helpful, because those sort of movements and angles when you're using your tool is really going to make it a lot easier when you're applying your paste down to your surface. So I'll put any of the excess back into the jar. That's why I told you you don't have to worry at all about putting too much at the beginning, because all of it goes right back into the jar. And then we can clean off all of our tools quickly before anything dries on the surface here. So clean off your palette knife and your scraper nice and easily. All right, then we're going to lift up our stencil, and you can see that stenciled absolutely beautifully with super crisp lines. Now we're able to just peel off our mint tape and get rid of any of the excess. And then I'll lift this off the surface and set it off to the side for this to nicely dry. Now for cleanup of your stencils, this tip has really been game-changing for me. I actually bought this little sort of baking tray. This is just an 8x8 baking tray that I think I probably got from Target, but you just want something that's going to hold water nicely. I like the metal surface too, because it's going to be nice and easy to clean once you're done. And just get a thin layer of water in here when you're working. Then you're easily able to take any of the stencils with that glitter Astro paste still on it, and you're just going to submerge them down into here, and then you're able to keep working on the rest of your projects. This is going to prevent that paste from drying, but it's also going to slowly break down this paste and make it a lot easier to clean off. In fact, lots of the glitter particles actually just start like falling off into the water, so it makes these stencils really easy to just clean after your whole project is complete. Now, the really great part about this is because the stencil has so many points and areas that it could get snagged on, that's why I really encourage to clean in water just like like this. If you try to use your paper towel and sort of start wiping at it, it's going to kind of snag on some of those really pointy parts and sort of ruin your stencil. So I especially recommend this sort of tip for anything that is a lot more detailed. This is going to be super helpful to clean it off and have it be nice and clean once your time working is done. And you can even get in there and scrub with your hands a little bit underneath that water, and that's going to remove the glitter really nice and quickly in case you need to work with the stencil right away. Otherwise, you could just submerge it and leave it in there for your time crafting. Now, when it comes to dry time with your pastes, you're gonna let them sit to the side for about 30 to 40 minutes, and they should be nice and dry when you apply it this thick. But you can also go in with a heat tool and heat set your pastes. This makes it go a lot faster. It should only take 1 to 3 minutes then. And you just want to keep your heat tool moving around the surface to make sure the paste doesn't get too hot and bubble. But it dries nice and quick like this, so that if you're impatient like me, you can just use your heat tool and it should dry a lot faster, which is something that I love about the pastes. And you can see once the paste is nice and dry, all of that intense shine comes back, and you can see each individual sparkle of that glitter, and it's absolutely beautiful. I love this super colorful floral background using that layering stencil, and then finishing it off with the last layer with just that beautiful slippery and wet gold astro paste. It is just stunning. Now to adhere this onto a card, I want to trim it down a little bit. So I'm going in with a little guillotine trimmer, and I'm just going to go in and trim about 1/4 inch off of each side, but I'm only doing it on the 2 sides. So we'll leave the top and bottom the full length of the card, and this is just going to leave a nice white border on either side of the card project. Then to finish off the edges and give it a nice border, I'm gonna go in with my ink pads and the foam blending tools, and I'm just going to blend around the edges in the exact same spot that I applied the colors. So in this area where that pink ink is, I'm going to use the same prom queen color and just apply it right around the edges. Then when we go into the yellow, I'm going to bring in a little bit of shooting star, another domed foam blending tool, and I'm going to blend that in the area where we added the shooting star ink. And you're going to overlap it a little bit so you get that nice orange color, and then we'll blend it down into that blue area. And this just gives it a nice colorful border, gives it more of a finished look to the card, but also it'll draw your eye more towards the center of the card naturally. Because you're making the edges a little bit darker and you're leaving the center lighter, your eye is naturally drawn to wherever the lightest point is. So it'll draw your eye into the center, which is where we're going to add the focal point and the sentiment, which is a really great way to kind of help finish off the card. If you don't know how to finish it off, or if it looks like it's missing something, definitely try this technique. It's always been super helpful for me, and it looks really beautiful once it's all completed and blended out like this, because it kind of just gives it a nice little framed border, which I think is so beautiful. Then I'm going to adhere this onto the card using a little bit of tape runner. So we'll just apply it all around the edges. And then to apply this down onto the top folding card, I'm going to open the card, make sure you know where the fold is. I've adhered things backwards too many times. And then I'm going to apply it to the top surface of that fold. Because we're having only a border on the edges, it's going to line up perfectly with this top fold first, and then we can kind of lay it down and see if it lines up with the rest of the card. That's a nice even border on both sides, and then we can adhere it down. That's my favorite way to adhere a background like this, if it starts at the top and bottom like that, because then you're able to make sure it's gonna be nice and perfect before you really commit to it. And that looks stunning. I love that blended edge as a little bit of a border, and these 2 white borders on the edges look great. On this card, I want the sentiment to be the focal point, so I'm going in with the hugs and love you word dies. I'm going to pull out love you, and I'm going to pull out both shadow dies as well. So for the shadow of these words, I want it to be in the same Astro Paste color that we applied onto the background. So I'm gonna go in with this Slippery and Wet Astro Paste. I'm just going to use my finger to dip in here, and we're going to apply kind of a decent amount to my piece of white cardstock here, and just spread it over top of the surface of the cardstock. And with this, you want kind of a thick enough layer that you're not seeing too much white beneath it. So I'm taking quite a bit of that paste on the surface there and starting to rub it into that cardstock. All right, and I think that should be pretty good. Let's test it out and see if we have enough room. Yep, that should be great. And then we can dry this. I'm going to heat set it to help it dry a little bit faster. All right, then once this is all dry, we can place this right inside of my die cutting machine, and we're going to do our die cutting. So for the actual words itself, I'm going to die cut this out of my stark white cardstock. Place that down. Now for the shadow die, I'm going to go in on top of this slippery and wet Astro paste, line that up, and we can cut it right out of there. And then for the outside shadow, I'm going to use a piece of black cardstock. This is a piece of the alcohol ink black cardstock, which is so gorgeous. It almost has kind of like a velvet finish to it, but it's a really nice, crisp and dark jet black color. So we're going to cut this right out of that. We'll put this all in our die cutting machine and we're going to run it right through. And if you've ever seen one of my videos before, you know that this is the time where we stare at each other really awkwardly as we run this right through the die cutting machine for a little bit of awkward die cutting. All right, we're good to go. That was pretty awkward. And then we're able to pull all of this out. So that black piece cut out that nice big shadow. And then we have the die cuts out of our glitter cardstock that we created ourselves. I love that this matches our project perfectly too, and that none of the glitter comes off because some glitter cardstocks like to rub off on your fingers. And then we'll also pull out the actual love you words as well. And this should be pretty easy to assemble. All right, so I'm going to adhere these together using the Barely Arts liquid adhesive. So we'll just add a little bit on the back side of these words. And then I'm going to adhere it onto the shadow die. Now with this glitter shadow and this die set, you're actually going to adhere it to the left a little bit more, and this is going to create a shadow on the right side, as you can see there, which I think is kind of a cool offset look. So I'll just add that down, and I love how that looks. Then with the U word, we'll do the exact same thing. And I love that with this liquid adhesive, you have a second to move it around before you fully commit to where you want it. So you can get it perfectly aligned up on the left side there. Do the same thing here. I kind of just press it down first, and then I'm able to wiggle it around a little bit before that glue dries and make sure that it's perfectly aligned. All right, that looks great. All right, now I want to see, before we put it onto the black cardstock, I want to see what it would look like just straight onto the card. I think that looks good, but I think we need an extra something. So let's see what it looks like with the shadow. I love that we can sort of test it out before we fully commit. Going to place the words on there. You know, I like this, but I'm not in love with it. And I think that's a sign to switch it out. So let me try something else with this. All right, for this instead, I'm gonna go in with some Shooting Star ink, and I'm just going to blend this on my surface. And I think this is going to be a little bit better because it's sort of like the lighter version of the glitter color that we added down here. And it'll make a nice colorful background. I just feel like the black was a little bit too stark for me, but I love that we're sort of able to let you in on the card making process here and share those mistakes too, and what we're doing to necessarily like fix them or come up with new ideas. Because I think that's really helpful when you're stuck at home to think of some different things as to what you could do to sort of bring the card to a place where you're gonna love it. And I mean, now that we have to die cut twice, this is even more awkward. So I'll go in with that large shadow die there. We're going to place this right into our die cutting machine, and of course, run it right through. That one was a little quicker. All right, and I do like that better. It just is a lot brighter. It's a little bit more happy rather than using a black colored cardstock. But of course, if you liked the black, you could totally do that as well. So for this, I'll just take a little bit more liquid adhesive again, add it to the back of our word, and then we'll add it right down onto our die. And same thing with the U word, add some adhesive and adhere right down. Perfect. And then we'll add our sentiment right front and center onto our card. All right, I think that looks great. We'll adhere this down on some foam tape, and that pops the sentiment up really nicely off the cardstock. And this sort of lines up with that yellow strip of our card too, so I think it looks really good there with the yellow background, and I'm glad we changed it. I love this card so much, showing how to use that In Bloom stencil with the different ink colors, and then adding the Astro paste on top was gorgeous for this beautiful, colorful background. And then of course, finishing it off with that simple but stunning Love You word die, finishes it off very nicely with that bit of glitter on it, and changing it out for that lovely, bold yellow cardstock. I think this card turned out so stunning. All right, for this next card, we're going to need a craft sheet like this. This one repels water really nicely, and that's exactly what we want. Lots of different companies make this. This one happens to be from Ranger. We're going to lay this right down onto our surface. And then with this background, I'm gonna bring in several different colors of warm ink tones, but you could use whatever kinds of colors you want to. Here I have Love Struck, Prom Queen, Guppy, and Shooting Star. I'm gonna start off with the lightest color, which happens to be Shooting Star. And I'm just going to take my ink pad and start smooshing it down onto my craft sheet, using the edge of the ink pad to just get little squares of color in all different areas. Then I'll go into Guppy and again, just start applying some color down onto the surface here. And this craft sheet is really special because it has a sort of resistant type coating onto it that's different than glass or anything else because it sort of beads up the ink. And I'll show you in just a second, which is a really great property to have when you're doing this watercoloring technique, and it allows for a really beautiful result. So then we'll take a little bit of water and we'll start spraying down our background here until that starts beading up. And you can see those little beads of ink all over the surface. That's exactly what we want. We don't want it to be smooth across the surface like blended. We want to have these kind of beads of color, and then we're able to pick the color up really easily. So I'm gonna go in with my Stark White cardstock here, and I'm just going to lightly start tapping and dipping my cardstock through this ink and just sort of coat the surface of my cardstock with lots of color here. And once we've got a good amount of color on our surface, we can then go in with our heat tool and heat set this. Now you could use like a watercolor cardstock if you want the ink to sit on top of the surface a little bit more, but I happen to love the way that Stark White cardstock takes the water. It sort of absorbs it a little bit easier, so you're not left with a bunch of mess, but you still get all of the amazing droplets and patterns created by that watercolor inking. And the awesome part about this is you can see all that amazing like texture in there. That's from this craft sheet because it beads the ink in that really special way. It's going to give you all of that amazing texture there. All right, so we'll just heat set this until it's a little bit dry because then we can continue building our layers. If you leave it wet like that, all of the ink is going to blend together. Whereas if you dry it in between layers, you're going to get separate layers and you'll be able to see each layer of ink on your cardstock, which I think is so, so cool. Just go in here, make sure it's nice and dry. It doesn't need to be perfectly dry, but just enough that it's not going to blend with the other colors. And then we can go back in here and we can just start dipping this color in and lightly tapping it. And you'll see all that extra kind of water droplets that we're adding to our surface is what we're picking up in this second layer. And you can kind of lightly tap it onto the surface to get this sort of water droplets and start creating this pattern that is absolutely stunning. And then once you're happy with how it looks, you can then start heat setting this again to dry the layers. And I think I'm done with the inks and the watercolors here, so I'm gonna stop here. But if you want to, you can keep building up layers and keep creating more and more layers of those inks. But once you're happy with it, I would advise you to stop because sometimes you apply a little bit too much and then you might not be happy with it again. So once you're happy with it, stop, start heat setting, and then we'll move on to the next step once this is all nice and dry. All right, so this background is nice and dry and you can see all those gorgeous colors together. I love the sort of watercolor effect you're able to get, and with all of the little droplets that you can see in here, it really provides so much texture and dimension throughout the background. I think it is absolutely stunning, and it really doesn't take much talent or skill to get something like this. I'm not the best at watercolor, but this technique is super easy to get a sort of hand watercolored look, which I think is gorgeous. Now to finish this off and give it more of a mixed media look to the background, I want to go in with my stamp set and use this script area of the stamp. This one is so fun because it really provides so much texture to whatever you're creating. So I'm not going to apply this to an acrylic block or anything. I'm actually going to use it in my hand just like this. I'm going to take a little bit of that Prom Queen ink because I want there to be that nice pink color, and I'm literally just using the stick on my hand and kind of inking it up like this, and then I'll sort of take it and start stamping it across the background. Now the reason I'm not applying it to an acrylic block is because I don't want this stamping to be perfect. I actually want it to misstamp. I don't want you to be able to see all the edges. I don't want you to be able to see the whole font. I just want little bits and pieces throughout the background to create this kind of mixed media look, which I think is so gorgeous. So that's what's really important to me about using this font stamp. We don't want the whole thing. So you can of course apply it to an acrylic block if you want to make it easier, but that is why I'm stamping with just my hands. I can kind of use my fingers to apply pressure to the actual parts where I want it to stamp. And it stamps beautifully on your card project. We can keep kind of doing this all over the background until we get it filled in really nicely with what we want. Now I can also go in with a different color. So I'm gonna go in and just sort of wipe this off. And this time I'll go in using a little bit of Slippery When Wet, which is this sort of mustardy color. And I'm going to stamp in some of those yellow areas with that font as well. So I love that we can go in with several different colors of ink to apply different intensities of the sort of script font that's going throughout this background and just continue to stamp it. Now, I will say that when I am stamping the script, I do still want it to be upright. So I am still stamping it in the same upright position every time. I'm not kind of doing it at angles like this. That makes it look a little too messy for my liking. So I just stamp it upright and I'll sort of choose different areas where I want it to stamp in place. All right, I think that looks good. I don't want to overdo it too much, but I think I really like how this is coming along. All right, once I've done all of that stamping, I'm then going to build up this background even a little bit more. So I'm going in using a little bit of mint tape because I want to hold this background down onto my surface so that it doesn't shift while we do our stenciling. And then I'm going to go in with my In Bloom stencils again. This time I'm using a layer number 2. You'll know what layer it is because it has an etched number down in the corner, which makes it really easy to help line things up. So I'm just going to line this up on my project like this. And then I'll go in with my mint tape to hold it in place for when we do the paste stenciling. All right, now for this layer of stenciling, I want to go in using Frostbite because this is going to be clear. So it's going to give us the look of these florals. When you sort of tilt it in the light, you'll be able to see the glittering, but it won't cover up any of the design that we already have on the surface, which I really appreciate. So I'm going to go in with this. Look how beautiful that looks. It's like a whipped little frosting there. I'm going to go in with the paste. Again, apply it down to the top surface of our cardstock here. Nice and easy. And then we're going to go in with our scraper tool and start scraping it down. And we'll just slowly work our way down on the cardstock to get this all filled in with our paste, nice and easily. And then you can scrape off any of the excess once you're all done. Then we can put any of the excess back into the jar. Now, if you worked it a little bit too much, you might see some of the ink color come through onto this paste. If so, don't put it back in the jar, put it onto a separate piece of cardstock so you can use it there and maybe die cut out of it. But if it's not contaminated with color, you can always put it right back into the jar. Seal this off, and then we'll go in and clean off all of our tools once again. All right, then we'll lift this off and check out how beautiful that stenciling is. Now it looks kind of white and cloudy right now, but trust me, we didn't ruin anything. We'll set this off to the side to let it dry, and it'll be see-through in a matter of no time, and it'll be so beautiful. All right, again, for this stencil, I'm just going to take this and submerge it in my water, and we can clean those in a little bit, but that'll just help remove all the glitter without sort of tearing up your stencil at all. All right, and once that paste is completely dry, check out the background. I'm telling you, these florals kind of blend into the background, especially on camera. But in person, you can see that amazing kind of sparkle that it has there. I don't even know if you're gonna really catch it down in these bottom corners. I'll try to kind of film it on my iPhone because I know that sometimes that gets a better view. All right, yeah, you can definitely see it a little bit better on here. It kind of has that crystallized effect all throughout the background, but yet it still picks up on all the amazing ink and texture that's underneath it. I think that Frostbite Astro Paste is so cool and unique, especially for all the other Astro Pastes. This one is clear, whereas all the other ones are opaque, and it gives such a cool effect when you use it over top of a background like this. All right, for this, I'm going to cut down the background a little bit so that we have a border all the way around. So I'm just cutting a 1/2 inch off. So I just cut this down to be 3 3/4 by 5 inches. So you have a nice white border all the way around it. And again, it should be no surprise to anyone what I'm about to do right now. I'm just going in using a little bit of those same exact ink colors, and I just want to darken the edge. Again, this is kind of my specialty. I do it because it gives it a lot more of a finished look, and it'll kind of draw your eye into the center. I love it. So I just kind of follow the same colors that are already there. So the ink colors where I had pink, I applied the pink down. And then here where there's a little bit of that shooting star color, I'm gonna go in with that same shooting star ink color and just darken out the edge just a little bit. It'll really draw your eye into the center where we're gonna add the focal point and make it give a nice, beautiful finished look. I love that. It's game changing. It just gives it kind of a little bit more of a finished edge. All right, now let's go into the stamp set here. I'm going to use this large floral image from the Into the Garden stamp set. I love this one. It's so beautiful and detailed and ornate. I'm also gonna use the little butterfly that looks like it's about to land on the floral. I think that one is so cool. And I love the sentiment that says, spread your wings and fly. So I think that's the one I'm gonna do for this. So I'll just add these down onto some Simon & Hurley Create acrylic blocks. And I love my acrylic block sets because it comes with 2 in 1 pack. You get one that's really great for little sentiments like this, or like a little butterfly. But I love that these are long blocks because even though this image is nice and small, I like that you can kind of hold it from both sides and still see the image perfectly in the middle of it. So that's why these blocks are included and so awesome as well. So whenever I want a really clear, crisp, and jet black image, I like to go in with the VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink. I'm going to ink this up, and we'll stamp it right down onto our stark white cardstock. All right, and I mean, check out all of the insane detail that's inside of that stamp. It's so cool. It looks like an etched looking floral with all of those little lines. It gives it so much detail and shading without me even having to do anything, which I think is awesome. That vintage effect is really in right now, and I'm super inspired by it. I'm gonna go in with this butterfly and stamp that down as well. Gorgeous. And then last but not least, we'll stamp down a sentiment, which says, spread your wings and fly. And I think that is so encouraging. And I love encouraging cards because you can really send them for any time in life. I mean, I always need encouragement, and so it just makes anyone happy to receive a card like this. All right, now I like to go in with clear heat embossing powder. This is because that VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink is a pigment ink, so it takes a little bit longer to dry. I like to just throw over the clear heat embossing powder to help set it in place, and it'll also give it a little bit of a shine. Now I also like it because it'll keep your watercoloring in, and we're going to watercolor next, so it makes it a little bit easier if you struggle with your color bleeding outside of the lines. And we'll heat set this until it's nice and clear and shiny. All right, now to do my watercoloring, I'm gonna go in with some Simon Hurley Create inks in all of the different colors that I used throughout the background so it'll coordinate nicely with the card. And I'm just going to smoosh these down onto my craft sheet so we can use this as sort of a palette to lift the colors off of. And my inks watercolor really beautifully, so I can't wait to show you how they work. And then I'll just spray down a little bit of water. I prefer doing this than having a cup of water because I know that I would spill it personally. And then I'll just go in with a Ranger paintbrush. I like this more than a water brush because I can control how much water I'm adding down to the surface. And I just like to start off by adding down water to your image to kind of get it ready and prep the cardstock for taking any of the color. This will also help because if you apply the color right down to the surface without anything, it'll sink right into the cardstock. Whereas if you apply the water first, it'll help kind of smoothly blend the color across the surface and you'll get a much smoother colored effect, which is really great. So I'll just go in and add some water all over around my floral image. Super easy to do, and you can see it's nice and smooth because of all the water we applied first. And then I'll go in with a little bit of color. Here I'm using some Prom Queen, and I'm just going to drop this color in kind of where those lines are. Those lines are really helpful because they act as kind of an area where the shading would be. So I'm just gonna drop some pink in there and it'll create kind of a nice color blend on the surface of this floral, kind of like a two-toned looking floral, which I think is just gorgeous. And then I'll go in with a little bit of Love Struck too. We wanna add an even darker color and just apply that right to the centers of all of these different petals. Beautiful. All right, and that is looking beautiful. Now for the leaves, I'm just gonna go in with some of my greens here and apply that down to the leaves super easily. And for the butterfly, I'm just gonna use a little bit of yellow and some more pink ink to add down. All right, and check out how stunning that coloring looks once it's all complete. I absolutely love it. And then I'm gonna go in and cut these out. Now there's no dies for this set, but it is really easy to fussy cut these out. So I'm just gonna go in with my Fiskars Spring Assist scissors. I like to start off by cutting around the image first so I have less cardstock that's going to get in my way when I'm cutting. And then I'll just go in with my Fiskars Spring Assist scissors and leave a little bit of a white border all the way around the image as I cut it out. Now the awesome part about these scissors, which I really appreciate, is that they spring back out at you so your hands aren't gonna get tired, and also I find that it gives me a smoother line as I'm cutting. Because you're not doing the work to kind of open your scissors and make a jagged line while you're doing so, I find that I get a much smoother cut. Now also don't worry too much about your cutting and it being so perfect. I like to leave a little bit of a white border, and this helps so I don't have to get into all the little tiny details. I can kind of skip around them by leaving that little bit of a white border, and nobody is going to notice. This also ensures that I don't have to be perfect the whole time, and leaving that little bit of a white border is going to save me from kind of going over some of the black lines or anything like that. So like in this area, I'm gonna skip out on going into that detailed area, and I'm just going to skip around it. So that's why it's helpful to leave that white border around the image. Now I know a lot of you are probably hating me right now because a lot of you hate fussy cutting, but I swear this isn't super difficult and we'll get through it together. But let me know in the comments down below what you guys think of fussy cutting. Do you like it? Is it the bane of your existence? I would love to hear about it and chat with you guys about fussy cutting down below in the comments. And if you have any questions, leave them there. I can hopefully try to help in the chat as well if you have any questions, but fussy cutting is pretty easy. It just takes a little bit of a practice to get a nice smooth line around the image, but once you got the hang of it, you should be good. And I do have to say, if you struggle with fussy cutting, I do recommend trying these Fiskars Spring Assist scissors. They've been game changing for me. I used to really struggle with fussy cutting as well, and these really changed the way that I do my cutting and make it a lot easier for me. So I highly recommend them. They should be helpful. All right, and once it's all cut out, it should look something like this. Then we'll follow suit and do the exact same thing with the butterfly and sentiment. And don't worry, these ones are definitely just a little bit easier to fussy cut out. The butterfly is a pretty simple and smooth shape, which makes it nice and easy. And I'll do the same thing with the sentiment too. Now, some people like to leave their sentiment on just a rectangular strip of cardstock, which you could totally do. That's totally okay. I do like to fussy cut it out, mainly just because I feel like it gives it more of a finished look to it. So that's why I'm gonna go around the edge and fussy cut this out too. But if you want to just leave it on rectangular cardstock, that's totally fine and totally up to you as well. Now let's adhere everything together. To adhere this background down, I've applied some foam tape down from Altenew to pop this background up off the card. So we'll just peel off the backing sheets on all of these. And then we're going to adhere it down onto our card. We'll make sure the fold is at the bottom. And I'm going to add this right down. Now we get one chance to center this down. So I'm just going to look above, make sure everything's nice and centered, and then we'll adhere that down. And I think that looks great. It gives it a little bit of dimension. And if anything was warped too, it will kind of unwarp it with the stickiness of that foam tape. We'll apply down our floral, which I think is going to sit right down here in that area. I want the butterfly kind of flying up to it, looking like it's about to land. And then I want the spread your wings and fly sentiment, I think right there. That looks pretty good. And for these images, we'll apply a little bit of foam tape on them as well. I've been loving this foam tape from Altenew. It comes on a really big roll and you're able to cut it down and it's not like too sticky that it will gunk up your scissors. So it's been really nice for me and using on projects like this. All right, then we'll adhere that floral down on the foam tape for lots of dimension. And we'll do the same thing with the butterfly and the sentiment. Make the butterfly look like it's about to land right there. And then we'll add the sentiment right above like that. I think this card looks absolutely gorgeous. I love that sort of mixed media background that we did by creating it with some watercolor, doing the stamping, using that script stamp, and then applying the paste right on top. That clear Frostbite Astro paste is so beautiful and gives such great glitter and texture without taking away from anything on the card. It sort of just looks like texture in the background, which I think is beautiful. And then finishing it off with this gorgeous floral image is really stunning. I love that in the garden stamp set and that sort of vintage vibe that it brings to the card. It just makes the card look beautiful. All right, for this next project, I actually need this smaller stencil again, and you can see most of that glitter is completely removed from the stencil, which is really awesome. We can kind of wipe off any of the excess if we want to from here, but this really cleans it off super nicely. So I highly recommend using a little tub of water like this in your craft room while you're working with your pastes. And you'll just want to dry it off, and to dry it off, I'm just going to blot it with a paper towel like this to get it nice and clean from the excess glitter and any of the water that's on it. All right, so I'm back with my sticky mat here. I'm going to lay down my piece of stark white cardstock again, and then I'm using this third layer of the In Bloom layering stencil. Again, you can see just how clean it is from laying it in that water. That's super helpful. Then I'm going to place the glossy side down facing towards the sticky mat again so that no coating peels off of my stencil here. And I'm just going to place this right down onto my project. And then once it's lined up, you can place it down into the sticky mat to hold it in place really nice and easily. For this first layer, I'm going to go in with my Prom Queen ink. I'm going to use this large blending brush from Ultimate again. Again, because there's so much detail in the stencil, the blending brush is going to be super helpful with all those little bristles. It'll get into all of those details very nicely. And I can just go in and blend through this whole layer of the stencil using the Prom Queen ink pad. So we'll just go in and blend all throughout the surface of our cardstock. Now I love to use warm colors for florals, so you're seeing in today's cards, I'm using pretty much the same combination of inks, but you can always switch it up if you want to, using different colors like purples or blues or greens. It doesn't really matter what you want to do, but I also thought that I would keep it nice and simple too, so that if you have a smaller collection of inks, or if you're purchasing inks for the class, that you'll only have to buy a couple in order to make all these card projects work beautifully. All right, so then we'll go in and I'm just going to lift this stencil off the surface super nice and easily. And then I'm going to lift up that sticky mat, set it off to the side for just a second while we clean off our stencil. I'm gonna spray this down with just a little bit of water to clean it off. And then I'll go in with a cloth or a paper towel and I'm just going to start blotting the surface. You don't wanna rub because there's so many points in the stencil that it will definitely catch on. So I just like to go in and dab nice and easily until it's fully dry. And then I'll move to the opposite side and make sure to clean that off too so that nothing transfers on our surface and our stencil is perfectly dry before the next layer. Because for this whole card, we're actually just using this one stencil. So I'll bring back in that sticky mat and then I'm going to take the stencil. This is how we started out and I'm going to actually shift it to the left, kind of in between, and then we'll also shift it downward just a little bit. So just like that is how we're going to have our stencil shifted. And it'll line up right in between those florals. All right, then once it's perfectly aligned, we're going to place it down into that sticky mat. You can see we went left and then down a little bit here. And that's gonna make room for one more floral at the end. So that's why we shifted it just like that. And then I'll go in with a little bit of guppy for this second layer. We'll bring in our orange blending brush for this layer, and then we can go in and easily blend all throughout the background. Now I'm actually going to skip this top layer of florals first. So you can blend the rest of the background before we blend that top layer out. And I'm just going to go throughout and easily blend. Now if you want to complete this pattern, because it doesn't go all the way to the top, we're going to remove our stencil just like this, and we can actually just take our stencil, we had it like this, and shift it upward to line up with the rest of those designs super easily. And this is going to make it so that we can easily blend in this top layer and fill everything in and not have it just end suddenly in the background. So you can see it fills it in beautifully. It continues that design really nice all throughout the background. Then again, we'll shift this off to the side. We'll use a little bit of water to clean off our ink super easily by just blotting it onto the surface. And that Simon Hurley ink removes so easily and beautifully with water. It's really no big deal to clean it off like this. All right, and then again, we're going to skip the mat for this last step because we're going to use pastes. So what I'm going to do is just go in and clean this mat off. You'll want to spray it down with a little bit of water again, and just use a paper towel or a lint-free cloth to easily wipe off the surface again. All right, and instead to hold it down this time, I'm going to loop around a piece of mint tape to hold it right down onto our surface like this. And then we'll go in with our stencil again. Now this time, this is where I started with the pink one. I'm going to shift it to the left and up just a little bit like this. All right, once that's all lined up, we can go in with our mint tape here. And I'm going to tape off that bottom surface first. And I'm just going to tape all around the background so that we can do our paste again. Again, when it comes to paste, I like to use a little bit more tape than usual, but again, it's all up to you how you want to do things when you're working. I just find it holds it down nicely and less paste seeps underneath when I use it like this. You can also use like a spray, like Pixie Spray, if you want to spray the back of your stencil and make sure that all of this is stuck down. But sometimes I don't love the residue that it leaves on my stencils, so that's why I like to just use a little bit of extra tape and make sure it's nice and stuck down on all sides. And here I'm going to go in using a little bit of that slippery and wet Astro Paste. I tell you, when I named these products when I was 16, I never thought I'd have to saying it so many times. And this one, slippery and wet, is the biggest tongue twister for me. So say that 6 times fast and see what happens. For me, I can barely even say it once. And I'll pull out a little bit of that paste on my palette knife here. We'll apply lots of it at the top. And then we're going to use our scraper tool again and just scrape this all down the background nice and smooth. And again, the more paste you have at the top, the easier it will be to disperse this throughout the whole background and make sure that it's nice and smooth. And then we can take any of the excess off of that tool and put it right back into the jar once we're all done. Super easy to do. And then again, we'll go in and clean off all of our tools before any of the paste dries on here. We'll lift off our stencil, and that gives us just such a beautiful background. And also, once that yellow dries, it's going to be a lot brighter and more of an intense kind of golden yellow color. It's gonna be beautiful. But I love how we were able to use the stencil in a completely different way using just that one layer of the stencil and get this sort of beautiful kind of sporadic floral design all throughout in 3 different colors. All right, then again, we'll bring in our amazing tub of water. We'll just submerge this down into there, and that's going to leave it nice and clean for until we're done crafting and we can clean these out. But I love this solution. It works really well and I highly recommend it. And once that background is nice and dry, check out that gorgeous gold color once it's completely dry. You can see all of the glitter so beautifully on there, and I love the 3 different tones we were able to get throughout the background. Then I'll adhere this right down onto my card base using just a little bit of tape runner. Then I'm going to adhere this down onto my top folding stark white card base, center that up with a nice white border all the way around, and adhere it right down. All right, then for the sentiment for this card, I'm gonna go in and use the hug sentiment. So I'll peel off all the different parts and pieces for the hugs and shadows. And for this one, I wanna do it with the 2 different tones that they have here. So with the darker shadow and then even darker all the way around it. So that's what I'm going to do here. And to get that look, I'm gonna make my own colored cardstock so that it matches perfectly with my project. I'm starting off with Prom Queen on my blending brush, and I'm just going to blend a nice soft background like this. That looks great. And then for the darker shadow, I'm gonna go in and blend a much darker area of color. And it doesn't matter if it's completely perfect because we're applying lots of color down in here. So any of those harsh marks will get covered up, but we just want a really nice saturated piece of cardstock that we can do our die cutting from. That looks great. And I love that it's the same exact tone, just one darker and one lighter. So it's gonna work perfect for this sort of layered die cut look. So this is also really nice because if you don't have tons of colors of colored cardstocks, this can be a really great way to make your own and have it match your project perfectly and also get different shades of that color. All right, and it's time for a little more awkward die cutting. We're going to use the regular Hugs board die, and I'm gonna cut that out of some stark white cardstock. And then for the shadows, I'm going to place this down. And on the packaging here, the darkest one is the most outside shadow layer. So for the most outer shadow, I'm going to use that darker pink color that we blended. And for the middle shadow, I'm going to use this lighter pink color. We'll place this right down. And again, do a little bit more awkward die cutting as we run this through our die cutting machine. All right, then all these bits and pieces cut out perfectly. We have the Hugs board, which of course you could just use this by itself too without all of the shadows if you don't want to. But I do love that these are included because it really makes it kind of stand out on a background if you use the shadow pieces. Whereas if you just use the word, sometimes it's hard to make it stand out of a really colorful or busy background. Okay, then I want to adhere these word dies together. So again, I'm just going to use a little bit more of this Barely Arts liquid adhesive and apply it down onto the back of the Hugs word. And then we're going to apply it again towards the left side of this die cut. So just apply it right down towards that left side and it'll give it that really great shadow look to it. It really adds a lot of depth and dimension to this die cut. And then from there, we'll go in and apply a little bit more liquid adhesive on the back of the Hugs board, and we'll apply it right down onto this larger shadow die. And that just creates like the coolest 3D looking die. I love all 3 layers and how they build together to create this wonderful dimensional looking sentiment. It's super cool. And then to finish off this card, I want to add some butterflies, and let's do a dragonfly down on this surface as well. I think these little insects are really cool to include in the floral stamp set, and these work really well as kind of a secondary focal point where you have the sentiment kind of being your main focal point, and you just want little things to sort of embellish it. That's where these insects and little butterflies really help to fill in the rest of the card. So I'm gonna go in using VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink again. I'm going to ink these butterflies up. and we can stamp them right down onto our card. And then I love this one with its wings spread open. Going to stamp that down, and I'll actually stamp that one twice. And then I'll stamp down this beautiful dragonfly image as well. And there's more insects inside of that set if you want that bumblebee as well. But I love these guys. They're perfect for this card. And all of that floral background to have little bugs flying on it is going to be so fun. All right, then I'm going in with some clear heat embossing powder. I'm going to open this up. And we'll throw a layer of clear embossing powder right over top of the images. And that's going to set the ink right into place. And then we'll go in and heat set this until it's nice and clear and shiny. All right, then to color this in, I'm going to use some of those same colors that we used in the background. So some shooting star, some prom queen, and we'll go in with a little bit of guppy as well. I don't want to introduce any new colors right now because we've sort of already finished off the card and these are just an embellishment to it. So I'm sticking with the same color scheme here, and then I'll go in with a little bit of water in my spray bottle again, spray it down onto the surface, and then we can go in with just straight water first to start coloring in these butterflies and get them ready for the ink. And then we can go in with a little bit of ink and easily go in with a wash of color on the butterfly images. And we'll just color them with several different ink colors. Here I used a little bit of guppy, and then I'll go in with some prom queen to kind of shade the center and add a two-toned look to it. I think that looks great. Then we'll go in and wash this butterfly in with some water, and I'll go in with some of that yellow shooting star ink. And we can easily color that one in as well, nice and bright. And for this one, we'll use a little bit of guppy, which is that orange color for the center of the butterfly, to blend that together. And then for this one here, we'll go in with a little bit of pink ink, so that light wash of prom queen all throughout the butterfly. And then to darken it up in the center, I'll just use a little bit less water, and we'll go in with the same prom queen color, which kind of gives it that darker effect because we used less water to it, which creates such a great blend. And then for the dragonfly, we'll just add a little bit of yellow to its wings, and again, shade in with just a tiny little bit of orange. So super easy coloring on these images, but like I said, I really wanted to follow the exact same color palette that we used on the card because we don't want to introduce anything new right at the end like this. Then again, to cut these images out, I'm going to go in and do my fussy cutting again using my Fiskars Spring Assist scissors. Again, just kind of leaving a little bit of a white border all the way around the images. And these butterflies are really easy to cut out because they're just a nice smooth line all the way across, and there's not too many little jagged edges in them. So it makes them nice and simple to cut out. And we'll just follow suit with all of the butterflies and dragonflies that are on this sheet. Just go in and do a nice detailed cut all the way around the butterfly image. All right, for the placement, I kind of want this sentiment to be front and center like this. And then I want this butterfly to almost look like it's about to rest down on that sentiment. I think that's really fun. And then I thought that these butterflies would look good kind of just fluttering around the card. So I placed one more in the corner like this, and then one more kind of in the center like this, fluttering on by, because then it's kind of like staggered. You have 1, 2, 3 on all different segments of the card and on different planes here. I think I'm going to decide to leave the dragonfly out. It just felt a little bit too crowded. You could also put the dragonfly there if you wanted to and have it just be like a bunch of little insects flying. But I liked that the butterfly could be pointed out in this direction like this, and it gives some continuity to have all butterflies. So for the sentiment, I applied a little bit of foam tape to pop it up, and I'm going to place the sentiment right on the front and center of the card. That looks great. All right, and then once these are all in place and ready to go, I like to kind of line them up before I put an adhesive down. I'll just put a little bit of the foam tape right in the center here, and then I'm going to apply it down onto the card. And the reason why I only apply the foam tape to the center is so you can kind of fold out its wings like this and give it a little bit of dimension on the card if you want to. And I'll follow the same steps with the other butterflies as well, applying some foam tape onto it and adding it right down onto the card. I love that this one looks like it's about to land on top of that sentiment there. And then last but not least, we have this butterfly, and we'll apply it right down on some foam tape on the center of our card down there. All right, then I also wanted to go in and add a little bit of glitter using the Astro Paste in this Slippery with Wet color. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to just take it right from the lid here because there's enough in here. And I'll just go in with my little paintbrush again and apply a little bit all over these butterflies. Now, a really little bit of this glitter paste goes a super long way, especially when it comes to coloring in the images, because we don't want to cover any of that color up. We just want to add a slight bit of the glitter on top of it. So to do this, I'm just dipping my brush in, getting barely any paste on there, and we'll just kind of swipe it onto the color there. And it adds a little bit of glitter all over the image, which creates such a beautiful effect. So I'll do this all over all 3 different butterflies, and it gives them such a sparkly appearance. And I love that you can see all of the individual flecks of glitter all over the butterflies. And what's so cool about this is none of the glitter will come off on your hands once the project is complete. So that's the really fun part about the Astro Paste, is you're not working with like a loose glitter that's gonna get everywhere or get all over your recipient's hand. It's gonna be nice and clean once it's all dry, because it has that kind of paste base to it, which is going to hold all of the glitter in there once it's completely dry, which is amazing. All right, once I'm done, I'm going to seal off this container then. And then to clean out the brush, you wanna make sure you clean this out right away. You can either take it underneath the sink, or if you have just a water bottle in your craft room, just spray that down nicely and make sure that all of the paste gets out of that brush. If you leave it in there, it's going to be kind of crusty and you won't be able to use your brush next time you wanna use it. So definitely clean it out right away. All right, and there is a finished look at those dried butterflies. That Astro Paste is so gorgeous, and again, once it's dry, none of it comes off in your hands, and you can see just how stunning it is. I absolutely love once it's dry too, that cloudy finish goes away, and you just see all of the individual flecks of glitter that are so shiny and stunning. Here's a look at that finished card. I love that we were able to use the In Bloom stencil, but only use that 3rd layer and kind of shift it around to get the 3 different color florals. I think it's such a fun and unique way to use your stencil. So definitely check with your layering stencils, because you can kind of use them in different ways than they might be intended to get your own unique look from them. And then of course, finishing it off with that really great hugs die with all those shadows was so fun, and it gives a great 3-dimensional look to the card. And these in the garden images with those butterflies are a great way to finish off the card with a smaller focal point, because you don't always need something so large. I love that the sentiment kind of makes its own focal point, and these are kind of there to embellish them, and it looks really beautiful in the end. All right, thank you guys so much for joining me for my SBC Fest class today. I had so much fun teaching you guys all about my new Astro Paste and using that amazing exclusive stamp set and beautiful stencil set along with you guys to share 3 really easy card making projects. I can't wait to see all the projects you are inspired to create by this class. I hope you'll share them with me on social media as well. I can't wait to take a look at them. You can also share them in the Scrapbook.com gallery, and I would love to check them out there as well. This was so much fun crafting along together, but my time here is done, but there are still so many talented instructors left in this event. So definitely stay here, because there's going to be so many new things to learn and some amazing projects to see coming up next. All right, bye guys.
Oh my God, Becky, look who's back at SBC Fest. Me, Laura Evangeline, little old me, the other Laura. Welcome to my craft room office, little slice of heaven, crafty heaven here in Middle Tennessee. You, my friend, my crafty friends, are always welcome to craft here with me. I'm so glad to share this time with you. This is my favorite crafting time of the entire year. I wait so long for this to come and happen, whether I am teaching or participating. I just love it. I can't get enough. Okay, if I keep talking, I will run out of time. I have so much stuff to share with you. So if you're ready, let's get crafty. For the life of me, I could not decide if we should be making a winter card or an autumn card. So, hot dog, we're just going to do both. I hope you have your supplies ready and your homework done, because we're off to the races here. Our card fronts, these 2 panels here, measure 4 inches by 5 1/4. So that's a 1/4 inch smaller than our A2 card base. I'm using mint tape here. This is a low-tack tape to mask all the way around the edges of each of these 2 card panels. And let me see here. Oh, you know what? I got a little something there. If you're a Halloween girly, I do have a spooky version of this card to share with you as well. I think I'll give you a little peep at that here in a little bit. But first, let me get these 2 panels taped off. And you know what? If you're somebody who likes written down instructions, especially when there's a bunch of measurements, or I'm going to show you some variations on colors and supplies, then I have a PDF download on my blog for you. So you don't have to worry about writing down all these measurements if you're just one of those that's watching now and you want to go back and create later. I totally get that. That is often how I watch the videos. So here we go. Now let me see. I think this is the 1-inch tape. Yep, we got it. That is 1 inch, a 1-inch wide mint tape. So I have a 1-inch border masked off of each of these panels. And if you're going to do the Halloween version later, it starts out the same there as well. So let's see, what do I need first? So winter, I'm going to use my Distress Oxides. It's okay if you use other inks. I like the oxides because they have a special quality where I can splatter some water and create some kind of snowy background effects. I'll show you here. And let's see, we're going to start out with, here's the sample so you can see which direction I'm going. In the lower left, I have Cracked Pistachio, which is kind of a minty green. Let me get my little blenders here. These are all the pretty colors that we're using. These are the Scrapbook.com handles. I've just spray painted them because I love rainbows and I'm a cuckoo bird and I always get my ink handles mixed up and I end up messing up my projects. So I gave myself a little help there by color coding them. So I've got some Cracked Pistachio I put down in the lower left corner, about 1/3. Now I've got some peacock feathers and I'm going to throw this down the middle. Not too worried about blending a whole lot just yet. Then I'm going to give a little swirly swipe in the upper right hand corner with Blueprint Sketch. So let me get a little bit of this on here. I love these oxides. They go on so quickly. I don't have to fuss with them a whole lot. I'm going to blend out the edges here just a little bit by going back with my blender tools. I'm not adding any more ink. These inks are just so easy to work with. I don't really need to. And just kind of buff those colors together. And let's see. It does not have to be perfect because I am going to add a little bit of splattering and stenciling on top. And as they dry, they do kind of settle in as well. So let's see here. What do we have up next? This is water. And I'm just going to tap on a few drops. Like I said, this Distress Oxide ink is a little bit magical. Now I can take a paper towel and just press it on top and it will lift that color away and it looks like snow already. To add even more snow, I have my glitter brush here. This is the clear one. Squirt out a little bit and I'm just going to kind of tap it over. Now we have some glistening. And then for even more effect, I have the white luster brush. By having 3 different tones of kind of a snowy background, it kind of makes it look a little more 3D. You get kind of dimension. The water droplets were kind of muted in the background. We have some glistening drops, and then we have some bold white drops more in the foreground. I love how this looks. And even more so, I want to add a deeper snowy splatter effect. So I'm going to take that deepest blue that we used, that was a Blueprint Sketch, squished it down onto my glass mat, and I'm going to tap it here with just an old empty water brush. And let me make sure I wipe all this away because I will make myself totally messy. I don't know if you caught last year, I got ink all over myself and had to give myself a bib mid-video, but today I came prepared wearing an apron. Maybe I should have put that in the supply list for my class. Does everybody else wear an apron? Do you make a mess? Are you a messy crafter, clean crafter? I don't know. I'm curious. Let's see. Stencil time. Now, I went over a few stencil options. This one is the Peppermint Winter Stencil. I do have a little bit of moisture here, so let me blot that up. Then I'm going to take my stencil and find where I like those snow. Where do I like those? Right. I want to get the little bit of edge from each one. And I'm going to tape this stencil in place just a little bit here. And I've got my Cloud Whip. I talked about this in our homework video. And, oh, I'm almost out. I really need to get some more. And I'm going to take this and just kind of swipe it on over. I'm not going to go too thick, although a lot of times I do like that look. However, I know that I want this to dry by the time we get to wanting to start assembling our card. It does dry pretty quickly, but you do need to make it kind of thin So let's see here. Just swipe, make sure I'm getting down in the crevices of each of these before I lift it up. I'm gonna wipe that off real quick so I don't get a crusty spatula later. And for the peel and reveal, let's hope it looks, yes, okay. Oh gosh, that looks so pretty. Okay, we could just leave it just like this. It looks so yummy, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, I want to make just a whole bunch of panels just like this. But I'm an extra girl, so I got my glitter there. Oh gosh, I just love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Now let me grab a scrap piece of paper so I can have a little place to dump my glitter and catch it. This is a chunky, white, clear, sparkly glitter. Just a little extra if you're into glitter. And I'm gonna let that, yep, let's get that all over the paste. And then, and shake it on off and let's see. You know, I should have peeled that tape off first. If you haven't peeled your tape off, you maybe should go ahead and do that. Or if you're someone who has inky fingers and you're scared of getting your inky fingers all over stuff, maybe leave that little protective layer on. You know, I just can't trust myself sometimes with my inky fingers. Like a self-sabotage. I got that, dump that glitter back in there. That's still good. And now we are ready to set this little puppy aside and let it dry while we move on to the other one. Oh, so pretty. Okay, let me pull out our autumn one. So this one, let's see what our ink colors are. Now that little pad there I have to hold my ink pads, that's just one of those silicone mats from Scrapbook.com. I cut it down to fit inside of one of the little lid trays. So here we go. I like how it kind of suctions to the glass mat and without me having to rip it up. So here we go. So you got all my colors there. I'm going to start again with cracked pistachio, and I'm going to go again just down in one corner. I'll just swipe this on over. That color, oh, it just goes on like butter. Okay, dried marigold is up next. Oh, no, fossilized amber. I like this one. Let's go all the way, kind of corner to corner, swirly, swirly. Not making my swirls too big because I want to cram kind of a lot of colors in this little bitty space. I want as many colors as I can fit in here. And then I've got dried marigold, and I'm going to put that in the upper right here. And let's kind of buff those two colors together. And I will go back in here with my other blender tool and buff those colors in. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Perfection is not the goal here. The goal is joy. Perfection is negotiable. The joy of creating is not. So here we go. Let's splatter on some water again, just as we did before. And I will blot this up with my paper towel to lift some of that color off. Let me grab that paper towel here and just do a little bitty blot and lift. And I love that part. That's like magic every time. And this time I'm going to add some splatter with the Distress Spritz. This one is fossilized amber, which is, you know, the ink that I've just used, but it comes out so perfectly golden. I love this. It doesn't have any color in it. It's just the mica. So the water, the liquid carrying agent in here is not going to color anything. You just get that sparkle. And again, I'm going to go in with my white luster brush and add a few of those splatters. Generally, I like at least 3 colors in my splatter. I think it adds more dimension. Let's see, should I add another color? Should I go crazy? Of course I'm going to go crazy. Let's see. This one is worn lipstick. I don't have an abandoned coral or kind of other pinky color just yet. I really hope Tim comes out with some more colors. Has anybody heard? Has he kind of given any hints as to adding more colors? I hope he does. Let's see, let me clean up just a little bit before I go on. And I'll go ahead and blot up any excess moisture because his magical sprays there didn't have any kind of dye ink. It's just the mica. When I lift up the moisture, the mica is left behind. Now on my sample, I used glitter pops. And then I also pulled out these Simon Hurley pastes because you know by now, I can't ever decide on anything. I want everything, all the things, all the time. So I used glitter pops on the first sample. So I showed you how that kind of looks. And this one is the lunar paste. I'm going to go ahead and do this version with this. So you can see two different ways, two different kind of looks, and they're both, I just know, are going to be beautiful. Let me grab a little spatula here, and I'm going to go ahead and swipe this over the entire stencil. This is the Autumn Breeze stencil, and let's see here. I really want a nice thin layer. I want to get into all the crevices and openings. This will dry semi-sheer, so again, does not have to be totally perfect. I love how this paste kind of catches in the light. It's going to be so pretty. Let's see, I have a few more little spots that I want to get in here. And let's see, what do we think? There we go. And you know, with the autumn card, I don't mind it being kind of a little more uneven. I think it adds to that autumn rustic distress look. Oh gosh, again, beautiful. These pastes can do no wrong. Look at that. Ooh, shiny. Yes, that's what I was going for. I love that. So we got to set that aside to dry as well. All right, let's get the cap back on this little baby so we don't dry out. And let's see. Oh, this was, that color on that one was Cross My Heart, the Cross My Heart Solar Paste. There is a golden color and there's an orangey color as well. So I think all of those would work. All right, let's get all clean up here so I don't sabotage myself and smear any ink anywhere. I am now ready to take my die cut pieces and place them on the sticky mat I have here. This is a waffle flower sticky mat in my MISTI. I want to start doing some ink blending. And you know what? Some people don't want to do their ink blending here for fear of staining, or you know, if we do some splatter, maybe you don't want to get any crusties on your little sticky mat. So sometimes I'll take a piece of mint tape like this and I'll just stick my little pieces on here. And I fold it over the edges to give myself a little handle, and there we go. Now I have a temporary little disposable sticky mat for these little pieces like this little stump here. Now if your stump has wandered off, you are stumpless. Don't worry, I think your card's gonna look just fine without it. I'm always losing little pieces like that. And when we get around to adding our sentiment, you may not even notice the stump so much. I'm gearing up here to do some ink blending on my little tree. And I have evergreen bough pulled out and pine needles, and I'm using a smaller brush to shade these in. You could just color these in with a marker or just do them all over with one color. But you see here I've got a lighter and a darker shade. And I will start with, let's see, the darker shade. I have this is the Waffle Flower 0+ shader, the double-ended one. I'm going to add color here to the top of each layer. This is the darker color on the top of each layer. And the reason I'm going with that is when these will stack up, you'll have the darker layer tucked up under or deeper into the tree. Then on the tips of the branches, you'll have the lighter colors. Let me ink these up before I go on to add some snow, so these will match the background. You know what? This would be so cute in pink. You know those retro ceramic little pink trees? I think they come in all kinds of colors now with the little lights on the tips of the branches. Oh, I have to make a pink version of this now. Okay, little stumpy stump. We need that guy to be brown. And just grab a little dauber here and just a little pounce on that guy. That was quick and easy. All right, let me put that ink away. And now Maybe I'll grab a little tray here. That way when it's time to dry, I can set it off to the side. And let's see, snow, splatter. What shall we do? I've got some Cloud Whip here, and let's get that guy going. Now you could spatula this directly onto the tips of your branches, but that might be a little fussy. Or maybe I'm just lazy. So I'm just gonna dunk these guys in here. Just the tips. Let's see if I can focus so you can see. Just the tips here. And we will go and just do a little chunky dunk right into the glitter to pick up a little bit. There you go. Cuteness. All right, let's go on to the next one. Let me not tear it because I'll tear everything. I just rip it on up. So Laura, be careful. Don't go crazy. Give a little dip, dip. Dip, dip. Watch me, nay, nay. Wait, that's not dip. That's rip. Dip, whip. No, that's whip. What's the dip song? What's the dip song? I can't remember now. Oh, when I dip, you dip, we dip. So that's what we're doing with the glitter, right? There you go. That layer's all cute. Now let me try my spatula. Maybe that will be my friend. Yep, there you go. Thank you, spatula. Grab my little tweezers and let's give her a dunk. We're gonna make her beautiful. Make her shine and sparkle. Just like glitter. I think that's how that song goes. I'm one of those people that gets all the lyrics mixed up. All right, let's dip her there. Dip, dip. Okay. Now, let's see. Let me put that lid back on so I don't dry out. And, oh, yep, gotta put the lid on the glitter because I will throw that and dump it everywhere. And now let's add our splatter. So I'm doing the same thing I did before. So this tree's gonna match the background. I've got my clear shimmer. Just add a little tap tap all over the tree. And then I'm gonna grab the white. This is the white luster. Squeeze a little bit out. I don't need too much. And tappy tap tap. Let's get it on there. Oh, I'm not getting any taps on the top. Oh, I'll just add a little dot. Little dot. I guess my dots are a little big. I'm heavy-handed. Let me grab a little paper towel and I will blot up my little puddles I made before I set this to the side and go work on our little flower die cuts. All right, so let me move this out of the way and I'll get my little sunflower die cuts. This was in the homework. So I have 2 petal layers and then I have the little circle dot thing. What is that called? My mind is drawing a blank. The center of the flower, what is that called? You know, I'm at the age where my mind firmly believes I'm 29, my humor suggests I'm about 12, and my body possibly died in the Civil War. So you gotta have to be patient with me. I'm from the 1900s. I get pimples and wrinkles all at the same time. Okay, let's see. So here we have 2 different color versions. I wanted to give you some options if you're not a pink gal like I am. So I have spun sugar and dried marigold options. So here's your 2 options. If you want to go with the orange one, use dried marigold here. If you're going with pink, I'm going to go with spun sugar. This layer here, I'm going to go all over with my lightest color. So there we go, all over both layers with my lightest color. Then, whether you're going to do the orange version or the pink version from this point on is going to be the same. So here we go. Now I'm going to take the next layer, which is saltwater taffy. This is my mid-tone, and I'll get this all inked up. Now this top one is going to be my back layer of the flower. So I'm going to ink blend the mid-tone almost all the way out to the tips of the petals. For the second flower, I'm going to keep this color a little more towards the center. This way, when they stack up, I'll have more shadow on the rear layer than the top layer. So now I can go in with the abandoned coral, which is my deepest shade, whether you're doing the pink or the orange. I need to tap off that one. That one picked up a lot of color. And then I'm going to just swirl just here ever so slightly in the center, keeping in mind the flower center is going to cover up a good portion of this. So I do want to blow that color out just beyond the center. And for the rear layer, I'm going to blow that color out a little bit further. So there we go. Can you see how the top flower, which is the rear one, is darker further out towards the tips, and the lower flower, the darker color, is more concentrated toward the center. For the flower center, I'm just going to dab on a little bit of brown. It was craft paper, and since this is an embossed die, I'll just get kind of 2 tones of that brown automatically. And let's see, I'm going to start, let me put this in here so I can do some splattering. And you know what, I'm going to splatter maybe different colors on the flower center versus the petals. So let me create 2 different splash zones here. I'll put the petals in this little tray and grab that one. And then the flower center, our floret disc, I'll put over here to this side. Okay, let's pull out my mica sprays again. And oh, nope, that's picked raspberry. We were going with worn lipstick for this card. Let me give it a little shake, get the mica going around. Oh, I also need to do my water. Oh, where's my little sprayer friend? Let me find you. There you are. Let me give a little tap, tap, a little splash, splash, a little bit here, and a little bit here. A little more. More is more, more is better. All right, and a tap, a dab, a little dibbly dab, and now, oh wait, I also did the clear shimmer. No, wait, I need the gold. We need the Distress Spritz in Fossilized Amber. There we go. I'm trying to make it match the background that we did. So let's see, we'll give a little tap tap over each of these. And I think the gold will look good here over the brown as well. Give that a little splatter. Making it look cute, making it nice. Now I'm ready for a little bit of this white. And I think this will look good over both the brown and the pink or orange. Give a little tap there. All over. Want to get a little bit going. I'm kind of keeping in mind that things are going to be layered up and somewhat covered in certain spots. Now I can go ahead and go in with my worn lipstick. And I'll go over just the flower petals, not the flower center, the floret disc over there, the brown. And let's see, I think that's looking pretty good. I got a couple little smudgy petals here. Let me tap those off, give them a little dab. That way they can set to the side and dry. All right, I think that's doing pretty good. Got a little smudge here. Where are my tweezers? Those guys walk away from me. Oh, here they are. So I can add that to the drying tray and set it aside to dry before we go on to the next step, which is preparing the card bases. All right, clean up just a tad. And you know what? Before I go on to the card bases, I want to show you a couple options. So if you want a colored base or if you prefer a white on white, and so maybe it's a good time to show you the Halloween version. So here you go, spooky little bats. I thought I could squeeze this one into our class, but I had to make some tough decisions. I still wanted to share it with you though. And I'll have all the stuff, all the colors listed again, like I said, on my blog. I'll post this in the gallery. So here you can see all the different seasonal versions I created. And this version you can see is a white on white card base. So here you go. I've got a colored card base and I have a white card base. So it's up to you if you'd like to go on to this next step where I'll show you how I create a custom colored cardstock to match my existing ink blending. I have 2 card panels here. These are flat panels, A2 size, so 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. You could ink blend directly to your folded card base, but there's a risk of getting the inside inky and smudgy or color bleeding through, so I'm going to just stick with the card fronts for now. And I'm pulling out oxide colors that I've already used on the previous ink blending. So for the winter card, I have peacock feathers, and for my autumn card, I have saltwater taffy. So let me grab my little ink blender tool here. And you could just flip the pad over and swipe directly to the card base. However, I like to use my ink blending tool for a couple different reasons. One, that's the same tool, or the same paintbrush, if you will, that I used on the previous blending. So it's going to give me the same strokes or the same blur effect, the same saturation of color. So I'm going to get more of an exact match, while my attempt here was to make custom colored cardstock to match. So by using the same tool and the same technique, it's going to be more of a match here. Also, when you do direct to paper with these distress oxides that are heavy with pigment, it's going to take longer to dry. And I am, I'm on a time crunch today. So I'm just doing light thin layers so we can keep on moving. Before I switch over to saltwater taffy, let me wipe off the color here of the peacock feather so I don't accidentally pick some up over here. And I'm just going to go around and do the same thing to this card front here. Just go all the way around the edge. Do you guys use this technique, or do you prefer to use solid colored cardstock? Do you like the white base layer, the white matte layer? I feel like everybody's probably got a different preference here, and I'm curious what everybody likes. So there we go. That's pretty quick. Maybe I need a little bit more over here. And just a little more here on the top, just in case. And there we go. We have it. Now I can go ahead and put these away. Let me wipe this off just in case. Am I turning this into a cleaning video more than a craft tutorial? I feel like every 5 minutes I'm cleaning up here. That's good though, right? Do you clean as you go along, or are you just chaotic and making a mess everywhere? I feel like if I don't clean, then I make accidents and I lose things. Okay, anyway, I've pulled back out my die cut flowers here. They were slightly damp, so I did blot them off with a paper towel. And now I'm kind of thinking about how they're going to layer up. Do I want to use foam? I think with all the other dimension I have, I don't need any more foam, so I'm going to apply just a little bit of liquid glue here in the center before I attach the top layer to the base layer. This way I can kind of fluff up each of these petals, and I'll still get some dimension. And then for the center, I'm going to attach that directly as well. So let me go ahead, add a little bit of glue. Well, is that a lot of glue? A little bit, a lot of bit. Not too globby. And we can go ahead and set that in the tray to dry. A little block will help keep some weight on that while it dries. And let's check out our tree. Let's see how that's doing. Is this dry? Let me see. Yeah, it's dry. That was pretty quick. Let me peel each of these off so I can start to layer these up. I got a clean mat in there. And here we go with the base layer. A little bit of glue over the top there. Then I can set down the next layer and so on. I really love this little tree. And I like that the layers are totally separate, so you can kind of customize if you want bigger or smaller trees here. In fact, this die would be so fun if it was made in a jumbo size. Can we put a little request in there to the SBC design team people to make this die in a jumbo full card front size? It's just so cute. It's one of my absolute favorites. Okay, now for the back, let me pull a little piece of tape off of here from one of my trash pieces. Kind of like a steri strip that we use in the medical field. We put little pieces of tape over wounds so they can heal. Holds things together while the wound heals. So sometimes I do that on the back of die cuts just to keep things in place while the glue sets. I'll set that here to the side and let it dry. Oh wait, let me show you. Look how pretty this looks. That snow is looking very, very snowy, very textured and sparkly and just pretty. Okay, I think we have all of our pieces ready here. We have our card fronts. Go ahead and pull out your card bases if you have those. A2 card bases. Mine are top folding because I think we are ready to start assembling our final card. I have 2 card bases, and the first layer on top of those will be our card fronts, our matte layer here. Whether you chose to use solid colored cardstock or you made a custom ink blended version like I did. If you chose to go with white, then you can skip this step here because maybe you're just going to end up putting your stenciled layer right on top of your white card base. I'm just going to add a little bit of this double-sided adhesive tape. I love this tape. It's super strong. So when it comes to holding on my card bases to the fronts like this is where the money's at. There we go, and it tears so easily I don't even need to use scissors. Go all the way around the edge. I'm getting as close to the border as I possibly can, so that way I don't have any loose edges once I put the card front on. I can get the backing off of this adhesive tape and prepare to stick this to the card base. And I'm going to pull out my MISTI here in a second to show you how I like to line things up to ensure that my card base and my card front are perfectly matched. Because when you just stick it on top, sometimes it gets a little off. So I'm going to use the corner lip here in my MISTI. You could probably do this with a like a score, what are those called? Scoreboards. You're just going to place the folded edge of your card base into the corner, and then grab your card front, line it on up into the corner, and press it on down. Now, the main thing here is to make sure that the folded corner of the card base is on one of the edges. This way, if you have any excess hanging over, like I have a little bit here, where the white is showing, when it comes time to do some trimming, it's not on the folded edge, so you're not going to have to cut the folded edge and ruin the whole point of the card, the folding part. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the backing off of the other one, and I will do the same thing to add this one to the card base. Make sure my folded edge, there we go, is going to be down in the bottom, or it could be against the side, as long as it's up against the edge. Take that sticky panel, push that down into the corner, and press it on out. And let's see if I have this matched up perfectly. Let me pull this on up and see. Yep, the top edge is perfect. And do I have, yep, I have a tiny bit of hangover on the bottom. So I can go ahead and trim that off here. So let me grab my trimmer so I can get these trimmed up just a little bit, trim the hair off of these, so we don't have any white showing on the card fronts. So just a little sliver off of this one. And yep, there we go, that one's good. And my other one here is great, but yeah, also not very good. So it needs a little haircut as well off the end and off the side before she's beautiful and ready to go on to the next step. So let me get this little trimmed here. And let's see, check that out. Okay, looking good. So our card bases are ready to go. Let me put my little trimmer away. And I'm going to look to pull out our die cut pieces. The glued layers should be all set and dry now. Let's see. Yep, mine is pretty dry. So I'm going to go ahead and take these guys and start to prepare them to be attached to my card. So let's pull out some foam strips, and I'll start attaching those to the back of my elements, each one of these, and I'm going to trim them down to size. I love these little strips. They're my favorite because I can just grab one if I want something super skinny. I can grab 2, 3, 4, 5 at a time if I need a thicker strip. And the rolls, oh man, I really struggle with those. I go and I buy some here and there, and then I remember that I just don't like having that big roll or the giant tape guns. I don't know what about it is. They're just too big and bulky for me. I really love the strips. I can cut them down. You can put them in the trimmer. They fit in my drawer. That's another thing. When I get the rolls and I try to put it in my drawer, and then I go to open my drawer later, and it gets stuck in there, like the silverware drawer or where all your utensils are in the kitchen, and something in there is just too full. It catches and you can't open the drawer. Doesn't that drive you nuts? It drives me nuts. It drives me bananas. All right, I'll stop talking about bananas and drawers. And add some liquid glue to the back of my little die cut here and pop it on to this little vellum circle. This was in the homework. This is a 2 1/4 inch vellum circle. It could be a little bigger, a little smaller, that's fine. Now, the flower I put right in the center of the vellum circle. And for the Christmas tree, I'm going to raise it up a little bit off center of the circle because I'm planning to put a little sentiment strip underneath. So that's why I pulled my samples there so you can kind of see where I'm going with this. And for my sentiment, I have the sticker book here, this Christmas sticker book. And I just need to figure out what sentiment. I think I like this one, the most wonderful time, or no, maybe fa la la, or let's see, jingle all the way, everything I ever wanted. I love the little silver embossing on here, the little silver foil frames, let it snow. Okay, I'm just gonna go back with the first one. This was my first instinct. The most wonderful time. And although I don't have a sentiment on my autumn card, you can see here one would look great in a lot of different locations. But I'm just going to do a sentiment over here on my my winter version. So I need to go ahead and pull off the backing for this little tree here so I can prepare to put it on the vellum circle, just a little bit of liquid glue. The vellum is a little bit slippy, so I do like to add a little liquid glue, and then I can slide it on around until I get it in the spot I like before pressing it down. Now for my little sentiment strip, I think I need a little bit of foam here. That one's a little bit short. So let's see. I think I could fit 2 wide on this one. So let me grab 2 little strips, add that to the back here. There we go. Now I can trim it up and it will be ready for me to attach to my vellum circle as well. And you know, I gushed about how much I love these strips. I didn't tell you, these are the 1/8 inch wide, and I put OG. These are the OG thickness of the strips because they have come out with a 1, 2, and 3 millimeter thickness. So now I have all these choices of my favorite strips. Let me just get this attached on here, nice and low and even before I flip it over, and I'll add some foam to the back as well. You know what? I did not ask. How rude of me. Are you creating Christmas or winter cards right now? What holiday do you celebrate? Do you make cards for? Or do you make cards for other holidays for your friends? Or do you create autumn cards, Halloween? What's your jam? What's your vibe? Tell me, share in the comments. I'd like to know what everybody's into. I love all the different types of holidays and celebrations that we share together through card making. Let's see, I do have a couple little spots where my petals are potentially going to sag down, so I'm going to add a little bit of foam underneath there and then keep on going with adding my foam on the back. You know, your adhesive is like a good bra. You need that support. We don't want anything drooping or sagging here underneath. So I'm going to add a little bit here and a little bit there, wherever I see some drooping that needs support, because I do want to send this in the mail and I want it to survive and look nice upon arrival. All right, got some more strips here for the back of my tree. Now I want to point out on my samples, you see I have that white twine going across. So the foam I'm adding here to the back of these, I am kind of thinking about leaving open a little channel so that way my twine is not underneath the foam where it will kind of add extra bumpy lumpiness. So let me just finish this up and add a little bit more foam. I'm loving seeing all the different kinds of holiday celebration cards everyone is sending. Let's see here. Goodness, yeah, some people probably even going on into making their Valentine cards now. I do always hope to make a bunch of Christmas cards in time to send them out and other holiday cards. But you know, every year it just sneaks up on me and I'm not prepared and I don't have as many ready as I want. So here you go. You can see that little channel I left open on this one. And here I have a little channel there. So that way when I attach this to my card front, I will have room for that piece of twine to go through. All right, it is time to check on our panels. Let me pull, I have the autumn one here. Oh, it is looking so nice. Let's see, I'm gonna pull the tape off, see if I got anything tearing. I'm gonna go as slow as possible. It is typically recommended to pull your tape off before everything dries, so it comes off a little bit smoother. I left mine on there a little bit longer than I thought I would, but I was also, like I said, scared that I would mess up this nice white section. So far, everything is peeling off quite nicely though. Oh gosh, it looks so pretty. It looks like a little piece of art. We could go ahead and mat and frame this just like this. So pretty. My wheels are starting to turn about all the other color combinations and stencils and seasons that we can do with this same look. Now let's see how it's going to look with our little card base here. I love that color combination. Ah, it's glorious. If yours isn't quite dry, you can hit it with your heat gun or set it to the side and let it dry a little longer. You can use a heat gun to kind of speed this one along. And let me pull out the winter version. Let's see, move some things out of the way here. And ready for the peel and reveal. I'm going to go slow and pull this back on itself as flat to the surface of the card panel as possible. There we go. So far, so good. Oh, that side doesn't want to come up, so let me try from this side. And peel. Let's see. Ah! Yay. It's looking really good. I really love this. The cracked pistachio with the peacock feathers and blueprint sketch is just so yummy. It's a beautiful winter sky, and look at that glitter sparkle and the dimension that Cloud Whip is giving. It really does look like snowflakes, like lots of 3D layers there, like you're looking through a little winter window. Okay, so now we have everything starting to come together. Let me get some of this glitter out of the way. My paper towel is damp, so I can pick that up easily. And then I'll shake off my card here into the trash can as well. Any excess now will be cleaned up and out of the way. All right, so you know what? I do have a little bit of a paper tear down here on my card. So I'm going to use this sand eraser and just kind of buff over with a gentle hand until the little blemish is gone. There we go. Now we have our layers and pieces ready to go for the winter card and the autumn card. The next thing I'm looking for is the white twine, because I'm ready to go ahead and add my little belts to each card. Now, ordinarily, I would go ahead and wrap my twine all the way around the back and just tie a quick little bow. But if you are someone who struggles with making bows so that they're nice and tight or where you want them, or maybe you even just don't want to use as much twine, this does use less twine since you're not going all the way around the back. I'll create just a little belt for each card. And then from the end of my twine roll, I'll make a little bow here. Make sure I have it nice and tight, how I like the little ends. Fidget with it just a scooch here. And once I have it how I like, now I can go ahead and trim it off. So my card looks like I have a piece of twine, a single piece of twine wrapped around and tied. But sometimes it's not really. I just have a little independent bow and a belt. And you'll see here, let me fiddle with this one, pull it tight, and trim the ends. There we go. Now I have a little bow and a little belt for each card. This one's a little bit long, so let me give it a little haircut. So she's ready for the show. There you go, my dear. You are ready for the card. And there we go. I'll set my twine off to the side. You see I only have a couple little scraps here left over. And we can go ahead and flip the card fronts over and attach our little belts. Let me make sure mine is dry before I flip it over to the back. Let's see, where would I like my belt? It's about 1/3 of the way up from the base. And then I can use some of this leftover recycled mint tape here. You know, I have a grid on my mat here, so it'll help me make sure this is straight. I'll tape my twine so I know it's nice and even and straight. Then I can go ahead and wrap around the tails around the back, add a little bit of mint tape to hold it in place on each side. And then let's flip it on over and see. I don't need these little temporary pieces. And let's see, is that looking even? I think so. Okay, let me save those little pieces of tape because I can use them here again. Now before I attach this to my card front, my card base, I'll go ahead and you know what, I'm adding more foam. Did you think I wouldn't add more foam? Of course I'm adding more foam. And really I kind of think maybe you need it here because if you attach it directly to your card base with that twine kind of wrapped around the back, you may get kind of a lump down that section. So by again creating a channel for that twine to go through with my foam, I will have less of a lump. And speaking of lumps, I put this little piece right over the twine. So let me scooch that one on over and I can put it right here. There you go. That guy can go right in the middle. And then I'll just keep on going all the way around the border with my foam. And then I will fill in the middle section just a little bit so there's no drooping or sagging. You know how I feel about droopy cards. It's not my favorite at all. All right, I'm going to keep on going around this one. I know this is the super exciting part, but it's totally necessary. We got to do it. Okay, let's see. Got to put a little here, a little bit of there. Build it up a little bit more. So let's see. While I'm doing this, I'm gonna bug you a little bit more and ask you, where is your favorite place to spend your holiday? Do you like to go on a big trip? Do you like to see the snow? Do you like to go where it's warm? Do you visit family? Are you tired of family by the time you get to Christmas and you just want to spend it with your household or by yourself? What do you do? What's your favorite? You know, we were military for most of our, I guess, you know, the past 20 something years. So we, now that my husband is retired and I'm no longer in the military, we really, really enjoy staying home. For so many years, we would travel and have to go back home and see family. I say have to, like it was mandatory torture or something. It wasn't at all. We missed home, you know. But now that we have our own little family, and let me put this on the card, make sure I get it here in the center, and press it on down. There we go. And now I can repeat this stuff over here on the other card. But, you know, we spent so many years overseas or just really far away from home that we ended up traveling so much that now we just we really like to stay at home and enjoy each other and our break from school and work. And I'm going to go ahead and attach my little vellum embellishment here. I added a little bit of liquid glue so that way as things dry it will grip and lock into that texture and paste and glitter that I have underneath. I just need to make sure my twine is going through the channel I created and my sentiment is nice and even before pressing it down. And then for my little bow, I just need to add a little drop of glue behind the knot. And now I can set it exactly where I want. So I didn't have to fuss or anything with getting my tied bow in the right spot because it's kind of a little faux cheat there, huh? Let's see, I want that ribbon to go underneath my little bow because I don't know if you could see from that angle, but it was sticking up kind of funny. So I just tucked it on underneath there. All right, let me hold it up so you could see. I mean, it's pretty well, I think it could be done at this point. But look here on the sample, I added these little gems. And then on the other one, the white on white, I have a little bit of stitching around the edge. So, you know, you've got some different options for embellishments, but really I feel like you could be done here. So let me go on over here to my other card and I'm going to repeat all the same steps to get our autumn version of the card situated with the foam and the bow and attaching the little sunflower to it. If you were interested in adding stitching, this is where you would go ahead and do that. You just want to stitch through a single layer of cardstock before there's any adhesive or extra bulk added. Very rarely will I stitch through, because I do machine stitching, very rarely will I do stitching through more than just one layer of cardstock. Sometimes I'll do 2 layers, like if I want to attach vellum to something. That's one of the fun ways I like to attach it where the adhesive won't show, is just some cute little stitching, or if I make like a pocket. Another thing to be wary of when machine stitching is stitching through wet mediums, or mediums that might be heavy with glitter that might flake off, as those can also kind of gunk up and get down into your machine. If you look through my Scrapbook.com gallery, you'll see I stitch on a lot of cards and I've stitched through a lot of different mediums. I would feel pretty good about stitching over solar paste once it was dry, but probably not the Cloud Whip with that chunky glitter on top. Before I keep going on and on about machine stitching, is that something that you're interested in? Do you already do that on your cards and scrapbook paper? Or do you have a machine and you just haven't used it for paper crafts? Maybe you use your machine for fabric crafts. Maybe you don't have a machine, but you are interested in buying one. Do you have any questions about the type of machine you should have, or needles and thread, tension, different machine stitching patterns? I will stop going on and on about it. So you let me know where you sit with machine stitching, your interest level, your experience, and what questions you have. And if you would like maybe a whole video dedicated to just that, and we can answer all those questions. I felt okay about leaving off any extra gems or sequins with the winter card, but this autumn version is telling me I need to add a little bling. For my sample, I used some pink fresh pearls, and now I've pulled out some Spellbinders self-adhesive gems. I love these. They come in lots of colors. I am also a big fan of the little doodlebug ones, and Honeybee makes some really pretty packs with lots of gorgeous colors. Let's see, where should I put these? I know a lot of people go by their little triad or W kind of design placement for their gems, and I love that. Sometimes the gems are just telling me that they want to do something different though. So I just have to listen to the gems, and maybe I need a little extra. I need a little more. I mean, who am I kidding? I don't just sometimes need a little extra. I always need a little extra. So what camp are you in? What team are you on? Are you sweet and simple? Do you keep your gems classy and minimal? Or are you a little more wild and loose like I am with your gems? Let's see, gotta put this one here. And more. Gotta have more gems. These little teeny tiny ones, I don't know anybody that makes these little teeny tiny ones like this. Just as Spellbinders, man. You guys are getting into the details here. And I'm loving it. I love the variety of sizes on here. I just have to, they're definitely not ones that I could pick up with my finger. I need a little craft blade or little tweezers to get those. But I think sometimes the beauty of our cards lie in all of the little details. This card from a glance looks like a clean and simple card, but we know all the details and all the work and all the little layers and things that we've added to get to this point. Okay, I've got one more little gem. Where am I going to put it? Trying to listen. Where does the gem want to be? Where would you like to live? Right there? All right. Oh, let me squish down my little bow again. I keep lifting that guy up. Okay, it's starting to come together, and I am looking at the clock, and I see I am running out of time, but we're in the home stretch. I just need to add the foam to the back of this card and attach it here to the card base. So while I do this, I'd like to remind you to check out the description box below this video, because you'll find the link to the Scrapbook.com gallery, where I will be uploading lots of photos of all the cards I created here today and all the supply lists. I also have a printable version of this class with written instructions, as well as all the measurements and color combinations that I shared today for the autumn, winter, and Halloween version of my card. You'll find a PDF download on my blog post for today's class. If you're enjoying this video, if you're having an awesome time and you want to show all the instructors, your classmates, Cody, Laura, and the Scrapbook.com team that is working so hard for all of this to happen, then why don't we give this video, of course, a like, a share, and a subscribe, but fill those comments with hearts. Let's give the Scrapbook.com team a lot of hearts so they all know how much we love and appreciate them for doing this for us. I know it takes a lot of work and it's a free event, so their dedication and work is unbelievable. I just want to thank you so much for letting me share my crafty time and your crafty time with me today. I really hope to create with you again very soon. Until next time, stay crafty.
All right, those were some amazing classes, but before we get into chatting about them, let's do a $100 Scrapbook.com gift certificate and give it away. So Cody, let's ask them a question about the classes.
Yeah. Are you a fan of mixed media, or do you like to keep things more clean and simple? Let us know in the live chat right now.
And we'll be right back.
All right, we are back, and those were two amazing classes to kick off SBC Fest.
Yeah, amazing. So fun to learn all of those techniques.
Oh yeah. Simon Hurley, his AstroPaste truly are magical.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Love,
obsessed.
Love,
yeah.
Love. They're really a lot more fluffy than I thought they were going to be. So I really, really enjoyed working with them. And I love that he showed his different techniques and how to use them and to add just that extra sparkle and shine.
Yes. And if you've never used AstroPaste before, when they dry, they are so bold and vibrant, like the red and all the other colors, they're amazing.
I know, I remember when we went live and we were showing them for the first time and we were both like, oh, our minds were like blown about how beautiful and sparkly they were when they dried, because it was powerful.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also love that he used his stamp that's only available here at Scrapbook.com for adding texture. Like he used this and then, all these other elements that he used on his cards. It was truly amazing. I love the vintagey kind of look. So that was really great.
Yeah, a really great stamp set, really great AstroPaste, fun to use though. So if you hadn't used them and you used them for the first time in Simon's class, tell us what you thought. I really, really, really enjoyed using them. Shall we show the card that we made?
Yes.
Okay, so here's the card that I made. I'll do close up here actually so you can see that sparkle and shine. Look at that sparkle. That stencil was so fun to work with. And I love that he did the lighter layer, then the darker layer, and I did the triangle of colors just going down this way and changing it up, and then just added, this was from my class, this will be from my class coming up. If you got my kit, and I used this stamp and die for the center of this card. But look at how beautiful and fun. And I could make these in mass production so that I can do a bunch of Christmas cards. But I was in love with that Astro Paste. Look at how shiny that is. So fun.
Yeah, and I love the color blend.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Really good products in his class. What did you make, Cody?
And then I kind of followed more along Simon's, class. I did the same thing. I also put Astro Paste on a piece of paper and then die cut that once it dried to get that background look. So yeah, this was super fun.
Gorgeous tag, Cody. And I loved the yellow behind and then you used the Astro Paste to create that second layer like he did too.
Yep.
Love that. Really good techniques from Simon.
Oh,
really appreciate his teaching skills and sharing that with all of us. So thank you so much, Simon. If you all were in the class, I'm sure you all enjoyed chatting with him. He's so much fun. So thank you again, Simon.
Yes.
All right.
And then next up, Laura Evangeline.
Laura Evangeline. Her class was so much fun.
She's a hoot.
She is.
She's so funny.
What did she say? She said, hot dog, we're going to make both. I love that. Laura, you were so much fun, and we truly enjoyed your class. So thank you.
Yes.
All right. What did you think about her class? What did you create?
I did this tag. So I used Jamie Pate's kit to make this because I'm like, oh, that'd be fun to, use those products. But I did the same thing. I can use this as a winter tag or something.
How did you get those silver dots on there?
That is Distress Spritz.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You have like perfect circles.
I practiced.
Oh, Cody's getting good at this. I love it. That looks so pretty. And then the stencil on the background.
Oh, and this is Simon Hurley's Solar Paste. So I don't know if you can...
Is that with the stencil,
yes.
snowflake stencil?
Yeah, that's in Jamie's kit. So it's a very...
Close up. Oh, right there, close up.
Yeah.
Right there. There, you can see it. It's very subtle, but it makes a big impact in the... there we go.
Oh.
I think if you go... that right there.
Oh, yeah.
See that? Oh, my goodness. Gorgeous, Cody.
So,
Good job. Okay, well, I did something similar to hers. I did the ink blending in the background with the stencil, the snowflake stencil. I used some chunky glitter on top of the cloud whip once it dried, and then created this little vellum sentiment, Deck the Halls, and the ribbon I used red and white stripe just to make it Christmassy. Loved her techniques. Loved all the ink blending that she did. How she used the mint tape to mask. That was so fun.
Yeah, and what was also really cool is that she had ink swatches on the paper before she was creating it. So she had all of her inks on the paper. She knew what it was going to look like.
That was helpful.
I thought that was really cool. And how she layered up the splatter. So like I did the same thing, the inks, then the distress spritz and the oxide sprays.
Yeah.
Oh, she used glitter brushes, stuff like that. So that was really cool to layer up those little flicks of things.
Yeah, she did. And one thing that I thought was really cool, she cut down her silicone mat to use that. And so if you have one of our silicone mats, she cuts it down and uses it. I do the same thing. It's so nice to have little pieces to pull out and use, and they're easier to clean because you sometimes don't need a big area. You just need a little area, and then to put your ink pads on so they don't move.
That's what I was going to say.
It's so good. I love that she shared that technique too.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, and she dipped the little tree into the cloud whip.
She did, which I said dunked.
Dunked, yeah.
You said
like
dip.
a Dunkaroo.
Dunkin' Donuts dipped it. Hey, we were on the same page, yes. And then I love that she did the vellum too. Vellum just adds a nice touch to your project. So love when they use vellum.
I know, and it was really fun because on this tag, I just so happened to have a 1.5-inch circle punch, and it fit that die perfectly. So when stuff like that happens, it's like, I can't do it. Yeah.
I hear the angels singing.
But yeah, so that was really, really fun. I loved her class so much. 2
really good classes to kick off our SBC Fest September 2024. We are just so grateful and already excited. We're ready to go to the next one. So what's next, Cody?
Next, we have Dana Joy, and then following Dana's class, we have Juliana Michaels.
Ooh, it's gonna be good. Are you all ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, put your seatbelts on. Let's jump in the plane and let's go.
everybody, it's Dana, and welcome to SBC Fest 2024. I'm so excited to be one of your instructors today. So the first thing I want you to do is just take a deep breath and relax. This class is going to be fun and exciting, and remember, I'll be in the comment section the entire class in case you guys have any questions for me. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the supplies that we're going to be using today, and let's go ahead and have fun. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So I want to show you very quickly when I'm prepping for a class, what I do. I like to use these zipper pouches. Now, this one is from Altanu, but I do believe Scrapbook.com has a version of them as well. This allows me to keep everything contained in one bag, so I'm not running around my room trying to find products that I want to use for a card. So everything that I need to create this card is going to be contained in these zipper pouches. So let me first pull out the color and show you what we're working with. Since this is a fall card, I decided to go with more muted color palette. So for today's card, we're going to be using Distress Oxide inks. So as you can see, I have about 2 of each color beside the yellow and the brown, but this is a very cohesive palette. So if you want to stick to a fall color palette, I would suggest going with more muted color tones. All right, let's go ahead and set this aside and see what else is in our bag. So within the bag, I also have many blending brushes. The reason I have many blending brushes is because I have to get into tight areas. Now you see I have rainbow stripes on the bottom of these, and that's just because I am using Distress Oxide inks, and that shows me which blending brushes I have for those. We also have some dies. We have a beautiful stencil. And then we're going to be working with some mixed media paper. This paper from Scrapbook.com has become one of my favorites because it's great for blending inks. And I also like to have a reference piece. So I went ahead and did the stenciling beforehand just so I would know where I wanted to place my colors. If you just want to go rogue and do it while you're designing, that is just fine too. I just like to kind of have something off to the side so I know where I want to place my colors, and I don't have to worry about how I'm going to lay everything out a little bit later. All right, since we have all this out the way, let's go ahead and start creating the card. All right, so to create the card, I'm going to use a grip mat here, and that's going to allow me to keep my paper in place. Now for homework, I asked everybody to cut down some card panels to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. So we have a couple of stencils here we're going to be using today, and these are layering stencils. So I'm going to start with the one that says the large petals. Now, I don't believe that there's any wrong or right way to use these, as if you started off with the smaller petals. I just found out starting with the larger petals made it a little bit easier to line everything up. So I'm going to press that one down first, and then I'm going to grab some of my mint tape to put this at the top. So I'm going to be able to just kind of swing this stencil out of the way and place down another piece of cardstock. So we're going to be making 2 card panels today because we're going to make 2 cards. Next, I'm going to come in with my lightest ink here. Now, when I put down this ink, I'm just going on with a light hand. Now, you can do this as heavy as you want it or as light as you want it, totally up to you. And you can pick the areas of the flower you want and make them whatever color you desire. Using these smaller brushes, it really does allow me to get into the smaller areas and kind of pick out where I want to place this first color. Now, with using Distress Oxide inks, you know, they go on very, very smooth. But again, if you used Scrapbook.com inks, Altanu inks, Hero Arts inks, it doesn't matter. But what you do want to have is a light version of that color and a darker version of that color. So 2 shades, or 2 colors rather, with 2 shades. Next, I'm going to come in with my lightest green, because remember, I have a light green and a dark green for this. using, again, a small blending brush, this is going to allow me to put this color wherever I want to. Now, remember, in card making, the biggest thing I can say to you is do not stress. Have fun while you're creating in these classes. Don't be intimidated if you start something and you're like, oh, I'm not sure. Keep working through the process. Because remember, we're just using paper and ink here. If you're not satisfied with it, guess what? Now you have a practice piece, right? Now you know, like, okay, I didn't like how these colors went together. I need to move on to something else. But just allow your creativity to flow and not get caught up too much on the details. We want these classes to be fun for you, but also be a learning tool that you can bring in card making a little bit later. Now I'm going to switch to my gorgeous yellow color, but I am going to clean up some of the areas that I had the pink. Just because I don't want to like contaminate anything, I am going to clean that up. Now, if you wanted to have a blend of these colors, don't take that color away. Let the colors blend together. Now, since I have most of this panel done, I'm just going to get right here in the corner in some areas that I missed. All I have to do to create my next card is to take this and lift this out of the way. So I'm going to use a little pick tool here to help me out, and I'm going to flip that stencil out of the way. Now I have down my first layer. I'm going to go ahead and move this out the way, and then I'm going to bring in another piece. This is going to allow us to kind of create each layer as we go through this class today. And again, we're going to have 2 cards at the end. So now all I have to do is flip that stencil back down because it was held in place with the tape. And now I can go on and start coloring again. Now, at this point, if you wanted to change up the placement of your colors, I would suggest just going in and clearing off the stencil of any ink and then going in and switching up your colors. I'm going to keep the colors pretty similar in both cards. However, I am going to start adding a little bit more depth to this panel compared to my first panel. I do also just want to remind you guys, when you're creating, just have fun. This should not be a complicated task for you guys. The class is meant to just inspire you to be creative. All right, I went ahead and I placed down my light green. Next, I'm going to come back in with that tattered rose, which is my lightest pink color. And we're going to fill in the spaces that are left on the stencil. Now, if you wanted to, you could go ahead and stencil all of this one panel at one time and come back and do another card. But I felt like if we were going to work our way through the class today, we could just go ahead and make 2 cards at one time instead of having to go back and forth through the stencils. So now I'm going to come in with my darker pink, and this is where I said I'm going to switch things up. I'm going to add a little bit of shading to this one. Remember, on the first card, we did not do that. But on this one, I just felt like let's make something a little bit different. Now, if you don't want to do this and you just want to keep it to just one color with no depth, that's just fine. Again, do not be intimidated by this. But I just felt if we had 2 panels or 2 cards rather that were just a tad bit different, we could have just a different look within our cards. And you see, just by adding that little bit of shading, it just kind of elevates the card a little bit. All right, now we need to come in with our next layer. So for my next layer, this is going to be the small petals. Now, if you started with the small petals, your next one will be the large petal. Again, totally up to you. Don't be scared. It's just paper and ink. Do not worry. Now I'm going to come in and line this up. Now this stencil is, number 1, very, very forgiving. And number 2, it is easy to line up. So as you can see here, there's going to be 1 main petal and then 2 petals off to the side. That area right there is what I used as my guide. And if you had started with the smaller petals, then you would just know you have to line up the large middle petal. So again, don't let that intimidate you. Now for the petals here, I'm coming in with my darker shade because remember, I had my middle petal with the lightest pink. So my outer petals are going to be with the darker pink. Again, if you use dark first, then you just want to use the light now. Again, let your imagination kind of go with this. I know sometimes when we take classes or we're trying to mimic or follow exactly what somebody's doing. And if it does not come out right, you then start to feel like, oh, mine is messed up. No, yours is not messed up. Yours is created how you wanted to create it. So again, keep that in mind. I'm going to go ahead and lift this panel back. I can go ahead and remove this piece because again, we're working on 2 cards today. And how easy is it by having that mint tape on the top of the stencil and just lifting the stencil out of place and pulling it back down. Now, at this point, if your paper does not align like mine did, I did not put my paper exactly where it needed to be. It's very easy just to go ahead and move your stencil down, line everything back up, go ahead and press down that mint tape, and then you can continue on. Another reason I like the mint tape because it's actually holding my stencil in place as well. So it's not shifting on my card panel. Now, at this point, I do want to clean up a little bit of that pink, and I want to go in with a little bit of the yellow. Now, once you start building up your color here, that's where you're really going to start seeing this design come through. If anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in the comment section below and I'll go ahead and answer them for you. But I hope that this is a fairly easy way to start creating and that you're not getting nervous about this. These layering stencils, one to me, are a gem because you can get so much done and your card will look fantastic without having to do a lot of coloring, as if we were doing with pencils or markers or watercolors. When you're using a layering stencil, it does all of that for you. So it makes it really, really easy to create beautiful cards. I will also give you one tip. If you're using layering stencils and you're feeling a little bit nervous, grab yourself layering stencils that might only have 3 layers. That'll make it a little bit easier for you to get adjusted on how they work, but then also kind of build up your confidence a little bit more. Now, with this panel, remember I said I wanted to do this panel a little bit different. So I'm going to clean off those pink areas. And now I'm going to come in with the yellow and blend that into the pink. And that's going to give me a beautiful shade of like orange. Again, I just wanted to have 2 panels that looked a little bit different for you guys. Now, since this one is done, I can go ahead and flip this out of the way, and then we're going to go ahead and start working on the next layer. So again, by using a little pokey tool too, it makes it a little bit easier to get everything off this grit mat. Now, if you didn't have a grit mat, you can also do this in your MISTI if you have one. Just line everything up in the corner. Now let's go ahead and start putting in our stems. So you see here, I have the large stems. That's going to be our next layer. And I can go ahead and line that up at the bottom of my flowers. Again, this stencil is very forgiving, but if you can line up the bottom part of your flower here, this is going to be your little guide. Like the little flower right at the top, I lined up the bottom of that flower and I know everything's going to be right in place. All right, let's go ahead and start adding some color to this one. Again, if you guys have any questions, just go ahead and pop them in the the comment section below, and I'll try to catch as many as I can. Now let's come in and start adding some of that green right beneath our flowers. So as you can see, we're really building up a gorgeous background here. I'm going to add just a little bit more green to this, just to make sure I don't forget anything. And remember, I have that panel off to the side. Sometimes if I stumble along on this, I just kind of peek over to the side just to make sure I have my color placement. Now, of course, you're not going to have that guide off to the side, but remember, You're going to have this piece, and if you're following along with me, I got you covered already. So don't worry about anything at this point. All right, next we're going to come in and finally bring in some of that brown. Again, if you're not using distress oxides and you're using just regular inks, just go ahead and use a good deep brown for this. I will go in and add the brown to all of the stick parts. So you can see here we had some blooms. I'm just adding in the stick part to the blooms. I hope that makes sense because I think that is called a stick. don't ask me for real if I do know that that's a stick, but I don't know what it's called. But it's going to be a stick today, you guys. It's just going to be a stick. Now I'm going to come in with my darker green. And this green is more of a limey kind of green. And I'm going to bring that in to fill out the rest of the greenery that we have here. That's what we'll call it, you guys. We'll call it greenery. But that still is a stick to me. Just has a stick with some buds on it. All right, we're going to go ahead and finish up this coloring here. And I like using these two shades of green because it gave me a little bit of variation with just not having just one flat color of green. By giving yourself a little bit of choice and using two shades of green, it does give your project a little bit more character. All righty, let's go ahead and put down my tape again, kind of hold that in place, and then we're going to lift this away. Now look how pretty this is. We're building up beautiful cards, you guys. I hope you guys are already enjoying this and you're no longer intimidated by having layering stencils, because you do need to have them in your craft room because they are truly amazing to use. Now I will go ahead and use my pick tool, go ahead and move that out the way, place back in this layer here. Again, if this does not line up, it's okay. Just go ahead and pick up your stencil. As you can see here, I didn't put my paper high enough, and that's okay. I'm just going to shift it, line it up where I know it needs to be lined up, and I'm going to use that mint tape to secure down the stencil. Now the grip mat is holding the stencil off on the left, but really nothing's holding it down on the top because it's kind of tight around the top of the paper. So by having that mint tape is going to allow everything to stay in place. Now, if you don't have any mint tape, I would suggest highly getting yourself some because this is some of my favorite tape, but you can also use washi tape if you have some. Next, I'll come back in with the lighter green. And again, we're going back in and we're filling in the bottom of our flowers. So as you can see, this was very, very easy to start creating. And I hope that you're learning something today. And if not, I hope you're just enjoying the process. Because remember, I think all of us create differently. And by taking classes like this, it gives you an opportunity to maybe get outside of your comfort zone. I do remember when stencils came out, especially layering stencils, I was a tad bit intimidated by them. Now I absolutely love them because they really do help me create gorgeous cards without having to do a lot of coloring. And not only that, you guys, it also helps us to create even when we might have lost our mojo. Like I have lost my mojo and I'm trying to find it. It's ducking under boxes. I don't know where it is, but this is helping me get right back into that process. So sometimes if you're just not wanting to color and you don't know really what you want to do, grab yourself some stencils because it makes the process really, really fun. And remember, anytime you already have a color palette picked out, it's very simple to go back to that color palette and create something else with it. So my tip for you is when you're creating and you find color palettes that you truly, truly love, write them down. That will give you something to go back to later when you're kind of struggling to start creating. You don't have to think of the color palette because you already have a couple samples set aside. All right, now we can pull this up and look how pretty. Look how pretty those sticks are. That's right, I'm going to call them sticks throughout the rest of this video. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in our next layer. As you can see, we're really building this up. And look how gorgeous this is. You guys are doing a fantastic job, by the way. Just let you know, I'm a big fan. You guys keep doing you and keep learning. These classes, especially free classes, are a great opportunity for you to kind of stretch out, do something a little bit different. Or guess what? If you already know how to do this, I might just be giving you some tips that you just didn't know about. So just, hang in with everybody in the class. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find something new to do and also be inspired to maybe bring back a technique that you just didn't do anymore. And you kind of set it aside. This is a great way to get familiar with it again. All right, now I'm going to come back in with my lightest green here. And as you can see, we're having a very pretty panel going on here. And I'm just going to fill in this area. Now, at this point, I could have switched to a larger blending brush, but because I had already started with my small ones, I just decided to go with it. But at this point, if you did have any larger blending brushes and you wanted to cover this panel a little bit quicker, I would suggest that you go ahead and get those larger blending brushes. And then you can come in with your smaller blending brush and start adding in some of that shading. Remember, the shading is not necessary. It's just an option. If you don't want to shade in your stuff, that's fine. I know sometimes I might shade in something and then might want to go over with a pencil. So sometimes I won't add this shading and I'll add my shading a little bit later with the pencil or a alcohol marker. So remember, you guys, you do you in this class, find out what brings you joy and let's go with that. All right, we're going to go ahead and remove this one out the way, set this aside, and we'll bring in our other panel. I'm so glad that we're able to create more than one card during this session because it's going to show you some options that you can have when you create. And again, if you're going to have your supplies out, why not make more than one? I remember when I first started crafting that if I had a tool out, like a stencil or a die, I would go through and I would make 5 cards. I would just go ahead and knock out 5 cards. And when I was done, I had 5 cards. Some of them might be a little bit different. I might have laid my die a little bit different or shifted things around in the color palette, but I had 5 cards because I already had the product out. So if you have the product out, just go ahead and create more than one. This way you'll have those cards in your stash. And guess what? Sometimes don't even put on a sentiment. Just leave the card panel aside. And if you need a birthday or anniversary or a thank you or just a hello card, you already have the card panel done. You just need to put a sentiment on it. So keep that in mind as well when you're creating. Give yourself the opportunity just to have card panels that are very, very pretty and leave the sentiment for another day. All right, I can go ahead and pull this back and look how pretty. This card is so pretty. I love them both equally. All right, as you can see, we're really building up these card panels and they're going to be super pretty at the end, I promise you. Next, I'm going to come in. I think this is my second to last area or stencil rather, and that's going to fill in some of the flowers. Now, remember when you guys are doing this, if you feel like you're not catching on to this or this many layers is kind of scaring you right now, it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes when I'm working and I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed or a little bit overstimulated, I stop. I go grab another cup of coffee. If it's in the evening, I might grab a glass of wine and then I come back. Because sometimes if you're doing something that might not be familiar to you, you kind of start freaking out a little bit. And I'm just going to suggest when those moments happen, number one, give yourself some grace. Give yourself some grace. Walk away from a project. Come back later that day. Heck, come back a week later. Because sometimes when you walk away and you come back, you kind of see things differently. and then you can continue on with the process. And if you are in the middle of doing something and you're like, this is not coming out like I wanted it to, guess what? Just go back to the class. Go back to the video you watched. Come visit us over here on scrapbook.com. And this way you can be inspired to create again with it. I always say when we create, do not compare yourself with somebody else. That is stealing your joy. You need to find out what brings you happiness, what brings you fulfillment, and go ahead and use that as a starting base on how you create. Comparison will steal your joy, everyone. So don't do that. Be kind with yourself and know that what someone is doing and you might not be there yet, you'll catch up. Don't worry. It's called practice. I know you guys might see a lot of us on here and we look like, oh my God, this is so super easy. No, we had to practice, you guys, just like you had to. We had to too. We have to practice to get things the way we want them to be. So remember, always give yourself just a tad bit of grace. And I promise you, you will enjoy this crafting journey even more. All right, I'm going to go ahead and lay down the last stencil, and this is going to be our detailed part. So I'm going to move back into my brown here, and this is going to start filling in the last bit of this area. Now, again, on this one, if you wanted to go ahead and switch out to a larger brush, you totally can at this point. I just figured I would go right over all of the areas and just kind of blend everything in. Again, I had already started with this brush, so I just decided to keep going with it. But as you can see, I'm covering up a very large section. So at this point, if you want to switch to that larger brush, you totally can. Now, this layer is really going to add that pop, and it's going to add that pop because we have a great contrasting color here. That brown is a great color to contrast everything that we did. So once I can lift this up here, you'll really be able to see all of the beautiful contrast we have here. Look at that. Now, remember, if you didn't want to add this detail, you don't have to. You don't have to use that last stencil if you don't want. You can leave it very, very soft like this. You see how soft this is? You can leave it soft like this. But I do have to tell you to bring in this layer because this layer is going to be the part that fills in our flowers. So if you wanted to leave out the detailed part, the very last stencil I just used with all the brown, you can. You just won't have a lot of the details, but it would be a very soft card. So just keep that in mind. And I know there are some stencils that are out there that you can skip over the layers if you choose, and it just gives you a totally different look on the card. All right, now I'm going to come back in with that gorgeous yellow and again, fill in these areas. Now for this one, remember I wanted to change things up just a tad bit. So I'm going to add in the yellow, but then I'm also going to go back to my pink that I was using. Remember, if you use pink and yellow, it's going to give you a pretty orange, and they work perfectly together. It seems like when you put these two colors together, it really livens up a card. So keep that in mind too. Go ahead and blend your colors, but just remember to blend colors together that don't look like mud. So if you blend blues and greens together, that's fantastic. If you blend a yellow and a red, you're going to get a pretty shade of orange. So just remember your color wheel here, people, and make sure you're not blending colors that are going to clash. All right, now we can go ahead and fill in the rest of this card panel, and we're almost done. We're almost to the end of the stenciling part. Alrighty, we're almost done. We're coming to the finish line of the stenciling. Again, if you need to take a break, go ahead and take a break. Take a sip of that root beer or that coffee that you're drinking. But look how much we have come through on these layering stencils. And we have 2 cards. Now, again, here is our last layer. I'm going to line that up. And be smart. Don't be like me and keep using the small little brush. Go ahead and break out the big blender brush if you have it, and go ahead and fill in this area. Because again, I'm only using one color at this point, and you could totally switch to a larger brush. But I do hope that you have realized that working your way through these stencils does not need to be stressful. It can be fun. And again, if you made something and you're just like, I'm not feeling that, that's okay. You've learned something new, and then you can try it again and see if you like it. All right, now we can go ahead and finish up this little area here. And then we can go ahead and pull this off. And this is going to be our card panels. All right, what do you guys think? Did you like this? Look how gorgeous these two cards are. They're absolutely beautiful. Now we need to go ahead and finish them off with a quick sentiment. All right, for our homework, I asked everyone to die cut out 2 of the sentiments 3 times. So I went ahead and I die cut out the words blessed and the words thankful. Now, you might have noticed while you were die cutting these that there's areas that will pop out, and then there's areas that kind of stay full. So if you'll see here, my bottom ones have everything in there, all the white pieces. And then you see on the right-hand side, I have pieces that only have the outline. And this is great for stacking. So I'm going to show you this. You see how I was able to stack those pieces on one another? And then this way you can change up your colors. So you could stack white on white and leave all of the bits in, like that A area right there is still white. Or you go ahead and remove the pieces. That's what I liked about these dies. These dies definitely gave us options on how to use them. And when we have options like this, we can also change up our colors. But you can see how pretty that is if we kept it white on white. But I don't want to do that today. I want to add some color. Now, when adding the color, I definitely want to bring back in my grip mat here because this is going to allow this to stay on here. And then I'm going to use the dome blending tools from Scrapbook.com. This kind of dome allows us to get ink into the areas that we need, because I don't think using a blending brush at this point is going to give us the coverage we want. So for this blessed one, I do want to use the lighter of the colors, and that's the Tattered Rose. And as you can see, I'm really building up my color on that dome brush, and that allows me to kind of push it into this sentiment. Now, the sentiment does have very fine lines. I want to say very fine lines, but fine lines. And I do want to make sure that I can get that color deep into those lines. Because if you can see here, I'm leaving in the extra part of the D and the extra part of the L. And that's going to give me a little bit more depth with this sentiment. Now I wanted to do a gradient on this. So as you can see, I'm just getting the bottom of that sponge applicator with the darker color. And I'm going to bring that up from the bottom. And that's going to give us a really pretty gradient. So you can see I have the lighter pink on the top and I have the darker pink on the bottom. And that's just a nice way to give us a really pretty gradient. All right, I'm going to go ahead and set that one aside. And then I'm going to bring in the thankful. And you can see here with the thankful, I've taken out all the bits. There's no extra white pieces or parts to this. It's just actually the outline of the word. And for this one, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to use a dome blending tool here. Again, that's going to allow me to give the most coverage to this little die. Again, you could do it with the brush, but these are kind of, let me put it this way, they're only one layered. It's not very thick at this point. So I think by using a blending brush, you might end up tearing this. Now, if you do, and that's all you have, I suggest just do it with a very, very light hand. But look at that gorgeous color we have just by using the dome part of the blending tool instead of a brush. I'm going to do the same thing here. I want to add just a tad bit of gradient. So I'm just coming up from the bottom and adding in that different color green. Now, again, if you did not want to do this, you can totally skip this. And guess what? If you wanted to leave it white, you can totally do that as well. I thought just by adding a little bit of color, it would give us a nice variant on our card for today. So look how gorgeous that is. Now we can go ahead and set our grip mat aside and let's go ahead and start finishing up these cards. So I have this gorgeous gradient in my shades of pink, and then I have my shades of green. Now, since I added a lot of ink on this, I am going to heat set this. Now, I am using the lowest setting on my heat tool, and that's just really to dry back that color a little bit. Now, it is a buildup of color, but if your color was very soft because you did it with brushes, I don't really think you necessarily have to heat set it, but I put on a lot of ink and I wanted to make sure that it did not smudge anywhere. So now I'm going to come back in with the white layer and look how gorgeous this is. It really makes that color pop and look how gorgeous that gradient is. Now, again, if you wanted to keep it white on white, you totally can. But I decided to do that ombre and layer that over in white. And that is going to give us something very pretty to put on our card. Now, at this point, we're just rounding things out and we're going to start finishing everything up. Now, I would suggest at this point to just go ahead and clear off the sentiments, and we're only going to work with the sentiments that we want to put on our cards. So set all those extra sentiments aside and let's work with what we colored. So I have the thankful here that was in white. And as you can see, I'm going to go ahead and pop on that colorful green piece on top. Now look how gorgeous this is. And this is going to look fantastic on a card. Again, if you wanted to do it in white, that would be totally fine. If you had green cardstock, you can just use the cardstock. I happen to like the gradient that we have with us using the inks. Now, this one here, we did the opposite. The pinks are settled back into the background and we have the white on top. And that looks just as pretty. So now we have two options for our two panels. It's up to you on which one you want to use for which panel. For me, I think I want to go ahead and use the pink on this one. Now I will go ahead and bring in my card panels. Because remember, during our homework, I said to make sure that you had two card panels. And this panel is going to fit entirely over this card. And then we'll have our sentiment that's going to sit on top. Now, this is a very simple card, nothing complicated with this one. It's going to allow us to have a very pretty card, but we're also going to step up our next one. Now I'm going to go ahead and use my craft glue here to go all the way around this panel. How are you guys doing? Are you still with me? Has the class so far been okay? Let me know how the pace and everything was as well. I can go ahead and line this up, press this into place, and we have this gorgeous card. Now, again, if you wanted to put white on this, you totally can. If you wanted to add bling to this, but I felt for today's classes, we were just going to do classic cards for today. All right, once I have that panel on there and it's lined up nicely, I am going to grab my tweezers to go ahead and glue the white part onto the color part. By using the tweezers, I feel that gives me a little bit of an advantage of holding such a small and delicate die cut. If you don't have tweezers, my suggestion would be to not pick up the die cut itself, but leave it face down on your mat, put your glue on, and then pick it up. But again, investing in tweezers like this really does make it helpful when you're gluing on these small pieces. Also, if you have like little gems that you need to place on, using tweezers also helps you to align them as well. So if you don't have any tweezers, I highly suggest that you just go ahead and grab yourself one. It is one of those tools that does make your life a little bit easier in your craft room. All right, now we can go ahead and place this white on top. And look how gorgeous this is. I do love me a good colored, layered die cut. I think it looks so pretty. And again, if you wanted to do this in a solid color, or if you wanted to do this in white or even black, not black, let's go brown with this since we already have brown. It will look just as pretty. But look how simple this card looks. Now, when you're putting glue on this part, it's obviously going to be a lot easier to do because you're using just the back part of this and you're going to have more white area. And with using a glue bottle like this that has the fine tip, it does make adding your glue a lot easier. Now you can go ahead and press that down in the center, and we have our first complete card. All right, what do you guys think of your first card? Are you loving it? Are you saying, Dana, this is going to become a sample card because I think I can do better? That's fine. Guess what? We made 2 cards today. So now let's go ahead and work on our second card. But before we do that, I did decide to add a little bit of shimmer to this card panel. And I'm using my Scrapbook.com shimmer pen. This, I believe, is the clear one. And look how pretty that looks. It's just going to give us a little something, something on the card, but it also keeps our card flat. So it's going to be perfect for mailing because we're not going to have any embellishments that might fly off. So you can add this if you want to. You can add it all over the card if you wish. I'm just choosing to pick some of the flowers and some of the buds on our, what are they? Sticks. I'm just going to give those a little bit of a shimmer. And then we have this gorgeous card. I think just adding these little final touches is what kind of takes our cards over just a tad bit. And you can see how gorgeous that shimmer is. Okay, let's go ahead and set this aside. Let's bring in the other card panel so we can get this card done. I know this class is an hour-long class, and I hope I have inspired you along the way. Again, if you have any questions, just leave them down below and I'll make sure to try to catch them. And if I did not catch them, make sure to let scrapbook.com know so I can answer your questions. All right, now we have our colorful panel. And look how pretty this is. Look by just adding the color on top of the white. Look what that allows this to become. So I can use it this way and pop out that center part where that A is. I always go back to that because that's the only part that has like a white piece in it. You see here that this has like double D's in there. This one is going to have the white and everything out. I have no extra white in this. I hope I'm making sense when I say that. Now you can stack all 3 of them together and you would have a very, very thick sentiment to put on the card. And you would also have that white piece that I keep referring to in the A on this piece. Totally up to you how you want to stack this. Again, we had die cut this out 3 times, right? We did the 2 words, we did them 3 times. So use which ones you want to create your card. Now for this card, we're going to step it up a little bit more. I have a piece of the mixed media paper. This is just a regular card panel, and I'm going to cut this in half. As you can see, I have one corner at the top and one corner at the bottom. That's going to allow me to kind of split this in half and only use half of it on our card. I like doing this to cards. I've done this several times in a class because I just feel like it steps up our cards just a little bit more by adding a different kind of element to our card. So once I have that cut, you see how I can bring in this panel and I can have just this beautiful like peekaboo design at the top of my card. I think adding this layer and then placing your sentiment along the edge really changes up a card. Look how gorgeous that is. Now remember, we did the whole panel. If you wanted to keep the panel totally whole, you don't have to do that. But by adding this little corner off to the side, it just kind of steps up the card a little bit. Now I am going to go back in with my blending tool, the one that had the dome, and I'm going to add some of this color. That's another way to bring a little bit more color to the front of your card panel. Now, when I bring back in my card panel, I can have just this touch of color around just that side of the card panel. It does give it a different look compared to just having it white. Remember, I showed you if it was just white on white. This is adding a little bit more of that green color. So when I put this green die cut on there, it kind of looks like it blends in. Now, if you don't like this look, let's step it up a little bit further. Let's go ahead and color that entire panel. That's going to give us a third option. Now, laying it like this without doubling it up, the sentiment doubling up, I didn't care for it. I just did not care for it at all. So what we're going to do is we're just going to bring over that leftover ink that we had on that dome blending brush, and we're going to bring that color in. Now I am going to leave the center of this rather light. So as you can see, I'm kind of going over it, but I'm leaving most of my color to be towards the ends of this, not towards the middle. So I'm leaving a little bit of a lighter, let's say of a highlight in the middle and a deeper color on the ends. Now, again, if you did not want to do this, you don't have to. You can just leave it how it was. But I think just giving us a different option is going to kind of step up this card. So our first card would be a very simple card. And this one is just stepping it up a little bit. It's not going to add a lot of bulk for mailing. It's just going to give us an option. Now, remember, you could just grab a piece of cardstock, but I always like my colors to match. Like if I'm using the ink, I like the paper to be the same. And if I don't have the paper, we have the option of changing white paper into colored paper, right? So let's go ahead and use this color piece here. I just think it really does add a little bit something to this card, and it gives it a different look. Now let's go ahead and clean off our glass mat here. And then again, I'm going to use the same glue and go ahead and adhere this card panel down. Now remember, anytime you're crafting, the choice is up to you. If you're inspired by how someone creates a card, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and be inspired and case that card. When I say case, you're copying it in its original form. But also remember to give credit to the person that you saw. Now, if you see a card and you're inspired by it, but you're like, hey, I want to change this part of it, or I might not want to add that, or I want to do this a little bit differently, then it totally kind of becomes your design. You were inspired by it, but then you changed it up and you made it your own. And that's what I love about crafting, because I'm inspired by so many of you and so many talented people out there. And then if they have a color palette and I use it, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty, but I think I would have changed this, or I would have added this, or I would have eliminated that. That then makes me feel like I'm creating something that brings me joy instead of just casing someone else's card. I hope it makes sense when I say that. When you change it up and you give it a little bit of a different look, it becomes your creativity. It's just like a recipe. If there's a dash of sugar for that, but instead you didn't want the sugar and you wanted to add a dash of vanilla instead, you can do that. And then it becomes your creation. So that keep that in mind as you're crafting through these classes. You're going to make the cards that look very similar to ours, or you're going to make cards that look exactly like ours. And that's the part of taking these classes, right? Is to be inspired and to craft along. But also make sure that you give yourself the leverage to go ahead and change it up a little bit. Make it yours. Now, if you wanted to add this piece on top, but you wanted to add it with foam tape, go ahead and elevate that. That will look absolutely gorgeous. If you wanted to trim this panel down and put it on a different card base, go ahead and do that. You're using the creativity that you learned in the class, but you're adding your own little spin to it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and place down this sentiment right on that diagonal. And look how pretty that is. Now, again, if you wanted to add more to the color side that we just did, you could do that. Or again, you can leave it white, totally up to you. But now we have two totally different cards, But remember, we only used one stencil set, and now we have two totally different cards. I did decide to go in and add shimmer to this card as well, but I'm only going to add it to the sentiment, and I'm also going to add it underneath the sentiment. So it kind of looks like the sentiment is sparkling right off of that. Now, if you did not want to add that, that's okay. That is your license to do so. If you wanted to add some more of the shimmer to the flowers, you can do that as well. I just felt just adding it just underneath is just going to give your sentiment a little bit of shadow and kind of make it look like it's popping off of it. I did this before in a couple of my videos by adding a little bit of gray around some images that I colored, and it just gives it a little bit of depth. But again, you don't have to do this. This is just one of those added options if you feel like doing it. But adding just that tad bit of shimmer really does step up the cards. It's the little things that we do to our cards that really make them stand out. Now, all I have to do for this one here is to put this onto a white card base. I, at this point, want to thank you so very much for taking this class today with me. Again, I hope I have inspired you to go ahead and create this week and have fun. And then guess what? You have the classes to go back and look on and be inspired all over again. I also want to thank Scrapbook.com for having me on their platform today. It really has been one of the highlights of this year. So thank you so very much for allowing me to teach on your platform. All right, everybody, that is going to wrap up the card making for today. All right, like I said, everybody, that wraps up my portion of the classes for today. I want to thank you so much for being here with me. I hope you guys had a great time. Remember, if you missed anything, you can go back and watch it on replay. And I want to thank you for being here. And I also want to thank Scrapbook.com for having me as one of your instructors today. So go forth, enjoy the rest of your weekend, have fun taking your classes, and I will see you guys again soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hello there, I'm Juliana Michaels and welcome to SBC Fest. I am so excited to be back as an instructor for this amazing event, and I can't wait to share the class that I've put together for you. For my class, I'm going to be sharing how to create a mixed media style card using some of my favorite techniques and supplies. I'll be sharing loads of tips, tricks, and techniques along the way. During the class, I'll be in the chat, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Make sure to say hello, and I'd love for you to let me know if you have a favorite supply or tool that you love to use when you're crafting. I'm always looking for new supplies and tools to inspire my creative process. Now let's get into the making. The main supplies I'll be working with for this class is a die set. This one is the Tim Holtz Vault Scribbly Butterfly die set, but any die set would work. I'm going to be using the labels stencil. Any kind of stencil that has wider openings in it will work. I'm going to be using this Papillion stamp set by Tim Holtz. And really you're just needing some sort of a background type stamp and then some sort of an image stamp. And then any sort of sentiment set would work. I'm using this Happy Birthday stamp set from Scrapbook.com. The mediums I'm going to be working with is archival ink, so you just need some sort of permanent waterproof ink. An embossing ink, we'll be working with embossing glaze in Seedless Preserves and Villainous Potion. And the embossing powder I'm working with is Liquid Platinum. And we'll also be using distressed watercolor pencils. These are from sets 1, 2, and 5. And the colors I'm using are Salvaged Patina, Villainous Potion, Uncharted Mariner, and Seedless Preserves. Some of the basic supplies that you'll need is a pair of scissors, a distress sprayer or a water bottle filled with water, a blending brush, a water brush, but you could also use a paintbrush and water. I'll be working with a stamping platform, but you could also use an acrylic block. I also recommend some sort of sticky mat or washi tape to help hold your stencil in place. You'll need a heat gun and a heat embossing gun. And then for adhesives, some sort of liquid adhesive, dry adhesive such as foam tape, and a tape runner. The paper I'll be working with is watercolor paper, smooth white cardstock, and vellum. If you'd like a more detailed look at my supply list, including alternative options, make sure to check out my homework video over on my personal YouTube channel at Juliana Michaels. So before we get started, I just wanted to remind you from my homework video that you want to have your die cuts cut out. Here I'm using the Scribbly Butterfly die set, and I've cut the top layer from white cardstock and the shadow layer from vellum. And then you also need a piece of watercolor paper cut to 4 by 5 1/4 inches and a piece of smooth white cardstock cut to 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. Now let's get into the making. So to start with the background, we're going to take a piece of watercolor paper and place it inside our stamping tool. I'm going to use just a little bit of a temporary adhesive to help hold the paper in place. And we're going to be stamping with a background stamp. So I just picked this kind of script type stamp here from the Papillion stamp set by Tim Holtz and Stampers Anonymous. And as you can see, when you place that stamp on the paper, there's not really room to put the magnet. So that's where that little bit of adhesive kind of helps hold that paper in place while you do your stamping if you need to stamp the image more than once. And for the ink, I'm going to be using archival ink, which is a permanent waterproof ink, and the color I'm using is Beach Cruiser. And I'm using this sort of ink because I want a permanent ink that's not going to bleed when I continue on with the other layers and mediums that I'm going to be using in the next steps. They involve water, and that would cause the ink to bleed and run, and I don't want that to happen, so that's why I'm using a permanent ink. You could certainly use another type of ink if you like, and depending on if it's a water-based ink or not, it might bleed or run, so it will just give you a different look, but you could certainly use any kind of ink for stamping this layer. I'm just stamping that image twice, just to get a nice, good impression. So now we're going to do some stencil work, and I am working on the Alta New Stamp Wheel Ultra Sticky Matte Grid. And I'm just going to place my paper on there. And I've got a stencil here that is called the Labels Stencil from Tim Holtz. And as you can see, you just want some kind of stencil that has larger openings in it for this step of the process. And I like to place a little bit of like a washi tape or Post-it note or something over printed labels that are on the stencils, because as you can see, this mat is so sticky it actually like lifted off the ink from the stencil when I tried it and had it placed that way. So just in case, if I'm gonna flip it over or anything, I don't have to worry about anything sticking onto the mat again. So now I'm just going to kind of play around with positioning this stencil onto my paper. And you can kind of line it up however you like. I'm going to have it hanging over the edge here a little bit. And then just kind of line the top up there, and then you just kind of press that down so that it holds the stencil in place. So now we're going to add some color using Distress watercolor pencils. You could use any kind of watercolor pencils. And then I've got a water brush, but you could also use just a paintbrush and some water. And the colors I'm working with are Uncharted Mariner, Villainous Potion, Salvaged Patina, and Seedless Preserves. And what I'm going to do is just take these colors and start kind of coloring in these openings on the stencil. So my goal as I'm coloring these in is just adding some color and trying to kind of get the colors so that they're spread across the background, and, if possible, try not to have the same color like next to each other, but if that happens, it's totally okay. It definitely won't be the end of the world. So you can just kind of take your time coloring in the different sections. I've colored this multiple times, so I've had a little bit of practice figuring out which colors I want where. So you could also do a little practice run if you wanted to, just to kind of help figure out if it matters to you where all the colors go. And then, you know, you can add as much or as little color as you like to the different openings. Oh, see, I already had purple there, so let's do purple here. And I'll color over that with a little bit of the blue, and it'll be just fine. Here we go. So we'll just keep on coloring. And then once we get over to this area here, because as you notice, this stencil doesn't cover the whole piece of paper, I'm going to actually end up moving this stencil over a little bit. So I'll kind of show you a little bit of a trick that you can do to kind of shift these stencils and continue a pattern if your stencil's not large enough for the area that you're working in. So that one there, I'm not going to fill that all the way in just yet. And then same thing here. I'm just going to kind of leave that one open a little bit. And, you know, if you end up with two colors that are like next to each other, again, like I said, it's not the end of the world. It's certainly not going to hurt anything. And some of these, if you want to go back and add a little more color, you can. If there's some little spots that you missed, add those back in. So now we're going to pick up the stencil, and I'm just going to kind of scoot it over a little bit and kind of see where I can put it that it kind of lines up with maybe something that's already here. And so if I kind of slide it over just a little bit this way, I can kind of continue this pattern across the paper here. I think that'll work, so I'll push that down and then kind of fill that in a little bit there. Use that one there to kind of fill that one in. And then we'll just add some more color to these other openings. It doesn't have to be perfect either, because like I said, we're gonna move on to the next step here. So now we can move that stencil out of the way. And if you want to continue working on the sticky mat, you can. It's not going to hurt anything. Just keep it from sliding around on you. And now you're going to take your water brush or your paintbrush with the water, and you're just going to start coloring in those areas that you added, where you added your pencil. So you're kind of pulling that pigment in towards the center of those sections. And I like to just kind of work all with one color at the same time. And then once you're finished with that color, just kind of clean your brush off, and then you can move on to the next color. And as you can see, every now and then I just kind of wipe off some of that excess pigment onto my paper towel. I'm not trying to like color it in solid. I want it to have a nice loose watercolor effect. Now we'll go to that darker blue. Purple. And if you miss a spot, just dab off your paintbrush and color in that area that you missed. And there we have it. So that is a look at our background to this point. So now the next step that we want to do is we're going to add some stamping and heat embossing. But before we do that, we want to make sure this entire background is really nice and dry. So you can either set this to the side and let it dry, or you can use a heat tool to help speed up the drying process. So now we're gonna go back to our stamp set, and we're gonna place the paper into our stamping platform, and we can use the magnets now because the stamp I'm gonna use for this part is just is a smaller image. So I'm just gonna position it here towards the middle of my paper. And then the ink we're going to use for this step is an embossing ink. This is Versamark, but any kind of embossing ink will work. And then you're just going to ink up your stamp. And then stamp that onto your paper. And if you just want to make sure you got a really good image stamped, you can stamp it a second time. That's where the stamp platform comes in really handy. And this little tool is just called a Stampendable, and it's just a nice way to help apply the pressure without having to do a lot of pushing with your fingers if you happen to have hand or wrist issues of any kind. So now we're going to remove our paper from the stamping platform. And I'm going to place a piece of computer paper underneath it. And now I'm going to add some embossing powder, and this is in liquid platinum. And I'm just going to pour it over my paper and then just make sure we get powder all across the whole image here. I can tap off the excess. And just make sure we got it, got powder everywhere. And then you can pour that excess powder back into the jar. And now for the heat embossing, you can hold the paper if you like with your fingers, or if you're a little bit sensitive to the heat, you can use a pair of tweezers. So then you're gonna use a heat embossing gun to melt the powder and heat emboss the image. To do that, when you turn it on, you're gonna give it just a few seconds to kind of warm up, and then you're gonna direct the heat over the powder stamped image, and you're just gonna hold it about maybe 4 inches or so from the paper, and then just kind of keep it moving over the area, and then you'll just watch that powder will start to melt and become shiny. And once that happens, then you don't need to keep going over that area. You can move on and just keep kind of following that powder as it melts. So there is a look at this next layer that we've added. So the next step we're going to do for the background is we're going to add some ink blending to the outer edge. I'm adding Villainous Potion with a blending brush, and we kind of get some ink on there, and then depending on how dark or light you want the ink to be on this, you can kind of just wipe off some of that ink. I don't want it to be super dark, so I'm gonna actually kind of wipe a lot of it off onto my craft mat over here. And then I'm gonna start off my paper kind of in a circular motion, and then just gently pull that ink onto my paper. And then it's just gonna give me a real nice light edge here. Obviously, if you want it a little darker, kind of come over to where some of that extra ink is, and then you can just pull that onto your paper. So if you want it darker, just add a little bit more here, and then just add a little bit more. It's really just kind of a personal preference with how dark you go with this. So you could make this much darker. I just want just a real light little coverage of ink around the edge there. So the last thing we're going to do is take a distress sprayer filled with water and add some water splatters over the paper. There's several different ways you can do this. You can spray directly onto the paper. You can spritz some into your hand and flick it onto the paper. But any kind of a spray bottle filled with water will work for this step. So I'm just going to show you a couple of these. So you can kind of fill your hand with some water, take that in there and drip it on that way. So that just gives you a couple different options. Or you can pull the trigger really slow and get like bigger droplets like that. So as you can see, that water just reactivates the ink and the watercolor pencils, and it just adds another little layer of distress and interest. You can dry this with a heat tool, or you can let it sit to the side to dry. If you want to lift off some of this ink, you could also lay a paper towel over the top of this and dry it that way, and then that will lift off that ink where it's wet, which is another option you have. I'm going to use a heat tool to speed up the drying process. And again, if you're, a little bit sensitive to the heat, you can also hold the paper with some tweezers and dry it that way. All right, so there is a look at our finished background for our card. So the next thing we're going to do is some die cutting, and we're going to be working with the Tim Holtz Vault Scribbly Butterflies by Sizzix. You could work with any butterfly die set though that you have. And I'm going to die cut the image from a piece of white cardstock. And I'm just using a chrome precision base plate because this die is really scribbly and delicate, and even though this is just white cardstock, it's 110-pound cardstock, so it's pretty thick, and that just helps me get a good clean cut with 1 to 2 passes through the machine. I'll roll it through here, and then I'm going to just run it back through just to make sure. And then I can just pop that from the paper and just use a little die pick to pop all those pieces out. And then I can rub this over it and kind of loosen any of those other little pieces there. And then this little tray I'm catching these in is one of the storage bins from Scrapbook.com. It's the lid, but they also have these as just trays that are the same size that you can use for so many things. But this is one of the new ways I've been using it, just to kind of help catch all these little pieces when I'm die cutting, and then I can just easily dump this into my trash can. And then this die has a second layer, and I'm going to cut it from vellum, because if I cut this solid image from a solid piece of cardstock, it's going to cover up so much of the background. So I'm just going to use a piece of vellum so that I get that extra layer, and but I don't cover up my whole background. And now I'm just switching this back to a magic mat to do the cutting, because I don't need that precision plate to cut through the vellum with this die. Since it's a solid shape, it cuts out really nice and easily. And then those are the 2 pieces that we'll have for our butterfly embellishment. So now we're going to go back and do some heat embossing. And I'm going to use that same embossing ink. And now I've got a little sponge dauber, and I'm just going to apply the ink to the die cut, just using this little dauber. You could also put it on this way too if you like. Just a couple options there for applying the ink. And then we're gonna place that printer paper back underneath there, and I'm gonna move this out of the way just so that it doesn't get ink on the back of this paper. And now I'm gonna apply some Distress Embossing Glaze, and the colors I've got here are Villainous Potion and Seedless Preserves. And I'm gonna do kind of a mix of both colors just for a little bit of interest. So you could certainly just do one color if you like, but I'm just gonna kind of apply a little bit of this one here and there to start with. And then I'm gonna add a little bit of the Villainous Potion. And I just kind of like the way, because these embossing glazes are translucent, and when you mix them, they kind of blend together and kind of create some interesting, just create an interesting look when the colors kind of blend together. A little more seedless preserves. Make sure we get all of it covered with some powder. And then from there you can just kind of tap off and then pick it up, and you can kind of see if there's any areas that still need a little more powder, and you can pick that up and add it if you need to. You could also take this excess powder that's on here and then maybe just grab another extra piece of paper and pour that on top as well, just so that you're not wasting any. Tap off that excess. And then as far as this leftover powder, I just put that into the trash, but if you wanted to keep it, I would put it into a new container. I wouldn't mix it back in with these colors here, because it's both of them combined now at this point. Okay, so now we're gonna move these out of the way. And then you're gonna use your heat embossing gun to melt this powder. And again, if your hands are sensitive to heat, you might want to, just be cautious. I kind of like to hold it because it will burn my fingers. So just kind of hold it on one end and then apply the heat away from your fingers so that you're not getting it too close. And so I'll just turn this on and keep going here. And then once the powder's melted on that side, let it cool for a second. And then you can just flip it around, and then you can hold on that side and then heat the other side. So here's a look at our finished butterfly embellishment. And if you have some areas that maybe, didn't get powder on them, you could always put a little more ink there and apply more, or you can just let it be. You could also take your ink from the blending brush that you had and, ink the edges of it a little bit that way too. If you miss some areas, that'll kind of fill in that area. So an option. And now I'm just going to take a liquid adhesive and apply a little bit of that to the back side here of the butterfly and just adhere these layers together. I'm not worried about adhering it completely together because I want them to kind of have a little separation there. So it just adds a little bit of dimension and interest to the card. So now I'm going to create the sentiment for my card, and to do that, I'm going to be working with a piece of white cardstock that I've positioned in my stamping tool, and I'm going to be using this Happy Birthday stamp set from Scrapbook.com, but you could use any sentiment set you like. And I'm just going to actually use this small little celebrate here. I want to position that on my paper. And then I'm going to heat emboss this as well. So I'm going to use that same embossing ink. Stamp that onto my paper. And then you're going to take that printer paper again and pour the embossing powder. I'm using that same liquid platinum from earlier. So if you get a little struggles of some excess powder here and there, you can use like a little small paintbrush to kind of wipe that off. You could also rub the paper with an anti-static tool, which would help prevent some of that. And we can put this excess back into the jar. And then now we're going to heat emboss this like we did earlier. So there we have it. And then from here, you can either use the coordinating die to cut out the word, or you could use a pair of scissors, whichever you prefer. I'm just going to use some scissors to trim it out. So you just cut along just leave a little border around the edge of it. You can also use a paper trimmer. And there we are. So then to finish the card, I'm just going to apply some liquid adhesive to the back side here. And then center that onto a piece of white cardstock that is 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. Kind of hold that in place. And another little trick here is you can use a large stamping block to kind of help hold that paper down. And if you notice like, oh no, I didn't get it quite straight, you usually have a couple of seconds before it's completely dry. And you can kind of wiggle it around and move it around if you need to. And then just set that on there and give it a few seconds to dry. And then for the sentiment, I'm going to use some double-sided foam adhesive. This is just 1 millimeter thickness, so it's not very thick at all, which I absolutely love because it doesn't add too much bulk to a card, but it still gives you a little bit of dimension. And then I'm going to adhere that to the front of the butterfly die cut that we made. So I'm just going to peel off that liner and stick it there to the center of my butterfly. And then if you want to have the butterfly have a little bit more dimension, you can also cut off another little piece of the foam and put it on the back side of the butterfly, kind of lining it up with where the sentiment is so that the adhesive doesn't show through the front and through the vellum. And then peel off that liner. And then you can adhere that to the front of your card. So there you have it. There's a look at the finished card. I hope you've enjoyed my class and the tips, tricks, and techniques I've shared throughout. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you Scrapbook.com for having me. Until next time, stay crafty, my friend.
Okay, we're popping in for a quick giveaway. We just saw 2 more amazing classes, but before we get into talking about Dana and Juliana's classes, let's do a giveaway. Another $100?
Yeah, let's do it.
$100 giveaway. So what's the question, Cody?
Have you used layering stencils before?
Let us know in the comments and we will choose a winner and we'll be right back.
Those were 2 more amazing classes by Dana Joy and Juliana Michaels. A lot of stenciling, getting inky.
Mixed media, some different things, different techniques. Loved everything that they both showed us in their classes.
Yeah, let's talk about Dana's class first.
Okay, let's start with Dana. I loved that Dana was so reassuring and positive. Like she kept saying, breathe, relax throughout the whole thing. We all need that because crafting and creating is really from the soul and the heart. And so sometimes we think we need to do perfection, but we don't. We just need to enjoy the process and have fun with it.
Yeah, and like she said, it's just paper. It's no big deal. So that's how I went into it because I've never really used a layered stencil like this one before. So it was a lot of fun to just like,
what was it?
Breathe.
7 layers?
6 layers.
6 layers.
Yeah.
That's a lot of layers for a stencil. It was a little tricky. You had to really watch and figure out. She taught us how to use it very well. So I was excited to take the class too and learn. Yeah,
and I mean, especially from a beginner like me, you know, with that, I was like, well, I don't think my projects came out too shabby.
Oh, Cody, they're gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Yeah, we can
look at that.
Check those out, on overhead.
Look at your stenciling there too. It looks so good. Okay, wait, where are we for overhead? There it is. Okay, look at how gorgeous that is. Cody, great job.
Yeah, and so since my tag, was smaller than the 6x6 layout, I was able to get, 2 projects from the one sheet.
Yes, and if mixed media is not your thing or stenciling like this, you could take the different techniques that she taught us and use them for your projects. Like even the ombre with the title was so cool. Let me show you the card that I made too up here with Cody's gorgeous tags. But same thing, I loved the ombre. You did it on the front, I did it on the behind. So it's like the opposite. So lots of great techniques that she taught us. And I love that she used the mint tape to keep the stencil in place, take it off, put the other one back, right?
Yes, totally. And I do love the colors that you picked. I love those pinks and that darker pink. So good.
They did complement each other very well. I seriously love the ombre for the title
Me too.
And then going the diagonal way that she showed too was really cool.
Yeah, for this, I even said, or I was thinking when I was taking my notes, I'm like, it gave like a Barbie look. So I love that yours is pink because it totally I thought like a Barbie vibe.
With the ombre, yeah, very, very true. And some other things that she did, she had everything in her pouch ready to go. So I don't know how you're organizing for SBC Fest, but if you have everything in there for each class, that was a great way to do it. She had all of her pieces together so she could create these cards. And she got several cards out of the one thing, which is nice.
That's what I was gonna say. You can totally do this technique to mass produce cards.
Exactly.
You have a ton of backgrounds ready to go for anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I loved it.
Beautiful. Loved her encouragement throughout the whole thing, the positivity. We all need more of that. So thank you so much, Dana, for your amazing class and so many great techniques. So be sure to go back. I'm going to go back and rewatch it again so that I can do some other things from her class that I didn't use on my card. I want to do them on some other cards. So it's one that you can go back and watch again.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. Okay.
Next up, we have Juliana Michaels.
Yes.
Yes. I love this class. Every single element of her card was a new technique, whether it was the butterfly that had embossing glaze on it, the vellum to not, cover the background.
Yeah. I love that she used the crayons for the watercolor.
Yeah,
that
the
was
distressed
really cool.
watercolor pencils. I love that.
Yeah, really good things. And then plus the embossing with the metallic color that really pops on the card, just all of it. It created this gorgeous collaged, beautiful end result, which I wasn't sure at first. I'm like, where is this gonna go with the watercolor, the embossing? And it just turned out so beautiful.
Yeah, each little part just added to the collective of amazing.
Should we show?
Yes.
Okay, here, let's go to overhead. So Cody, what did you create?
So I created 2 different tags. This was my test one. So I was,
beautiful.
anything that I was trying out, I was testing on this one first, but then I went, I went big.
You did, I love it.
And did it. Also, I didn't have like embossing or like gold embossing powder, but I did have gold solar paste. And so I added just a little bit of gold down here.
Love that.
Just to add a
so
touch.
Pretty. Is that our brick stencil?
That's our brick stencil.
I use that too. Oh my gosh, I love it so much.
So yeah, it was fun. And I did embossing glaze, which I've never done before. So this was a super fun project for me.
Next year, we need to craft together when we do these.
Yes.
We didn't do that this time, but we need to do this next time because we could have shared this stencil. I did the same thing because I didn't have that stencil that she had, so I used our brick stencil, but mine obviously turned a little more watercolor. And then I used our rub-ons in the background. I used Simon's stamp from his class of the butterfly to do the embossing in the background. And then I used one of our vellum pieces and our butterfly dies, the background, and then just used a solid color with the metallic sentiment there in the center, if you can see the metallic there.
And we did not plan that at all, but we used the same die cuts. And I also used Simon's.
Oh my gosh, I just realized that, Cody. We did.
Yeah, and I used Simon's stamp also to test out embossing glazes.
Oh my gosh, it's like you were in my head.
Yes, serious.
Get out. I love it. I love it. No, next time we need to craft together because we're obviously on the same wavelength.
Yes, totally.
Okay, tell us what you thought. I'm sure you guys picked up a lot of new techniques from those classes because I know I did.
Yes, I sure did. And I can't wait to use them on more like Christmas projects or stuff for next year, birthday projects.
Yeah.
A lot of fun stuff.
Techniques you can take with you to use over and over again on different paper crafting projects that you're creating throughout the year. So that's why I love this SBC Fest. So much inspiration and learning new things. And it's free.
Yes.
Free. Speaking of free, I want to remind everybody to make sure you're grabbing your freebie die and take advantage of that. Add that to your cart because it's free.
Yeah.
All right, what's next, Cody?
We have a class by yours truly.
It's my turn.
Yes,
Yay.
Laura. So we can take this all off and then you can get ready.
You want to take this? All right, I'll start grabbing my stuff. Thank you so much, Cody. Thank you. I'll put that down on the ground. Okay. Hello, everybody. I am so excited to craft with you. Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I've been in the industry, I know it's over 20 years, probably 23 years I've been in the industry, and I've had my own business. I've manufactured and produced and designed scrapbooking products, stationery, and planner materials as well. And I am just so thrilled to be at Scrapbook.com. I've been here now for 5 years, and I love it. I've found my home, and I love working with them and creating products for all of you and having so much fun with the team. As you can see, Cody and I and the rest of Scrapbook.com, we have so much fun, and we love what we do here to bring you beautiful, meaningful products and creations that you can create with your hands. So without further ado, let me show you some of the products from my class. Let me move all of my stuff here. I just grabbed one of these new, this is our 2-tier, this is the 1-tier storage container, and I used it to put a lot of my products in for our class. So we're gonna start out, we're gonna need some holographic paper. We're gonna need these square dies. These are add-ons, they were not in my kit, but if you have them already, perfect. If not, some metallic paper would work, and square dies that are nested. We're gonna use the brand new Snow Days. This is the new Snow Days paper pad A2 as well. The new Wonder and Delight stamp set and matching coordinating die was in the kit. So I'll put the kit down here and add-ons right here. Then what else do I have here? I think I have my die piece over here. So this is our huge Berry Christmas 59-piece die set that you are going to need for this class, and it was also part of our kit. I'm gonna use some mixed media white paper. As you all know, I love this paper and I use it often. And some other things that I'm gonna use some finger daubers. So we'll put that to the side. I'm gonna use some dotted adhesive roller because this is repositionable, which I love. So if you have to maneuver things around, this is your go-to, and then permanent. So green is permanent, yellow is adjustable, repositionable. Dotted. All right, then I've got one blending brush that I'm gonna use with our gingerbread. I use this, so much. I need to start venturing to some new colors, but I always use gingerbread. Some Gina K sequins. And let's see, what else have I got? Okay, so I've got 8.5 by 11 Nina Solar White cardstock from Scrapbook.com, the 25 pack, and it's the ultra thick. Just because I love ultra thick cardstock, we're gonna use that one. And then the Concord and 9th Cranberry. I only need one of these. So Concord and 9th Cranberry, I'm just using a little bit of the red. So if you have red cardstock already, grab out your red cardstock that's similar to this color. All right, that's everything. That's a lot of stuff on my desk here. Now, I've got all of my pieces pre-cut. So we're gonna put that there. And I've got my homework pieces here. So if you have not seen the homework, the PDF printable homework, I'll put that here. This is on, where is this at, Cody?
This is on the scrapbook.com/SBC Fest page. If they go down to your supplies, they can, or the homework part, they can see your PDF.
Okay, perfect. That's the front of it, but you can see it's got the PDF that you can print out with all the pieces with very detailed explanations of everything. So hopefully there's no confusion and we've labeled it so that you can understand for each card what pieces you're gonna need to be cutting out and stamping. So hopefully you all did your homework ahead of time and you're ready to go with me. I cut out all of my die pieces for each card. This is gonna be card 1, card 2, and card 3, and we're gonna put them together. I actually do need to grab all of my tools. Grab that really quick before I sit down. So come over here. We need all of our tools right here. So I've got my tiered craft room basics, my mint tape just in case I need that, and all of my tools in here that I need. And I need my paper trimmer. Paper trimmer, where did the paper trimmer go? Oh, you know what? Let's find that paper trimmer. I think we were using it before we started, right? You know where that's at? There it is, thank you so much. Okay, my favorite, Dress My Craft. Paper trimmer, it has a score and the trimmer on it. So the white is the score and then the orange is the blade. So we're gonna need that, so I'm gonna put that aside. Okay, all right, let's jump right in to card 1. So let me show you. Actually, I need to grab the cards. I'm just gonna start pushing things back because I'm gonna just be working here the whole time while we're crafting together. So let's make a mess together. Oh. All right, here are the cards. Let me get the cards out. I have them in one of our little 4x6 cases or 5x7 case. So that's gonna be card 3. You can do the overhead, Cody. Card 3, card 2, and card 1. And then this is my template. You can see I wrote all over it for the pieces we're gonna cut and fold together for the card 3. Okay, so card 1, this is our cute little bear sticking out of the window. Cheers. Show you close up here. We're gonna make this guy first, okay? And then this will be card 2. Look at how cute. This is a fun fold. This will be card 2. And then this is card 3, which is fun. It's a very different type of fold. That'll be fun together to make. This fits in an A2 envelope as well. Okay, let's get started. Get out my dies that I need. These are all cut. You know what I'm missing, Cody, that I just realized? I don't have my mat. Should I grab that just so I can have something to work on? So hold on. Thank you. All right, let's use our Scrapbook.com workspace mat just because this helps me when I'm crafting to keep everything lined up. And if I'm cutting or doing anything, it's not gonna hurt the table. Let's see if I can get it to stick down though and get it straight. Here we go. All right, back to our pieces and our card that we're going to create together. So first things first, we're going to need to start our card base, which is a mixed media, white. Let me get this open.
That's some ASMR for you.
Yes, I should have had this open already. Apology. Okay, let's get out this guy. So we're going to take our A2 card front out of this mixed media paper. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take a piece from our Snow Days, and we're going to use this really pretty, there are lots of gorgeous designs in this paper pad, by the way. But we're going to take this really fun, cute pink background with all the little treats on it. That's what we're going to use for our focal point background, right? So we need to cut it down. So I've got to get my paper trimmer, and we're going to cut it down to 3 3/4 by 5. So we've got 5 here, so I'm going to chop off the bottom of this right at 5. Okay, and then we're going to go from the side 3 3/4. There. Let's see if that is correct. That is. Okay, so that will be our center of like our Polaroid type look for our bear right here. Okay, so here's all my pieces I have cut up. But first, I have already cut my square, and this square was 2 3 of the inside of the nested dies. So not the first center one, it was 2 3. And what I did is I lined them up on my magic mat, used some mint tape to create a frame, and I cut them out of white cardstock to create this frame. Okay, so that's part of the homework. You should have that cut already. If not, you can do this later if you're just following along. But that created this cute little square. And then we're gonna take that square, number 3, biggest one, and we're gonna cut out, is that correct? Nope, 2, 2, 2, 2, Laura, 2. We're gonna grab 2, and we're gonna cut out this window for this guy, okay? So we're gonna see about where we want him. Stand up so I could see. And we're gonna create like a Polaroid type look. So we want him a little higher, not centered. And we're gonna kind of center him right here. Just to see, that's straight. About right there. I'm gonna take some mint tape. And we're gonna put this down where we want it so it does not move. So get that centered. And it's about 1.5 inches from the top, I believe, or 1 inch from the top. Now, I'm gonna eyeball it about right there. Okay, but you can use a ruler if you want to measure down from the top. about 1 inch. Now we're gonna put that through our die cut machine. So I have the Spellbinders. I should be using that cute little scalp that someone just won. But we're gonna use our Spellbinders Platinum 6, the black one. And I am going to open this up and we're gonna run this through. Do I have the magnetic mat in here? I do. So I have our new magnetic mat, which I use mint tape because I don't want this to move, but it's gonna stick down nicely on this magnetic mat. I love this thing so much. My new favorite magic mat. Let me just straighten this a little bit. Okay, now we're gonna put this through our machine. We're gonna cut that square out from our treat paper. Put this down just in case I need this again. All right, there we have our window. Perfect. You can save this square and use it for something else later if you want. I always save my scraps like that. And then I save my mint tape too because I can use this for something else. All right. Thank you, Magnetic Magic Mat. I love you, I love you. All right. Now we have our window cut, right? That moved my mat. Okay. Let's take our white frame and we're gonna adhere that with some adhesive. You know what I am missing too is an acrylic block to hold this down, but we're gonna put some glue here and we'll grab one of those acrylic blocks. Listen, I am very lucky because I have a team here that's willing to grab me stuff that I forgot. I know I am very blessed and lucky to have that because at home I'm always wishing I had people around me to help when I forget something. Okay, so we're gonna put on our square frame just around where we cut. And then we're gonna use, thank you so much. We're gonna use an acrylic block to put that right on top to dry. Okay, now let's assemble some of our die cut pieces. I'm gonna need my Pick Pro tool because I need this wax tip and my pokey tool. So grab your Pick Pro tool. I'm gonna move this a little bit up out of the way so I can do all of these. Okay, we're gonna put our bear together with our holographic paper, but you can use the holographic paper. There's lots of choices in here, and I believe on the homework I said to use the one that has the stars in it. You can use any of them. There's no wrong way to do it. So if you look at this homework, it says the holographic paper with the mini stars, glitter stars, mini silver stars. You can use that too. You can use any of the holographic paper in silver. You're not gonna go wrong. I used one version where I used the silver stars, and then in this one I have cut the holographic paper. So you can use that one, which is gorgeous, or you can use the holographic, which is gorgeous too. So love this paper pad, cannot live without it. So what we're gonna do though, is when we glue this down, don't glue the bottom part. We're just gonna glue the head on. We're gonna leave the bottom open so that we can drape him over the window, sticking out. So like that. We're gonna do just the top of the head. I can show you in the close-up camera, just the top of the head here. And then we're gonna put him down right there and put him aside to dry. Just line him up in the middle to have that holographic shadow. I can pick it up and show you how cute. It just gives a little bit of glow and shine right there. There we go. But the bottom is open. We just want that top glued down. Okay, let's put him aside to dry. Let's put our flowers together. We're gonna take our first red flower and our little red flower, and then we'll be using all of these leaves. We need to put our hat together, so we'll grab the red hat that we cut out for homework, plus the pink little fur for the bottom and the top. And I believe this is my bear's face. That little white spot, a little white round, white cardstock should be your bear's mouth. And then we have our, okay, so there is a teeny piece in here. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna leave him in the tray because I do not want to ruin him. And then I've got one more little cotton top from the hat, but I'm going to use that as the center of my red flower. So it's part of the cotton top, but I like him as a center. And then I've got all my little tiny, tiny, tiny pieces here. I don't know if you can see. They are the eyes and the centers of holographic for the flowers, but it's the two eyes and the nose, which are teeny, teeny. So I'm going to leave them in here so I do not lose them. Plus the top of the mug that has the cocoa in it or the drink in it, that's what this is. So we're going to ink blend that in a second. Okay, so I just grabbed a cut piece of my project grip mat. This is a silicone mat from Scrapbook.com, and I love that you can cut them up and use little pieces of them. I know Laura Evangeline used it in her class, and I like to use it too, especially for little tiny pieces that I'm going to ink blend. So I'm just going to take that white part that's round for the bear's mouth, and then I'm also going to grab out that little tiny, tiny, tiny sliver for the mug with my Pick Pro tool with the wax tip, and I'm going to put that down too, and I think I just flipped it. So let's take our pokey and flip it back over. And then this is why I needed these guys. This is our finger sponge daubers. These come in handy when you're just doing little ink blending pieces like this. So I'm going to grab one out, and we're going to use some of that gingerbread and from Scrapbook.com ink, and I'm just going to get a little bit on my finger sponge, and we're going to just ink blend, just tap, tap, tap that cocoa. Oh, he flipped again. Because he's so tiny, he's going to take some gentleness. So we're going to do tap, tap, tap to make him brown so he looks like my cocoa. Then on this one, I'm just going to do very carefully do the edges of my bear's mouth just to give him a little bit of dimension with a little bit of ink blending on the edges. You can use tweezers too to hold this. I'm just using my fingertip, my nail, just to hold it down. And then you can see I just create a little bit of color around him. And then just dab, dab, dab a little bit. Now I'm going to do the same thing. He should be dry over here. And I'm just going to go along the edge and just do a little bit of brown on his ears. And then, because he's a bigger piece, I'm going to take that ink blending brush. You could use a smaller one. This one's a little big, but if you have the detailed ones, I'm just going to do a little bit just to blend that all in. Just do his edges so he's a little bit brown. And you could have done this before you put him on the holographic paper, but either way, it still works and looks good and stays shiny. See? So I just wanted to add a little bit of dimension around his ears and his body. So barely, he's still white, but a little bit cream. So you can see here in the close-up, just a little bit of dimension around him. And same just with these
barely.
Pieces. Barely. Cody caught my pun there. I love it. Okay, now we're gonna glue our bear together and our cocoa. So let's grab our cocoa. Now I'm gonna put a little bit of glue. I love this Artiste glue. We do have the fine precision tip, but I'm just gonna use the tip that's on here already because it can do a teeny, teeny bit too. Need a little line there, and then I'm going to put my bear's mouth on, just a dot there. Grab this guy. This Pick Pro tool comes in handy. I love this tool. I love that we have replaceable tips if your wax tip gets used up. I'm just going to use my finger to dab that down with the glue. The glue will dry clear. So we have a little bit of glue on the edge here, but it's going to dry clear, which is nice. Okay, there's our mug. Looks realistic with that cocoa in there. Oops. Right there. And then let's do our bear's face. We're gonna flip that around. We're gonna do his face right there. This is his nose. I wanna turn it. Turn it all the way around so he has like a little bit of a wider face. There we go. Okay, and then he'll start to look realistic as we put his eyes and his nose on. So I have little tiny black pieces that came in one die with the die set. Flip those eyeballs. Come on. Okay, now we're gonna glue this right on. These little specks for eyes, his cute little beady black eyes, and then, so just kind of eyeball where you want your eyes. I like them wide apart, like that. And then his little tiny nose right in the center of that piece that you ink blended. Little dot, little tiny dot. Let me move this so you can see with the close-up camera how I've already got his face drawn out with glue. See that? We're just gonna put our pieces there now. So let's take this eye, let's go there. And then let's take this eye and go right there. And his face will start to come together. And then let's take his nose. Let's go right there. See how his face then comes together and you have a real bear. Before I wasn't sure what he was going to look like, but now look, all together. And that glue will dry clear, so it's okay that we see a little bit of glue there. All right, so we have our mug that's going to go in his little hands. That we'll put on next. So we'll take some adhesive. We're going to put that right in the center here of his little paws. And let's put our little mug right in his hands. If you want to ink blend your mug too, just to darken it up a little bit, just do the same thing. Just go all over it with that finger dauber. And let's just darken that up a little bit. Yeah, that looks nice and a little bit burnt, almost like a burnt red. I like that. That looks pretty. Okay, let's put him down right in his hands. Oh, how cute is that? Let me show you. How cute is that guy with his little mug in his hands? And that there's like embossing where it shows his hands and his ears, so he has like real definition close up, which I love. See that? So cute. Okay, let's put our little thing aside. And our bear is done, so we're going to put him aside. Let's put our flowers together. So we need to put that pink puffed ball right in the center of the red flower. And then we'll assemble our card all together. There. And then this guy. We have 2 little balls of holographic cutout from our die set for the homework. So we're going to take these 2. Cody, can you show the homework one more time? I just want to show the 2 little holographic tiny dots are from, I think yeah, here's the die. Actually, I have the die, I'm sorry. This die right here has 8 little circles. Now they're supposed to be ornaments that you can put on your trees, but I'm using as the center of flowers, and I love that one die cuts out all 8 quickly, so I don't have to do a bunch of circles. So I just cut out a bunch of these out of holographic paper, and I used them throughout the cards. So if you have these cut, you should have 2 for this card. And we're just going to put them right in the centers of our 2 flowers here. So I'm going to put one right in the center of the red with the pink center, and one right in the center of the little red flower. It just adds a little bit of sparkle to your die cut, and it's so cute. It just finishes it off. It's really sparkly in person too, which is nice. And then one more. This wax tip comes in handy, so does the poker. And there we have our 2 flowers. Now I'm going to take this acrylic block that I had on my frame, and I'm just going to put it over all of this for a minute while I'm gluing. Oops, I just took my little dot off. Let me put that back. So you need to be careful. Move that over there. Then we've got one leaf here, and I'm going to put this over all of these to dry. Let's put our little hat together. We've got the bottom of our red hat that needs the pink fur, and the top of our hat that needs the pink fur ball. So I'm adding my glue there. Just gonna add this on top. You can kind of match up the ruffles. And then this one down here. And then you have a cute little hat. And then I have one more. I'm going to shove him under this acrylic block to dry too. There we go. Okay, so on the homework, you should have cut out red cardstock for the back shadow of Cheers and 'Tis the Season. So that's what I have here already cut out to go right behind those sentiments that we stamped and die cut out. So we're going to adhere our adhesive to that now, the back of Cheers, and we're just going to add some adhesive on the Cheers here. And we're going to drop shadow it down. So what that means is, let me show you in the close-up camera, we're just going, because the adhesive is liquid and wet, we can maneuver our cheers, and we're just gonna drop it down and to the right just a little bit, just to create the red behind the C and then all the way up here. And it just looks so cute because it adds a little bit of a frame to that cheers. And then we're gonna do the same thing with 'Tis the Season. So we'll put some adhesive on our shadow and take the 'Tis the Season and do the same thing. Drop it down and to the right. And use my fingers to show you and maneuver it where I want it. It'll look like that. So if I put it down next to it, you can see the shadow there and the shadow there. Okay, just adds a little bit of a red pop behind those white sentiments, white and black sentiments. Yeah, that close-up looks good. Here we go. I can turn it so you can, oh, right there. Cute, look how cute that is. Okay, so it looks dimensional and adds like that pop of color behind it. We are gonna need some foam adhesive, so we're gonna start putting our cute little shaker card together. All right, let's get those off. Everything's dry. We're gonna use some of our 2 millimeter thick, 1/8 inch wide strips of foam adhesive and put that aside. We're gonna grab a piece of acetate. So if you have acetate in your stash already, then you are good to go. But if not, we're gonna create this window on the back, and I'm just gonna use my large scissors here. And we're just gonna cut a small square to kind of go over that window that we created in the back here. So we can use this for something else. You have an extra piece left. And I'm just gonna use that permanent adhesive. So right here, I've got the permanent adhesive roll, green, from Scrapbook.com. I'm gonna open a fresh one together. Okay, put that down there. All right, now I'm just gonna go around the edge of my window here with this permanent roller. It's gliding so nice. I love a fresh roll of adhesive. How about you? Do you love fresh adhesive? I do. Okay, now we're gonna put this down. Ta-da! And there's our cute window. Can you see that? Acetate window created there. Okay. All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create that window on the back with our foam adhesive. And we're just gonna take one of these strips. I'm gonna grab one from the side here, tear that out. We're gonna go along this window just to create the well. And I can go all the way across because this is we're gonna use 2 millimeter thick foam adhesive for a whole backer of this card. So go there. And then let's match this up to create that well. And then let's just go all the way to the end here like we did that other one. Save that for later. I always have, you could go to front camera, Cody, I don't know if they could see, but I always have adhesive. Can you see that over here? Adhesive and foam adhesive stuck to the edge of my table when I'm crafting, because I can always go back and grab that little piece that I needed so I don't throw anything away. So if you are like me, your side table should look like a war zone with all of the extra adhesives that you're using throughout your project. Okay, here we go. We're gonna create this well to match all the way to the end here. And then I can put this back on my strip here. Use this for later. Okay, and then let's get out. I know I had foam adhesive here. Yes, let's start doing the back. Do we have thicker foam adhesive in here? I'm so sorry again. It's 2 millimeter thick. That might be good. Is that 2? Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Cody. Cody was able to get up and grab that for me. Thanks, Cody. So now, oops, that's too thick, but that's okay. We're gonna make this work because Cody went to the trouble of grabbing it for us. We're gonna make this work. And see, this will go on the edge of my table because I'll be able to use that for something later. Okay, we're gonna do all of our edges of our card. This is gonna not look pretty on the back, but I'm okay with that. Let's do this one on the edge here.
We're just trying to keep the brick theme going, you know, from like Juliana's class.
Yes. Thanks, Cody. Cody's being very supportive and helping. Thank you. All right. This is going to take a minute. How's everybody enjoying SBC Fest? What are you snacking on? What is everybody snacking on right now? Cody, where's my snacks? We forgot to grab hot tamales.
I know.
What is wrong with us?
We're just too excited.
We are. Now I need to fill up this little gap here because that's going to bother me. This little tiny gap. You do not have to make yours look like this, like mine. I'm obviously overkilling it here. If you have the right size at your table, use the right size, which would probably have been the 1 inch wide. Now I'm going to go up. I think this might be too thick. It is. I'm going to cut a little bit of this off. All right. I think we're good to go there. One more little piece. One more little piece. Can I do it? I can do it. Okay, this is gonna be great. After we have all of our adhesive on there, we're gonna put that aside and let's finish up our little bear. We're gonna put his hat on him. So I am gonna put a little bit of adhesive up here on his hat. And kind of tilt it to the side so he has a cute little snow hat on. Okay, so now we're gonna wanna cut this back piece off, or you can tuck it under. I'm gonna just chop mine off a little bit to about right there so it's straight across. And I'm gonna have, oh, my hat was not dry, guys. My little hat just fell off. 1 second, let's let him dry for a second. I got too excited to add my bear. Where's my acrylic block? There it is. Let's do that for a second. In the meantime, while that's drying, let's put our adhesive on the back of our sentiments here. So I need that 1/4 inch or 1/8 inch strip, and we're gonna put a piece of that on the back of 'Tis the Season. I love these little strips, are perfect for these sentiments. If you don't have these, you need these. They are a must. And then let's put a couple on the back of Cheers. Okay, get all that adhesive on. Just need 2 on the back of that. And I will save this for later. Okay. All right, my little bear should be dry now. All right, let's add him to our window. So we're gonna add him like that, so he looks like he's peeking out. Hat still not dry all the way. Okay, but I'm okay, I'm gonna add him here. So I'm gonna put some adhesive just right on the back of the holographic paper, not on his feet, because his feet are gonna tuck up over the window, so he's peeking out. And we're just gonna go like that. I'm gonna put him with an acrylic block. Look at him, he's saying hi through the little acrylic block. He's peeking out of his window. Okay, now, clean up just a little bit here. How's everybody doing? Everybody following along? We should be with you in the chat answering all the questions, right? Yep. We're answering all the questions that you have and hope that this is all coming together. This is our first card. We still have 2 more cards we're going to make together. So once this guy is dry, I'm going to flip him over and we are going to create that well there. So we need to add some of Gina K's sequins and embellishments. This is the disco ball sequins. I love these. We can go to overhead and show these fun holographic sequins in here. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna do just a little bit of static just in case, just a tiny bit in here. Because oh my goodness, when it's staticky and these things fly everywhere, it's a nightmare. If you've had that experience, I don't know, tell me in the comments. I have, where they fling up and everywhere because of the static. That's probably too much. There we go. Okay, now here is the part that's fun. We're gonna create this shaker card. So I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna take off all of my adhesive. You know what, before I do that, just to be safe, I'm gonna take that leftover piece of acetate and I am going to create another window over this because I don't want those things to fly out. So this is just, I remember learning this from Angelica Conrad. Remember Cody?
Oh yeah.
And she taught us this just to be safe, to keep all of our pieces in there. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to do it because I don't want them flying out. So I'm going to remove our backer pieces here carefully. You can use Q-tips. See what I just did there? That is what I'm talking about. We got to get all those pieces off now. I just have one more that's stuck up there. Okay, and then we're going to take off this. And then let's put down this plastic piece just to keep all of our pieces in place. There we go. Now they can't get out. Now I can, from the side, pull this one out, stick that down, pull this one out, and then start going around the whole thing. And we can connect this to our white cardstock without worrying about all the pieces falling out. And it's clear so you can see straight through it to the white paper that's going to be on the back. Okay. Now, where's our white? Here's our white backer piece that we have. Here we go. See, they're safe. Okay, we're going to mat this right in the center of this white A2, which is 4 1/4 by 5 1/2 background, and you can use your MISTI to line this up. I'm going to freehand it. Bear with me. The shadows are throwing me off a little bit, but we're gonna pray and do this together. Here we go. Say a little prayer for me. We did it. We did it. Look at how cute. Look at our cute little guy with his little shaker bits inside. So cute. Okay, let's finish him up. Let's create our collage with our flowers. We're gonna start with the big flower, and I'm just going to adhere the center of him because we're going to be tucking all the leaves to create our little collage up here. So this guy is going to go right on the corner here. How pretty that is with that pop of red. It's so pretty with this paper. And then this one is going to go right underneath. The little red flower is going to go right underneath on the right side of him, tucked under. But I still want to show and turn him so the red covers up the white underneath. I still want to show that holographic center though, because that is so cute. Okay, now here's where we start tucking leaves in. We're going to take this holly leaf and we're going to just adhere the back bottom, a little bit of adhesive. And we're going to go underneath our red little flower sticking out like that. Then we're going to take another holly leaf and he's going to go back here poking out in the center of this red flower. So I'm going to pull up these petals so I can get under there. We're going to let's do the big end sticking out and put the small end underneath. There we go. Look at how cute that is. Okay, and then these other two little leaves are just going to fill in those extra spots right there. So one right there sticking up. This way. We're just creating a little floral collage right there. And then let's do one more down there where this empty spot is between the two petals right there. Nope, let me grab my poker tool and adjust that. Out like that. There we go. Look at how cute. It's like a little Christmas collage of florals there, and then our sentiments are just going to go right underneath. And they're going to pop up. So the little bear is saying, cheers, 'tis the season, to your recipient. So I'm just going to take off these backers. I love this collection. It's so much. You guys, we didn't even use all of the dies for these classes. So you have a ton of dies left over to use for so many projects. When we were creating and designing this, I just couldn't stop. I said, oh, I need this, I need this, I need this, I gotta create this. So we gave you a ton of dies. So sorry, not sorry, right? Okay, look at how cute our little Cheers 'Tis the Season bear card is. We did our first card together. Look how fun. It feels interactive, it feels fun, feels festive, it feels colorful with those pops of red and the green. Just beautiful, and the black and white with a cute little frame. Now you can add more, take away, create this how you want it, but this is the way I created this beautiful Cheers 'Tis the Season card. And here's our original card. So I'd say we did pretty good. Practice, 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 right? I did not make this card just once. This is like the 5th card. So you just keep having fun and creating, and more things come to you as you're creating, where you can get creative and try new things. All right, card 1 done. We ready for card 2?
Hey, yo.
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna clean up my mess here.
And while you do that, I'll put up the homework so people know.
Yes, thank you, Cody.
Here's the first page of homework. And here's the second page of homework. And the third page of homework.
Okay, perfect. Okay, all right, thank you, Cody. Okay, so we have 3 pages of homework that show all of the sizes and the die cut pieces that need to be cut. So as you can see here on my table, I've got them all cut out and prepped and ready to go for this card. It's a lot of little die pieces that you have to assemble and put together. Cody, will you show the die piece homework again, just really quick? That's page 1. Yep, there we go. It has the polar bear, his face, his little nose, and his scarf, and then his backer shadow, which is holographic paper, and then his hat. And then we've got the car. And then if you go to page 2, we've got all of the panel pieces, which have all of the sizes right here. So if you need to pause or screenshot this, so you have the exact sizes, or there's a PDF you can print up with all of these sizes too. So you can have all your panels cut like mine. And then page 3 is the last bit of elements, which is the little tree, the presents, and the toppers for the presents. And then we have those all assembled here. And we also have our Happy Holidays cut out and stamped. This is in the stamp set right here. Let me grab that really quick. Oh, my fingernails are not letting me grab it off the table. Here we go. We've got the stamp that says Happy Holidays right here, and then the coordinating die right here to cut it out. So let's cut out our Happy Holidays and put that aside as well. And we're gonna start assembling. So remember earlier when I said I love the dotted repositionable? This is what this is good for, because I have to do a lot of matting and I wanna make sure I get it right. So I'm gonna use that and my permanent green adhesive. So I've got these both ready to go. So first things first, we're gonna take a white cardstock base that is 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. This is our A2 card base, so we'll start with that. And then we have our green paper, which was cut to 4 1/16 by 5 5/16. And again, that's on the homework. So I'm going to adhere this with the tape runner yellow dotted. This is such a good adhesive. This and the permanent are some of my favorites besides the Artiste glue. Now I'm going to stand up because I've got to mat this on the back of my white card base. So let's get it down right there, there, and there. Perfect. So we've got that matted. You can see I wrote my measurements here. I'm going to cover it with my other paper. Okay. Next is this dark background. It's like a black background with all the white polar bears and the green Christmas trees, and they're doing lots of fun stuff with little goodies and presents and stuff. This will be our next one, and that's going to be matted right over our green. Okay. And I think in the chat we can throw in the link to the PDF with the homework, right, Cody?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we'll make sure that we do that so you have these exact sizes. Now we're going to mat this down as well. Oh, you know what? See, I'm glad I did repositional. Don't mat that down yet. I am so sorry. I'm going off the cuff here, not following my own instructions. But we're going to not put that down. So do not put that down. And if you did with the repositional, you can pull it up really quick. We're going to put that down for a second because we need to take our stars paper, which was 4 inches by, I think, what was it?
5 1/4.
5 1/4. Thank you, Cody. And he threw that up there. There we have it. So, and then we're scoring it right down the middle at 2 inches. Okay, so we've got that scored here. And I'm just going to take my, oh, you know what? My bone folder's missing. I'm going to take the end of my handle. If you don't have a bone folder, use the end of your handle of your blending brush. That comes in handy, huh? So we're gonna put that down right here at the edge matted, or what you can do is actually put this right, let's do it this way. Open it up so that the ornaments are inside like that. And we're gonna just adhere this down right to the center of that crease, okay? So we already have our adhesive on the back, so that's gonna go down. Now we need to put adhesive on the back of the star part where other adhesive already is on 1/2. You can see that there. Okay, this is just gonna create that fun fold for us. So we're gonna go like this now and mat it in the center of this green. Make sure a little bit of that green shows through all the way around. So let's get that matted like that. Cute. Now see, we've got the white, green, and then the dark bears, and then the stars right here. All right, the next thing we're gonna do is take that 3x4 white piece of cardstock that was in the homework, and that's gonna go right here in the center of the inside. So we have a place to put our sentiment. And I'm using the dotted 2 just in case I have to move that later. It does become permanent after it sits for a while, so just keep that in mind. But we're gonna just kind of put this right in the center here of our bears. So then you can add your sentiment there in the center. When they open up their card, they have that. And then next thing we're gonna do is put together these 3 panels. So we have our pink panel. Right on top of that, we're gonna put that green, and it's just matted as well, right in the center of the pink. Can you throw the homework up for that really quick too, Cody, just so they could see the sizes again? So you've got the pink, which is 2, what does that say, Cody? 2 1/4? 2 3/4.
Yeah, the pink is 2 3/4.
And by 4 1/4. And then the green is 2 1/16.
11/16.
11/16.
We're getting real technical.
I know, I am. I'm sorry. And then the last piece, which is the white cardstock, is the 2 1/2 by 4, and that's going to go right in the center of those 2 matted. And that's what your whole little scene is going to go on. So it's creating a stage where the center is going to pop with some color around it. So I am just going to put this white cardstock down right in the center here. And we've got the green popping out all around it. And see, that will go right here in the center, okay? So let's adhere that down. Actually, before we do that, let's create our scene. Let's grab all of our die cut pieces. We're gonna need some foam adhesive. So I've got 2 millimeter thick, 1/4 inch wide. And I want to put my bear down first, and he's not getting any foam adhesive. So we're going to put foam adhesive aside. He's going to come up to the top, and his hat's going to kind of hang over the top here. So he's right in the center, and I can use permanent adhesive for him because I know I'm not going to move him once he's down. Whoops. I'm going to do the back of him, little hat, just the bottom of the hat. And then we're going to put him right in the center here because he's going to be driving our car. How cute is he? Put him down a little bit, like right there. Just so his hat barely hangs over. And then center him. How cute is that? And then he's got that shiny holographic paper in the background just to give him a pop too with his white polar bear fur. Now is when we're going to add our car. So you should have your car all put together. It's got a windshield, a license plate, holographic headlights, and 2 brown tires from the brown paper from the paper pad. So what we're going to do is we're going to adhere him right over our bear. And we want to go up a little bit because our happy holidays is going to go down here. So I want to make sure we have enough space for that happy holidays. So I'd say about right there. So let's put on some foam adhesive. We'll start here. Use our scissors. And pop up this car so it gives some dimension.
The bear's traveling for the holidays. Do
He
you travel
is.
for the
He's going to
holidays?
Grandma's house.
Yeah.
What was that, Cody?
Do you travel for the holidays?
You know, I haven't in a long time. Do you?
No. All my family's right here, so.
Nice. That is nice. How about everyone watching? Do you all travel for the holidays? It's a good question. We've talked about it now that our kids have all left the nest. We've said we should go do something one year for Christmas, but I don't know if our kids would be able to handle that.
Yeah.
If we leave.
If my parents left, I'd be like, you better be taking me with you.
I know. I don't know if they do very well with that. Now, Cody was telling me earlier when I was pulling the foam off that I should be using the Pick Pro tool. There's the pokey side, but then when you open it, oh, wrong side. This is the wax side. It's got that little spatula, and he says it's really good for taking off. Let's try it. Oh my gosh,
It's my favorite tool.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that just pulls it right. Is that how you do it?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
It also works with the double-sided adhesive. It's so nice for
Oh,
that.
the double-sided adhesive, it would be nice, yeah. Okay, I like that little guy. It's nice. All right, let's put him where we want him, which again, let's just put our sentiment where we think that's gonna go. And then let's put our car right there. Center that, our little bear's driving out for the holidays. And then let's put some foam adhesive on this, and I think we'll have to use the 1/8 inch strip, and I'm gonna use maybe 2 strips. So I'll cut this about the length of my sentiment. I'm just gonna take off 2 of the strips together. We've got 2 strips here combined, and we're gonna just go right in the center there. Perfect. And then we'll do the same thing, right? Take off our adhesive with that. Nice. That really helps to get started and pulls right off. Okay, let's center our sentiment down here. I love this sentiment because I love word-fetty like this. I think it needs to go over a little bit. Let's center it there. There we go. Cute. Happy holidays. But now we're not done. We got to add all those fun little things to our car, the presents and the tree that we put together. So our tree is going to go hanging across that windshield like that. So we're going to need just a little bit of liquid adhesive. So I use the liquid adhesive so I can make sure I get it on right. So I'm just going to do one side of that tree where I saw him sticking there. And I've got my holographic star on the top. Show you that. And the little stem at the bottom. And these trees are fun. You could do what Laura Evangeline did, and you could dip them in some Cloud Whip to create some snow. You could add some pops of color to them. You could cut up some little ornaments and decorate it. Truly, the sky's the limit. So I want him hanging off just a little bit like that. That's perfect. Look at how cute. So he's hanging off, and then we've got our 3 presents. Now, let's do our back presents first. So this one is going to go tucked here, and I think I'm just going to use some permanent adhesive on that. Let's do that. Let's stick him right there. And then let's do our tall present sticking out over here. Some foam adhesive. I'm so sorry, I have to cough, excuse me. Sorry about that. Need to get a drink of water. Okay, is everybody getting hydrated and drinking their water? I hope so. So we're gonna put that other present sticking out over there. So it looks like all these presents are just piling out of his car. And again, we'll just do the bottom of that. And we're gonna stick this guy right on top of the tree, just right there. Let's go up a little bit. There we go. Look at how cute that little scene is. Let me show you from this angle, and you can see all the holographic where it's popping and adding some dimension. Just so pretty with that holographic paper. See why I love that holographic paper? You can just use a little bit on your project and it makes a huge impact. And there's lots of different designs to choose from in that holographic paper pad. So here we go. We're going to adhere him to the front of our card, and this card will be done. So what I want to do, actually, let's go back over here, and we're just going to center it. So I'm just going to do one side with that permanent adhesive. And we're going to put this down, and we're going to center it right there. Then it feels like you have lots of layers on this card. with all of the different pattern papers, this is a great way to use a lot of pattern papers. So if you have other paper pads and you need to do a birthday or a fall or Halloween, you can use all your pattern papers to create this fun card with a little scene on the front. And it just pops, it created that stage for us. So let me show you the front of him. This is a really fun interactive card too for someone to open up and have the little bear driving.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep. So cute. Okay, that's card number 2. So far we've done 2 cards. We did our shaker card, and then now we have this fun fold card with our center stage bear driving to the holidays, driving somewhere for the holidays, right? Yeah. I'll put those down right here.
There we go.
This was our original card. So we did really good, guys. We did good. Okay, card number 2 done. We ready to jump into card 3?
Yes, and I can put up the homework for that card right now too. Here are the pages for card 3's homework.
Okay, so on that first page, you saw all of the little die cut pieces, our bear and our flowers that you can have pre-assembled and ready to go, plus your sentiment. Let's get into the holiday spirit, stamped and cut with the coordinating die. And then page 2 shows all of the panels that we will need. So you'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different panels, and the stripe needs to be horizontal, going the 2.5 inch, or 2.25 inch wide. The horizontal stripes need to be going that way, just like pictured there. Perfect. Thanks, Cody. Okay, so let's jump into card 3 right above. Here on the overhead camera, you can see everything that I have already pre-cut and pre-assembled, which you should have too in front of you. Here's the card that we're going to create. It is a cute, fun, different fold-out, pop-out card, which is really cute. And this fits into an A2 envelope, which is nice, so you can mail it. And we're going to create this cute front with all of these different panels. Okay, so I have my white cardstock cut out of 7.5 by 4.25, so 4.25 by 7.5. We're going to score this in just a minute. I have my 5 different panels cut with my stripe going horizontal this way. Okay, and then I've got all of my little die cut pieces as well. My little bear, my flowers put together, my loose leaves, and then my sentiment. So first things first, I'm going to stand up. Let's start doing some scoring. So I'm going to get out my scoreboard. Let's put our panels aside over here. Let's put our card up there. And let's get out this cardstock piece. So first things first, we're going to score at 2.5. So let's start there, going from this side into our ruler, 2.5. So let's score right there at 2.5. Make sure you're using the scoring blade, not your blade. We're going to score that. Really good. Then we're going to go over to the 5-inch mark right there. That's going to create our 3rd panel, and we are going to score that. Okay, so we have 3 different panels like this scored, so it should look like that. Okay, I'm going to take my bone folder, which again is not up here, right? I still didn't grab that, so we're going to use the end of our blending brush on that side, and then on this side, make sure you score that and push that down with your bone folder so that you get crisp folds, okay? They should fold nicely into each other like that, okay? All right, now what we are gonna do some more scoring. So let's get that scoring board back out. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna be scoring diagonal. So we're gonna have to create this diagonal score and this diagonal score. And in order to do that, we have to go from the top left, this is the far left panel, and the far right panel. We're going to go from the top left corner down to the bottom right corner. Is there an image for that? I think there is, and I can scoot over if you have that image. There we go. And then the 3rd panel over here on the far right, we're going to go from the far left corner down to the bottom right with scoring. So this will be open like this, and that's how we're going to do it. We're going to go from the top left down to the bottom right corner. So you're just going to put your top corner in your score well there, and then down here so it matches up. And then I hold it there so it does not move. And I'm going to close this, and I'm just going to score. And then it creates that diagonal fold like this, and we're gonna go backwards, okay? Then we're gonna do the same thing over here, but remember, we're gonna go from the top left to the bottom right corner. So like that, and then this needs to be matched up right there so that it's a complete diagonal from there all the way to the end in this well. You can see in our graphic image there on the left side of the screen as well. So I'm gonna hold that tight, get that right lined up. If you need to take time to do it, take time to do it. We have patience to do that. And then score. So then that one scores backward as well, like that. So 2, so that it folds together like that on the front of our card. Does that make sense? Okay, but now we need to make sure we fold this really good with our bone folder. I need to find my bone folder. Do you know where it's at, Cody? It's usually up here. Huh. All right, we're gonna keep using what we have, right? We are scrappy and crafty like that. We can just use what we have. So we're gonna continue to use this. There we go. Okay, so make sure those are bent really good. Now we're gonna create our panels. So what's gonna happen here is we need our pink panel. That's gonna go in the center here. And it's just lined up in the center so that it has a white mat around it. So it's centered in there. And then we are gonna have to cut a few panels. So we're gonna cut the floral panel diagonal, and we're gonna cut the stripe panel diagonal, and we're gonna cut the bear panel diagonal. So here's the bear on the back, and then the floral right here. And then the 2 stripes are gonna come to meet in the front, which is gonna be our front, the front of our card. So let's start with our front of our card, okay? We're gonna do the same thing here, where we're gonna go from the top left corner to the bottom right. So you can see here, it'll be cut and it'll go on each end. So let's get move things out of the way. Let's get our paper trimmer back over here. So I'm gonna go from the top left corner to the bottom right. This time, instead of scoring, we're gonna actually cut. Okay, so make sure, if you have to use mint tape to hold this down, you certainly can. If you get nervous, I'll show you. So I'm just gonna take some mint tape and I'm gonna hold this down so it doesn't move when I put my flap down, like that. So we don't wanna score, we want to cut. There we go. And there we have that cut. Take that mint tape off, we'll reuse that. So then we have these 2 cut. Now what we're gonna cut is our floral paper, and our floral is actually gonna go the same way. We're gonna do that, top left, down to the bottom right. And here we go. And if you have to use that mint tape again, use that same piece of mint tape, just so that the 2 corners, diagonal corners, are in the well of your paper trimmer. And there we go. So we've got that one done. Put that down there. And then we just have one more, which is our bears. And the bears are gonna be the exact opposite. So we're gonna go from the right-hand corner down to the left-hand corner, okay? So complete opposite. So we're gonna go there, top right corner, down to bottom left corner, all right? And again, make sure those corners match up in the well. You can see the diagonal line where it's gonna cut using my mint tape. Ta-da, just like that. So it was the complete opposite of the other 2 that we just cut. It's going from the top right corner down to the bottom left. All right, so you have all your panels cut and ready to go. All right, so let's start with our front panels. Actually, we're gonna start with this pink panel. So you can use liquid adhesive. I'm gonna use my permanent roller adhesive to get these down in place. So I'm just gonna do some lines of this adhesive, and then we're gonna put this down right in the center, again with the mat the same width all the way around. So the way that you cut these, there should be plenty of space right there. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do these front panels. So we have this one that's gonna go here, and this one that's gonna go here. So let's start with this one. So I'm gonna do my adhesive on this, making sure to get my edges, and I'm gonna adhere this down Actually, let's start in this corner. And adhere that down right there. Matching up with our pink paper at the bottom there. There we go. And then we're going to do the same thing on this end corner that folds up to meet it right in the middle in the front of the card. All right, how's everybody doing? That's why I love the homework graphics. They really help with getting these cut correctly. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to line this corner up. We're going to make sure it matches in there. Like that. And that will be the front of our card, like that. Okay, now we have our floral pieces, and these are going to get separated. So this one's going to go over here, and this one's going to go over here. Imagine doing this with different pattern papers that you have. You can use birthday like we talked about earlier. Lots of different pattern papers would be so fun to use on this type of card because it shows all of the different pattern papers together. And I love how a stripe and a floral looks together. So right next to each other, this looks so cute. Make sure we get that down right there. And then let's do this one. Okay, then we're going to go opposite right here. Make sure that corner is matching up and that it's inside the white panel part so it's not on the fold. And then it goes like that. Look how cute. It's already looking really pretty, festive. Okay, then on the back, in the center, we're going to do that red piece. That's going to ground us with a solid red on the back because on the front, we're using some of this red for pops of color. All right, we're going to do the same thing, create a mat. Get that centered right there. There we go. Okay, all right. And then we have two left, which is our, is that where they are? Yeah, right next to the red. We've got our polar bears here and our polar bears on this side. And you can add more if you want. I just kept mine white there, but you can add more pattern paper. You have a lot of pattern paper choices in this paper pad, which is nice. Okay, we're gonna put this one down and then one more. This way, okay. So that's our back with our cute polar bears. See that? And then the front has all of these pretty colors as well. All right, let's assemble the front of our card. Now we have already put together our pieces here. So this is the card we're going to create. Let's get out our sentiment that we've already stamped and cut out, and then our cute bear. Those are the two pieces we're going to put on first. Now you're going to want to make sure you have your card folded right in front of you like this. And we're going to put this right in the center, but we're only going to adhere it on one diagonal top corner, which is behind this let's get into and then the HOLI of this part of holiday, okay? And so I want to center it to kind of see where I want to put my adhesive. And I'm going to use some foam adhesive. Let's get that centered right there. So I can tell that I probably want to do about that much. So I'm going to put my finger right there and know that I'm going to put adhesive, foam adhesive on the back of that HOL and then let's get into, okay? So that'll be right here on this corner. So what we're going to do is grab some foam adhesive. I have got this thick, what is this, 1.5, 2 inches? I think this is 2 inch wide by 2 millimeter thick foam adhesive. I'm just going to cut a piece off of that because I want to get a good chunk of this top corner, right? Like right here. So let's see how this looks. Make sure I don't get it in there. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah, that's good. And the reason I'm using foam adhesive is because I want it to pop off so it gives more dimension. So let's check and make sure that's gonna work. Oh, I think I came over a little bit too far right here, so I'm just gonna peel that up and cut that corner off. Okay, there. Save this, because I'll probably use it later. All right, so that's where that's gonna go. And we are gonna go ahead and adhere that down with our foam adhesive, because that's gonna be our base that we're gonna start building things right behind. Okay, so let's take off our adhesive, our backer piece, I mean, and then let's center that again. See where it's gonna go, right there. And that looks about right, and that's cute, and there he is. So he's got no adhesive showing on the back, and he comes and he connects the two pieces like that, okay? Show you close-up camera so you can see how fun. Okay, now we're gonna add our cute bear, and he's gonna be sticking out like right here. But I am gonna connect him to my sentiment so that when I open, he doesn't come on that side. I mean, he doesn't stay on this side. He's gonna come up with that sentiment. So I kind of want to see where I want him, and I kind of want him tucked right over here, sticking out like he's saying, hi, holiday spirit. So let's put some liquid adhesive on him. Put a little bit of artiste glue on the front of his little paws here. And that's what we're going to stick him on that sentiment with. So let's put him right there, sticking up. And we're just going to hold that down for a second. Wipe that glue. I got too much right there. I'm going to hold it down, and I'm actually going to put him and maneuver him a little bit where I want him. Right there, sticking out, saying, hey. And then let's use our blocks to hold that down so that adhesive sticks to him. Okay. Now what you should have already assembled as well is all of your little floral pieces. So on the pink floral, I did the white small flower and the holographic circle in the center. And then I did the opposite with the white flower, pink small flower, and then holographic. And then with the red, we just did one little tiny holographic circle with the white, same thing, and with this red. And then we have 2 holly leaves that we're gonna use. So I'm gonna get out my wax tip, and we're gonna start assembling these fun little clusters of florals that you can see here on our finished card. Okay, so first things first, let's start with our pink, and he's gonna go right in the center here, sticking up. So I'm gonna use a dot of liquid adhesive for that. And again, I like using the liquid adhesive when I know I'm gonna have to be maneuvering things around and I want some freedom to adjust things. Where'd he go? Right here. So we're gonna start with this guy here, sticking up off the page a little bit. And I don't know what this is, but it looks like adhesive. So I'm gonna take it's liquid, it's the tape runner, just a little bit sticking out right there. So I'm just using my poker tool to move that. Okay, so you can see I'm holding this down. If you have to use a block to hold one side, you certainly can, just to hold it down. Now let's add our red one on top of that. I'm gonna put a little bit of adhesive on the back of our red, and that's gonna go right up here, sticking out, layered just a little bit. And then we're gonna take this white little floral. I'm gonna stick that right down here. But we have one leaf that I want to kind of tuck under this white floral sticking out like that. There we go. I'm not covering up the holographic little dot because I want that sparkle to shine through. So let's go like that to hold that down. Now we're going to work on the bottom right corner. So I'm going to open up my card, and we're gonna hold that down to hold those down. Take these florals that you've got cut up, and we're gonna make a cluster down in the bottom right corner here. So I'm gonna take this white floral, I'm gonna do the same thing, put a little adhesive, put it down right, hanging off the page just a little bit. And then we're going to take this red floral and tuck it just a little bit on the left side of our white floral, but don't cover up that cute little holographic center. And then I'm going to take that holly leaf and just do one corner of that on the edge there, and we're going to tuck that up here. So he's sticking out a little bit. Oops, we're going to turn this white flower just a little bit. This is sticking out. Cute. And then we just have a little cluster right there of florals with that shine of holographic. So we'll do that same thing over here. And you know what? It's covering up, like I said, not to do, right there on our little holographic red. There we go. Okay, so this guy's almost done. Isn't he cute with the earmuffs? Isn't that cute, Cody?
Super cute.
That little guy. All right. Then, once you have everything adhered down, you have a really cute, interactive, fun fold card that has lots of different panels that you can add some fun sentiments on, and then you could put this in an envelope and send it to someone special. All right. What did we think of this card? And then we have our fun fold card that we made together with our bear driving, and then we have our shaker card. I'm gonna move all of this out of the way. Shaker card, bear. 3 fun, beautiful, different cards using these amazing products that were in your bundle and your kit. Like this Berry Christmas, there are so many dies in here that we didn't even use. Let me see if I have one without the plastic. I'm gonna open this. But I wanna show you some of the things we did not use that you could get creative with and create some other fun things. We didn't use this guy who's sitting down. Now, I used him for another SBC Fest class with an instructor, and I'll show that soon when we get tomorrow, I think. I'm going to show that for Saturdays. And then we didn't use the large tree, which is really cute, and we didn't even use all the presents. So there are a lot of fun elements, a ton. I'm giving you a ton of dies in this bundle that you can have fun with and create and put together. And we didn't even use the ornaments that go on there, but we used them in different areas. So many fun different things that you can create. Plus the coordinating die and stamp set, lots of different elements. The Wonder and Delight, I did use it in that other class that I'll show you tomorrow, but really, really cute elements and sentiments to use for these projects as well. And this paper, again, so many papers, beautiful designs that go together that we didn't even use all of them. So I am hoping that we inspired you to use this collection and create some fun, interactive cards, and that you will show us in the gallery what you created. We would love to see. So thank you all so much for joining me for this class. I hope you had fun. I love, love, love these cute bears. They are so fun to layer different dies and create different scenes. So again, I cannot wait to see what you all create, and I hope you enjoyed this class as well. Okay, Cody, you ready?
Yeah, let's take one more look at those cards, just with the overview.
Yep, they're so cute. Fun. Okay, I'll just even open some of them just to remind everybody. This cute interactive card using lots of different pattern paper. And then our cute shaker card. I love Gina K's disco ball shakers in there. It creates a really festive, fun, shiny, holographic look in there that goes with our holographic paper. Okay, Cody, you ready?
Yes.
Come back in. Hey, welcome to my mess. I know it's messy up here. I had fun creating these cards, so we are a little messy when we're crafting, as you can see.
That's totally fine. I mean, I feel like everyone else is. I know I definitely got messy too.
That's part of it, right?
Yeah, that's all part of it. So I even took, some inspo from your class and then created a little tag for it.
I love it. Look at that. Cody, so cute.
Yeah, so I used the little fox die from Angelica Conrad's kit, but with your papers and stuff too.
Oh my goodness, that is
a little tag.
So cute with the little window in the tag. I love it so much. And your little fox is so cute.
Yeah, I know. So I was definitely inspired by this class.
Aw, thank you. That is really cute and fun. I hope you're going to give that to someone special for the holidays.
Yes, it'll definitely be on someone's gift tag or something.
Yay!
Oh, and I did use even the back has the paper. So
Very
I
cool.
loved it.
Yeah, I love it. Love it. Thank you. Well, yeah, it's come to the end of the first day of SBC Fest. Can you believe it?
No, I cannot. Today flew by, I feel
It really did, and it was so much fun. So many good techniques. We learned a ton.
Yes.
I don't know about you. Did you learn a ton? We learned so much.
Yeah, definitely a ton. So many things that I'm not only going to use for like Christmas cards or projects this year, but just stuff can be incorporated for spring, like you said, birthday, things like
Absolutely.
that. So
yeah, so many things that we can, like you said, incorporate throughout the whole year. Lots of different fun projects to try. Like even the ones that we worked on, I feel like I could go back and do take some other ideas and do some other things. So we hope you keep creating and you don't stop here. Plus, it's not over yet.
No.
We have tomorrow.
Yep, so we're only halfway through.
Ooh, and tomorrow's lineup is amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. We cannot wait for you to see.
Yes. So, I mean, before, we wrap up, I think we have one more order of business. We have a few more, but one big one.
Let's do a big giveaway.
Yes.
How about that? How about we end today with a big, huge giveaway? What have you got? Am I fishing for you again?
Yeah, I was gonna say, should I just keep like handing you, pulling up things?
Yeah, let's move all
clear.
of this. Let's clear it all up. Move everything over. Oh, we're just gonna.
Yes.
Oh, things are falling off the table. I love it.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
What have we got? Ooh, we can go to overhead.
Yes.
Check out. We've got a magic mat. Project Grip mat that we talked about cutting up. Ooh, this is what I use. The dot roller. Rub-ons, gold metallic rub-ons. Those are awesome. 2 sheets. Oh, these are like essentials. We've got tweezers. Pick Pro tool that we talked about. This thing is awesome. We've got Artiste glue. Such a good one. Stencil, one of the new geometric snowflake stencils. That's pretty. Ooh, lunar paste.
Lunar paste, solar paste. That's
Solar
the new
paste. And
neon one.
This is a must mint tape. Ooh.
Some picket fence paper pouncers.
Oh my gosh, so many good things up here, Cody.
If you haven't seen the 6 and 49 in Market collab, we have some of that stuff. Plus,
what is this?
This is a 49 in Market bag.
Whoa, I love it.
And there is stuff inside of this too. So
oh, is it locked shut?
Yeah, so this is brand spanking
new. Oh, it is
new.
locked shut with the tabby thing, guys. They won't let you in it. They've got you locked. There's something in it.
But yeah, there's goodies in there.
There's gonna be a surprise in here, but there is some goodies.
Yeah, so.
Ooh, okay, sorry. Lots of fun stuff inside of here from 49 in Market.
Yes, so you get all of this stuff.
All of it. We should put this right here and these right here so they can just see everything.
Yes.
Okay, so how do they win this giveaway, Cody?
Put in the live chat right now what you learned from SBC Fest today.
Yes, what is something that you were so excited to learn about today? Maybe an aha moment.
Yes, we always love to hear those because then it's like, oh, I didn't even pick up on that, or that was something.
We learned in one of our SBC Fests about running our rub-ons through a die cutting machine to get them off. I mean, that was life-changing.
Yes, a commenter commented that and we were...
So what did you learn or have an aha moment for? Put your answers in there and we'll choose a winner in just a minute.
Yeah, and then we should also show the free gift that's going on right now. So we can
yes.
move this off to the side, the other side.
Wow, messy. Where is it? Do you have it on that side?
We have a lot of stuff.
Uh-oh. How do we not have it? Where'd it go? I have the finished ones here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the freebie bear shaker card die. Make sure you pick that up. We don't have the actual die up here though.
It
ran away.
Grew legs and walked away.
It's kind of a mess up here, everybody, so just bear with us. But this is the freebie die right now. Make sure you grab it. It is so cute and free, so make sure you grab one of those and add those to your cart.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna choose a winner right now. That'll be in the comments.
Yep, in the live chat.
So congratulations to this big bundle of goodness that you just won.
Yes.
This is it.
This is it.
All right, you ready to say goodbye?
Yes, we will see you guys all again tomorrow for another fun-filled day of inspiration.
Bright and early.
Bright and early. Yeah, well, depends. If you're on the West Coast-ish like we are.
It's early for us, but we're excited and we cannot wait. So join us. We'll see you in the morning for day 2 of SBC Fest September 2024. All right, friends.
We will see you later.
Bye.